no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I'll be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let them know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show them who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to bronze.
I'm moving too far. Get to glass. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get to glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Yeah, shoot, shoot. Yeah, shoot, shoot. Yeah, shooting, shooting. Yeah, shooting, shot. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to bronze.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away.
Hello, welcome to Tottenham Away, everyone. Sorry for the croaky throat. It's been Easter for me today. I've been drinking and socializing, so to come and do this show now, I'm broken and enough as it is. But here we are. Spurs battered. It's 4-2 battering. We were 4-0 down. We were getting battered. It's another loss. We pretty much said it would happen. Some said we might get a draw or win, but the reality is they just outdid us in so many ways. But before we get into it, I just want to tell everyone to please like, subscribe, follow the channel. Make sure you follow Dan Hotspur Hood, Hasper, Tottenham on Tour, Adrian's Facebook group. Alex Box Office, I know you're in the background, but I've got 10. I'm not allowed to have more than 10.
No,
I think Brian's leaving in half an hour. So once Brian leaves, I can bring you in, Alex, just to let you know.
The main
No,
event.
everyone,
Still, I can
Yes.
leave. If Alex wants to come and I'll leave. I'll just wait at the back. It's okay.
all right, I'll bring Alex in now then. All right, Dietrich, thank you for that. I'll bring you back after. Mr. Box Office is in. Dietrich has helped you out. That's nice of him. You owe Dietrich a favour there, Alex. Everyone in the comments, thanks for joining us tonight. There's 300 people watching already. I can't go for each person and say hello because we'll need at least half an hour. But thank you for being here. Make sure you follow everyone on the panel. Guys, look, we're just going to repeat what we said the last 3-4 weeks. But I just want to start off by saying this, okay? Because I'm not even angry. I'm not even upset.
Yeah.
But I'm struggling. I'm struggling to understand our fan base, and I do want to speak about them first because we've often said on the show, what do fans want? Like, what do we want? And then some want trophies, some want an experience, some want to go on a journey, some just want a sustainable ownership that is good with the finances and everything else is immaterial or that it's not as important. Some just want a day out with the family or mates, a few beers. But as soon as we lose, oh, they don't want that. Oh, we don't want these tactics. Oh, we don't want this manager. Oh, we don't want these players. And they said that about Redknapp, Pochettino, Nuno, Jose, Conte. And now they're saying it about Ange. So my question is, what does this fan base want? And if your answer is, which I saw today, that Levy out mob need to calm down, and that Levy out group, if Levy goes, you have the same problem. The Levy out group are the only fans in this club who know what they want. We know what we want, and it's Levy out. Step down. Stop being the chairman. Leave. Put someone else in charge. Joe Lewis, leave. Sell up. We know what we want. My question to you, if you don't feel that way, and you're allowed to feel however you want, what do you want? Because you're calling out his tactics, but when we had good tacticians here, it was boring. You're saying that the players are crap. You're the ones that told me Brennan Johnson is amazing and Timo Werner's good and Richarlison's proven everyone wrong. Yeah, so you're all flip-flops, happy clappy, wishy-washy. That's how I see it. And I had to say that because some of the YouTube content I'm listening to, some of the social media comments, it's such a flip-flop fan base. And the audacity to have a go, and I repeat, at the only people that know what they want, it's
but still, we all know it's
listen,
for
I have to go for it
clicks
because
and
I can't believe what I'm listening to with this fan base right now. I genuinely, I don't even care about the results anymore. This season's a write-off. But this fan base, I don't get it. I don't understand what they want.
It's weird. It's a weird fan base. It really is. For me, I came to the fan base late into the Ramos era. The only time I've seen a trophy other than the Audi Cup this club has raised. And I've never seen a 4 games so atrocious. I mean, I wasn't in 2004. I said this in Dan's show. I wasn't a fan. I wasn't a Tottenham fan in 2004 to go through that 6-game losing streak. But I've never seen back-to-back losses the way it is. And I'm disgusted. When I don't care anymore, it's because I'm so disgusted. And our fan base accepts this. It really does accept this. And I'll just say this with Ange, I'm not officially Ange out, but I will say Ange is in serious hot trouble, because I said this on the last show, unlike Poch, where he started rough and ended good, finishing 5th, we may end 5th, 6th, or 7th on a big-time losing streak, minus, okay, we'll probably beat Sheffield United, who knows, but, I mean, this is atrocious football. And those of our fan base say, well, I want to be entertained, I want to go to the stadium. I asked a question like last time, are you being entertained, right? This is not Harry Redknapp football that I fell in love with this club with, right? This is not Poch football, I mean, this is really disgusting football. And don't get it twisted. Oh, well, we show up some fight, we score 2 late goals. Just like Arsenal, they checked out. Liverpool checked out. They got their own problems, but they checked out, and we were able to score 2 late goals to make it not look as ugly. But it's ugly going down 4-0. So The fans, you got what you wanted. You refused to challenge the board and Levy, right? Well, we'll wait till the summer. How many summers am I going to wait for the summer? How many times? Because we all know the script. We're going to sign one good player, right? B-type player, not a B-type player. And then we're going to go for C's and D's because we always want quantity over quality. I know the script. It's the same old script. You leave
Maury,
Why?
the
It's
same
24
people.
years of this
Maury,
shit. What evidence?
The same people playing guitars and banging drums, singing "I'm loving big engine." Right? Those same people. Sorry, I've had a few drinks. Right? Those same people.
Don't worry, it's landing it.
I can sing other songs too. Right? Those same fans are now saying this manager's naive. This manager doesn't know how to set us up properly. But you made the song about him. You've been singing his name. You've been telling fans like me to shut up. You've been telling fans like me, pipe down with your hating of the club and hating the players and hating. They're turning on him. And I'm sitting here thinking, hold on a minute. You told me to shut up. How are you allowed to speak now? And, guys, I'm lost. I'm genuinely lost. I don't understand where we're going as a club.
Lastly,
Inside, outside.
I want to say this.
Don't get it.
What this American is talking about, I'm checked out with this club. I'm checked out. I'm waiting for Copa America. I'm waiting for the Euros to watch. Whatever we do in the summer, the same rinse and repeat. So that's what the American is saying to that person in the chat who eloquently asked that question. I'm checked out, and I don't give a shit anymore about this season.
What excuses do we have now, man? Let's be honest with you, man. It's been happening for years and years. And the worst thing is, it's like we go through these up and down periods, and fans don't wake up. I'm sure that they're watching a different game. I was on I was watching the previous show. We had one brother try to disrespect Has. He was saying it's all Mary and Roses. He was saying it's all Mary and Roses. I don't know what they're watching. They're crazy. They're honestly crazy. What do we expect? We're a mid-table club, man. That's how it goes, man.
I find it absolutely shocking, but I'm not shocked at the same time because I can believe their delusion as well. That there's certain fans and YouTubers saying that the Levy out lot, which I'm part of, is only inciting or what was the word they used? Grifting.
Inciting violence.
To get the views and the likes, right?
It's
and
nonsense,
it's like
Maz, I've been accused of that on Twitter before as well. Don't get me wrong.
It's the most shallow.
They're so desperate. They're so desperate.
Desperate thinking.
It's desperate
to label us in that way because one, they don't want to contend with the argument, and two, they're the ones that have to prove us wrong, not us prove them wrong, because we've got 24 years of solid history to fall back on and say this is why things aren't working. Whereas they're saying, oh yeah, well, they've made us financially solvent. Yeah,
come and debate us.
Exactly. They made us financially solvent or financially.
But the problem is, even when you debate them, sorry, bro, sorry to cut you off. Even when you debate them, you might win the argument, but they still think the same way. They still, man, I'm just tired of Spurs, man.
Right?
Let's finish. Murray, TJ, let us finish.
They're saying that we're financially stable now, but we're financially stable on their terms. They've sacrificed success, being a competitive team, bringing glory to the football club to line their coffers. So, if that's their only argument, then why be in competitive sport? Why buy a football club? There's a lot better ways of making money than football.
Yeah.
So it's and specifically Sean Butler, he won't come and debate us. He won't, right? Because he knows that deep down his argument is incompetent. at best, right? You know, saying that you know, there isn't better ownership models out there when clearly there is better ownership models out there, because there's clubs that are a lot more successful than us out there, right? So it's absolute nonsense. So
But
you know,
see, this is the
I look
thing. You
forward
made a
to
key
the day
point.
where he comes
I'll
on
say this.
and has a discussion with us, right? And doesn't want to leave after 1 hour, and actually has a proper discussion with us about the topic.
Credit to Barnaby and Sonny. And Sonny, I've got loads of respect for, to be honest with you. I didn't think too much of him, but when I won Spurs Kids TV, sorry to interrupt, I wanted everybody to just say their piece. But I have to say this, even though Barnaby, I absolutely finished him on We Are Tottenham TV, right? He came on your channel, credit to him and Sonny, came on your channel and wanted to debate you. And that's respect. I have to respect that because I've been asking.
Sonny's hold on. Sonny sat on the no, don't. Let's get this right. Barnaby stood his ground, right, and debated. Hats off. I agree. Sonny
He's
sat on
singing
the
a
fence.
different tune today.
Sonny sat on the fence.
But he did come on your channel though, Stelios. Did he come on your
He's
channel?
sung a different tune today.
He did. He did come on
So
debate.
that's where I have to give him credit. That's where I have to give him credit.
Yeah,
Because people
you're
don't
right,
do
you're
that.
Alex is right. Alex is right.
I have to give him credit because I've been Stelios. How long? Sorry, Mario. I'll let you finish. But how long have I been telling everybody, all these you, that you need to debate with these people? Yeah. Because that's the only way this is going to work out.
I've
Yeah?
told everyone
and
I'll
I've said
debate.
it, but it doesn't
I've told
work. And that's
everyone I'll
it. But,
debate.
and that's all I wanted to say because I know everybody wants to say.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and you know, like no beef with Sean, but for those,
there's no beef. There's no beef.
Yeah, there's no beef. But if they ask me that question, I'm gonna easily tell them that I want a club that has genuine ambition to set themselves up to win trophies. And 100%. The way this club has been structured or how they do about business for the 24 years, other than a lucky Champions League run, has not set themselves up to win trophies. And there are plenty of examples that I can use. Two rooting interests, right? Some of you know I lived in Italy, I lived in Naples, and I like Napoli, not because they only have Maradona that played, because I watched Napoli when I was a young boy with my dad. I watched them win in Serie A because of their owner, right, conceding power only for a short time, right, 2 years. But within those 2 years, Napoli finally won Serie A. Another example, I use a different sport. Some of you do know that the New York Knicks are a huge fan base around the world, but we're also known as the lovable losers, right? Because we've had wrong, bad ownership, like horrible, one of the worst. The Knicks are so respectable. The Knicks actually have a chance to win the NBA Finals in my lifetime. I've never seen it. And I'm 45 years old, right? And how did we get to that point? The owner, the same thing, conceded power and allowed basketball people to run the club. Just like De Laurentiis with Napoli allowed football people. And I said this on Dan's show. What I want Levy to be completely left out of football issues in this club, right? You can set the ticket prices. You can set up the paint in the locker room. Great, fine, awesome. But I want Daniel Levy. What I want Daniel Levy to have no say in football. We see the TalkSport interview with that scout that says Levy likes to have input. Levy, you never played. You're probably the last person picked on the playground, on the pitch.
I disagree.
You've never been a scout.
Maury.
You never played. You should have zero input to football issues. Who's good? Who's not? Right?
I disagree. We don't want Levy to be involved in any way, shape, or form because when you look at successful ownerships, right, they don't go into football for the money, right? Necessarily, right? They're going there for the glory, right? The Mansurs, they never went in just to make money. They're already billionaires. They don't need any more money. They've gone in there to enhance their own personal image and get glory. Roman, he didn't need more billions. right? There's a lot easier ways and criminal ways he could have made billions.
anything, he lost
being
money.
a Russian oligarch, right? He came in there for the glory, right? So if you have Daniel Levy in any way, shape, or form involved in this club, right? His loser mentality will still be in and be the stench on the walls of Tottenham Hotspur, because he will push and constrain the innovative and creative forces of the club and the people with ambition that want to win things.
Yeah,
Right.
I just want him completely away. He has no experience to football, never played, never scouted. I just want him to just write the checks and just stay away from the club, stay away from the pitch, anything that involves Tottenham football team. Just step away. Be a silent owner. Just
Murray, I want to bring in Brian, because I know Brian can only be here for like another 15, 20 minutes. So I want to get Brian's thinking on this. Guys watching the show, please take 5 seconds and hit the like button. Follow also Hotspur Hood, Tottenham on Tour, Spursy Talks, Mr. Box Office TV, Spurs Kings, Adrian's Facebook group. Make sure you show love to these YouTubers as well. Brian, listen, where are we at with the mindset of our fans? It's what I'm seeing is just the biggest hypocrisy I've seen ever in 24 years of the owner. Or do you agree? Do you disagree? What's your...
So I've got quite a bit to say here, funnily enough, and I've been looking at the comments from when we've been backstage to here and now. Just big up to everyone that's here and in the chat. It's good that I can be here. My health has been bad this week again. But first of all, I want to start with we're all rich because our time machines all work, because here we are, same time, same part of the year. Oh, what's going on with the manager? Oh, are we going to get better players? Oh, this needs to change. Oh, that needs to change. Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. And I keep referring to Spurs fans. And when I say Spurs fans, I mean this stupid section that think we can walk on water and do everything. My favourite movie is Snatch. And Bullet Tooth Tony says, never underestimate the predictability of stupidity. And that's what this Spurs fan base is. They are stupid. Okay, so let's go through this. 4 defeats back-to-back for the first time in 20 years. Levy's Tottenham. The first 18 months ever in world football where no one has signed anyone. Levy's Tottenham. 63 goals conceded last season, the worst in our Premiership history. Levy's Tottenham. Selling your greatest asset time after time and not replacing them. Levy's Tottenham. It goes on and on again, but oh no, we've played some pretty football. Whoop-de-doo. This keeps going on and going on and going on, and like you said, still, the Levy outlaw are the ones that have been solid, consistent the entire time. I've been hearing this crap that we incite violence. Still, you and I more than most have stood on that club shop or outside that training ground. Not one bit of violence. In fact, the police have stood by us and wanted to talk about why we are Levy out and why we do what we do. But we'll forget that because apparently we're selling drugs there, we're drinking non-stop there, all the kind of shit that they want to try and tag. Let's carry on. I will let you know that Levy out was fun at the final whistle today, and I know that for a fact. The banners were back in the ground today. The banners will be back in the ground from here on in. So expect them at Burnley, expect them at Man City, expect them at Sheffield United. There are a lot of people going, oh, where have the Levy outlaw gone now? We didn't go anywhere. You people wouldn't come and protest when we were shocking, when we were shit, when times were rough, and we were standing there taking pelters, abuse all over the shop. But when there's 62,000 of you in a stadium, all of a sudden thousands of you find your voice. Come out onto the front line. Oh, you don't want to do anything. Always the goddamn same. We haven't gone anywhere. Why were we going to start protesting when we were going on a 10-game winning run when you won't come out after a 6-1 defeat to Newcastle? When we go out of the Champions League, when we go out of the Cups? Levy out hasn't gone anywhere. A lot of my group are now starting to say the gloves are fucking off. Plans are being made for Burnley, not 100%. It all depends on what we can get done and arranged. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of here we go at the end of the season A minute ago, we were fifth. At the beginning of the season, I would have said fifth. I'd have loved to have got fifth. But a few weeks ago, we were fifth going for Champions League. That's overestimated. That's over exceeding what we did. We were 18 points behind Chelsea a couple of months ago. It's now 6. Newcastle are 4 points behind us. And now 6th, we could look at 6th or 7th. 6th or 7th doesn't sound so good now, does it? But no, we'll carry on because we play attacking football. We play attacking football. The midfield today, a disgrace. Jogging back like it's a fucking warm down. This team is a mess. These fans that sit here, and I've seen them today on Twitter going, that mob. Well, I snapped yesterday because I'm done with people going on about purple and gold, whether you like it or not, or Levy out on what we're doing and what we're trying to do. You're sitting here and allowing Tottenham get battered everywhere we go to become a thing around even the Championship. Teams are singing it. But no, that's okay. That's okay.
It's true.
But no, it's fine. It's fine. We can do that.
Actually, a joke.
We can't defend.
Finish.
Literally, yeah.
We can't defend. Apparently, we've got the best defence we've had since Walker, Vertonghen, Toby, and Rose. 5 more goals. And they were worse than Longley, Sanchez, and Davies. Because we don't have a defensive midfielder. But Ange doesn't play with a This football club is a parody. I swear to God, there is a WhatsApp group with all 19 chairmen of the Premier League that just take the piss out of Tottenham Hotspur and go, you never guess what this bald twat has done now. We are a joke. We are pathetic. Until this fan base gets off their arse, stop giving it all this. And I know there's people in the chat saying, I'll turn up. And I trust these people that come onto this channel because they know it stalls Levy out, like Tottenham away. People that say they'll be there. I trust the amount of people that we met, and I think I've seen him in the chat, Jonas from Finland, people in this group, in this chat, Tottenham Away's chat, they turn up.
Brian Maguire's another one.
Brian Maguire's in here. There are so many people in here that we've met through those protests. But there are other people in other chats that go, oh, we must protest. We put it on. You don't turn up. I'm sick and tired of people like myself, Stell, Ryan, Graham, Boogie, Billy, and I could go on with name, where we give our time, effort, resources, plan things, nothing turns up. But it's okay, we play good football. And it's okay because next summer, it's going to be different. Next summer, we've got, mate, we're not going to be able to get rid of the players that come back on loan. Then we've got to get rid of that shit that's already in that squad. And then we're going to come out.
Brian, what about if we get Champions League, we've got these signings. But if we don't get Champions Leagues, these are the signings. we're going to pick different signings.
This football club is an absolute disgrace from the top to the very bottom. And I'm sick and tired now. I have snapped on social media. Because of my health and everything, I've had to be very careful and not overexert myself like I'm doing right now, funnily enough, and make sure I can't go full throttle. Well, I'm sorry, the gloves are fucking off. The gloves are fucking off. I've even said to a lot, if the summer is shit, and my health is better, I will be home and I will personally make Daniel Levy's life a living nightmare. Outside the training ground, every single day, he will see me. Outside the fucking stadium, he will see me because I won't go into that fucking entertainment complex and give him the satisfaction. I will personally make his life a living goddamn hell. And I don't care how long it takes because this football club will go fucking nowhere whilst this man is in charge.
Right. So, sorry to follow you, but I'm just going to get a laugh. I wish I could be on the show tomorrow. Hopefully you guard will show up, but I know you're not serious when you're saying that we should be great. We're ungrateful fans. Levy transformed this club to what? Every week we get made fun of social media by Sky, Bleacher Report, ESPN, FCs, our rival. What do you transform this club to?
Murray, he's a troll. I messaged him saying, come on the show tomorrow. Come on the show on Friday because he says he wants to come on. I said, come on. He hasn't emailed.
Please let him come on Friday with us still.
Please.
Listen. He's listen. I've asked him. It's up to him. But right now he's trolling. Does anyone else have anything to say on just the mindset of our fan base right now? Just the fan base.
Like,
Yeah,
what,
It's too accepting. It's way too.
Let us go.
Come to you after. It's not going to be that long anyway. But I'm going to point. This is not. Well, I know we're going to talk about Ange later on, but I'm using Ange as an example here. All the fans last season were asking for just attacking football. And I consider that a very low threshold. I'm sorry. Very low standards for a club, especially hasn't won anything in like 15 years, 16 years. And unfortunately, you got what you asked for. You just wanted, like Dan would say, kicking the ball forward. So, I think that kind of coincides with what Stel was saying. They want entertainment, a day out. Most of the fans I speak to in the stadium are like, oh, we just want to see us play attacking. It's the Spurs way. That's why I say the Spurs way. So for me, if you have low standards, I don't know what you expect to happen. This is what happens. This is low standards.
Dan, you wanted to say something as well.
Majority are just too accepting what we've got, accepting the mediocrity, accepting the average player, too sentimental, and that is basically our fan base. A majority of it down to a T. They just want to see attacking football. They're not bothered what comes with it. I mean, if this is attacking football, Conte was definitely better at it. This is worse than Conte's football. But Conte was only like it because of the players he had. We're too accepting.
I want to bring up one comment here, right? He's a friend of mine, right? Phil P. Okay, Phil P's a top guy. On match day, I always give him a call, try and find him, try and have a beer. His family are lovely as well. But I have to disagree with Phil on this. He says the poor fans follow the club through thick and thinner. Blame Levy, not the fans. Phil, I blame fans for allowing this to continue. I don't blame the fans for what's going on. I blame them for facilitating this. Man United fans took action. Arsenal fans took action. We've seen fan groups in Europe. Go look how, well, they're called ultras. We don't have ultras. We're not that kind of a country when it comes to football. But they show what it means if certain standards aren't met. They let you know. Phil, we don't. We accept it. And if I was Daniel Levy and you are my customers, because we're a business, and when you go to buy a ticket on the website, you have to have a CRN, a client reference number, not a membership number, not a fan number, a client reference number, right? You are my customers. And I knew that if I just finished top four or put us in a top four race, or maybe went on a semi-half decent cup run and kicked some football in an attacking way, you're going to accept it. You're going to like it. You're going to say, yeah. If I knew that, why the hell would I go all out and try and be successful on the pitch and win trophies? Why would I give it everything I've got?
Still,
if I knew you as a fan base are going to accept failing and mediocrity, and that is on the fans, because
still
after 24 years, Maz, I'll let you speak in a second. After 24 years, I, as a customer, can see what they're doing and I can see what they want. Hotels, cinemas, and then it'll be gentrification. Right? I can see where their passion and their hunger is. So if I know that and I accept it, I have to take some blame. How can we say the manager's to blame, the players are to blame, the FFP's to blame, but we never say the customer needs to be taken account as well? I can't agree with that, Phil. And by the way, Phil P is a top guy.
Phil P's great.
Guy.
Do you remember when at the protest when you interviewed me for the channel, right? And I gave you the analogy about a restaurant and having great building, great tables, great staff, great plates and cutlery and lighting and music and a bar and everything, right? But then when you order your steak and it comes out, it's like this mediocre, boiled in a bag bit of meat, basically, that you get given. That is the perfect analogy for Tottenham Hotspur, right? And at which point then the customers that keep going to that restaurant, right, keep feeding the beast, right, and accepting that type of food coming through, right, they're to blame eventually, not just the club or the restaurant. So you're absolutely right. Still, you know, it
Phil,
gets to a point
Mads,
where both parties are accountable.
Mads, can I just make it very clear? I don't think the fans are horrible people. I think most fans are good people. They want what's best for Spurs. I think most fans are good family people. They celebrate life in the right way, and they help one another where possible. But just this one subject about our club. Big questions must be asked about this fan base. I've got 2 quick super chats. I'll bring someone else in. Thank you, Faz, who says, what does the panel suggest the club should do? We'll come to that. I'll come back to this one. And Connor, CMO Sports, big up, says, let's make it 5 out of 5 losses. It's happening again, of course. He's an Arsenal fan. He wants us to turn up again. Oh, no. Burnley next, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
He wants us to lose to Burnley. Guys, this isn't personal, right? This is about opinions. But does anyone else have anything? Adrian, what's your take on this? Because you have been one who's quite defensive and quite protective of things that we've been a bit more, no, this is how it is. You've been a bit more, no, I see it a different way. What's your take on it?
Well, I try to be objective and impartial, and I listen to everyone's point of view. And therefore, you know, I take some stick, and like I run a group. So obviously, you know, I could run a right left-wing group or a right-wing group, but I try to be like a good invigilator of that group and try to remain impartial and be objective as possible. Now, to me, our biggest problem with Levy, like, and I don't care if he stays or goes, I'd like new owners. I've also I'd like us to be able to invest the amount of money in the squad that we could possibly do under the rules that we have to abide by, right? But our problems have really started with Levy and everyone and the Levy out brigade and the sort of like the ambivalent Spurs fan base from when Poch was sacked. But Poch wasn't back for 518 days in the transfer window. And then we're now left with a squad that needs a fucking massive overhaul because they wouldn't take no notice of any manager they ever had after that. You had little clicks and little crying to fucking Daniel Levy, right? And all that shit. And then like we now get to, and we're still trying to sort it out, right? Now we've shifted a few players. I think there has been improvement in the recruitment, maybe by luck more than by judgment. And there has been structural changes on the football side because I think Levy shit himself. And I think it's good because of Brian, yourselves and all that in our protest. You shook them up. It wasn't about numbers, but you shook the board up and they realise now they've got to change. And this summer, there has got to be a big transfer window. Because, like, to me, this is going to be very telling and very revealing when we get round to this summer transfer window, what we do, right?
What are you basing that off of? Are you basing that off of faith? Because past 5 years, he hasn't really done anything.
And we need to do our business
why is this window going to be any
Friday
special?
the 14th of June, you've got the Euros starting. And we don't want the fucking shambles we had last year, right? When the team come back to the training ground 2 weeks before a season starts. I mean, it's bullshit. You need at least a month on the training ground with new players. You need to get them in and train them up. I'm waffling on a bit here. But like on the leave here, I don't give a fuck if he stays or goes. If tomorrow he put $1 billion into the club, fine. It's not going to make me like him anymore.
He's not done it for 24 years. All of a sudden,
he's going to do it this window. It makes no sense.
And also, but guys, I did loads. I was so fuming after the Chelsea result. I posted everyone in other groups on Facebook. I know I post on fucking Twitter. I post on WhatsApp. I expressed my feelings on that and also expressed my feelings on the financial situation of the club as I understand it. I've got qualifications in finance years ago, but they're so outdated now, unreal, and finance is changing. There's so many areas of finance and all that. So, but the thing, we want to be able to spend money. We want to be able to reduce. Look, if we get investors and we can reduce...
Adrian, can I ask you a question on what you just said? Right? I don't think anyone disagrees with what you're saying, but can I ask you this? That's all good and well, but there's a pattern that is happening, right? And it's only Levy who's the common denominator. We sold Gareth Bale for 85 million. We signed 7 players.
Mhm.
Liverpool sell Coutinho for 140. They signed 2 top players. We brought in Mourinho. We gave him 160 million. We signed 8 players. Arsenal this year spent 200 million. They signed 3 players. We got Conte in. We spent 200 million. We signed 8 players. We got Ange in. We spent 220 million. We signed 9 players. 8 players, 7 players, 8 players, 9 players. The teams that go on and seem to win the trophies sign 3 or 4 players, and that's it. And they tend to be normally quite good for what they're trying to do. You get the odd dud here and there. Why is it under every different manager, every different football director, every different head scout, when we get a big lump sum of money, and we sold Harry Kane for 100 million, signed 9 players, why must we always sign lots and lots of players? Because you can't blame the manager, because that's happened under every different manager.
When you go back
one minute,
to
Adrian, 1 minute. You can't blame the head scout because he's changed, and you can't blame the football director because we've gone through 7 of them. The only thing that stays the same is the board and the chairman. So the picture you're painting of what you want to happen this summer.
They are responsible for the in the years that you're talking about for the recruitment team that have gone out and got these players, because I don't believe Levy's gone out and got them, right? But
he hires that team.
He
hires that team.
People, and if Levy didn't own a third of Enoch and wasn't worth virtually $1 billion in his own right, after 24 years he would have been sacked, wouldn't he? Right? Because he hasn't.
Well, no. Why would he be sacked?
Well, because like anyone in any job, if you're on a big job and all that, and you've got a company and you don't meet your targets, questions are asked. You might give them.
What are the targets, though? What are these targets you talk about?
Targets would be success, wouldn't they? There'd be trophies, wouldn't they?
But he hasn't got any.
Well, we haven't had the success.
So he would have, but he hasn't been because, like, he's virtually a boss, isn't he? And a big chunk of Enoch. So it doesn't happen that way.
Can you answer the question, Adrian? Adrian, hold on. Sorry, I just realised something. My question was: no matter who the manager is, no matter who the football director is, no matter who the head scout is, why must we always sign 8 or 9 players? And now you're telling me this summer is going to be different. Explain that.
Well, no, we shouldn't. It shouldn't always be 8 or 9 players, because then you're asking a manager to bed in 8 or 9 players. Right?
So this summer we're only going to sign 3 or 4 players. No, Adrian, wait, hold on, Adrian. So this summer then we're only going to sign 3 or 4 top players, yeah?
I would say 4. I think we'll get 4.
And that's we're not going to do anything else. We're just going to sign 4 players.
No. Still. There's 15 players we need to get rid of. This is part of the backlog. You've got Skip 1, so 2.
Adrian. All right, Adrian. We get rid of 15. Adrian. Thank you. We get rid of 15, right? We get rid of 15, and we're only going to bring in 4. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, because a lot of them are loanies anyway. They're not even in the squad.
Okay. So I'm just asking. So now, this summer, this is what I want to see. And if that's not what happens, I want you to explain. I want you to explain now what.
It'll be my fault, then I'll take it.
That's not your fault. It's not your fault. Did anyone here?
I still don't understand.
Okay, TJ,
you can bring that. So can I just mention a little bit?
The most important reason why we need to strike in this window, because under profit sustainable rules and financial fair play, we have the opportunity to spend big. Now that window of opportunity is not going to stay with us.
We spend big. Adrian, we spend big. But we spend big. This is a myth. We spend big.
We do. We spent 600+ million since 2019.
Yeah, but we spend it on small players,
on 30 different players.
Because our recruitment team have been crap.
But
no, it's not just that.
You're missing the point. You're missing the whole entire point.
Let me say it again. Adrian, why is it under every manager the recruitment team are crap when we've changed the recruitment team 7 times? Why is it they're always crap? Is there a scenario where just maybe the people that are employed are told by Daniel there's a certain process you must follow, and this is how I want it done?
I don't know what goes on behind the scenes there. That could be the problem, or it could simply
but you do know. You do know.
No, it's simply because
you do know.
Hold on. Or simply because the recruitment team we brought in each time hasn't been good enough. And then you have to
every time.
Hold on. You have to take in consideration that under most recruitment teams, a 50% success ratio is considered good. Paratici at about 65% success ratio, right? He was different.
No,
So
Adrian,
all clubs
you're making
don't-
stuff up. No, you're making stuff up. You're
I'm
making
not
stuff
making
up.
stuff up,
You
Stel.
are.
I
You
don't.
are.
I'm telling facts. I don't make
you
stuff
are.
up.
No, you know, there's
Go and
no
source
fact
it,
because
well, then
no.
you have to go and source it.
No. There's no facts. You're lying because
I'm not
there is
lying.
nowhere. Yes, you are. Let me tell you
No, I'm
why.
not.
Let me
No,
tell
I'm
you
not.
why. No, yes, you are. Let me tell you
No, I'm
why.
not.
You can't say you're not if you haven't heard why I'm telling you that I think you're lying. There is nowhere, anywhere that says 50% is a success. Nowhere.
It is what is the norm when you look at it.
No. That is not the norm.
You've
That
lost.
is not the norm. Where have you read that? Where have you read that?
Okay, go back to successful teams. Go back to Liverpool, right? When they had Karius, Mourinho, Lovren, right? The players they brought in. Go back to
Adrian, is this your verdict, though?
Whose owners were there, who got money to throw away for 8 years before Pep becomes to that club. The amount of players they went when they were looking before they even got Kyle Walker in 2017, right? They tried it at fullback. Then they got Stones and all that in. They was trying to centre back.
That's not 50%. That's not 50%. That's one player.
Oh, still. Trust me on this, right? Oh, you won't. Obviously.
No,
Brian,
exactly.
Brian,
Trust you.
Brian needs
So
to
it's not
say his
fact.
final words before he goes.
It's not a fact.
They let Brian speak.
These players, these teams, these top teams above us. Look at how many Man
You
United
are
have spent.
guessing. You are making it up. This is what you think.
I'm
That
not
is
making
not
it
a
up.
fact.
I'm not
Pause
making
the
it up.
conversation. Brian needs to talk.
What,
before he
Karius
goes.
wasn't crap. Marino weren't crap.
Adrian, just
Lovren
hold
wasn't
on
crap.
for like 1 minute.
Hold fire. Oh,
Right, let me go to you. Let me go to Brian. Fair play.
Yeah,
I just want to say though,
yeah,
when someone says trust me, that's not fact.
No,
It's
if there was,
I'll give you the
Fuck
perfect-
you,
hold on.
I'll give you the perfect example of trust me from the supreme leader, the Lord above, the one that doesn't lie when his lips move. The last 2 years when the financial records have come out, all of a sudden there's talk of a buyout and finance is coming in and we're looking for investment. It's gone quiet again, hasn't it? To ride that little storm of how much money we've got, because it's all part of the bullshit production that people swallow. I'll go back to my final thing. I forgot to mention this in my first rant. This is where we are with the fan base still, and I spoke to you about this. Obviously, at the Arsenal game, apparently we saw Jimenez was there with his agent, and he was there in a box, and then it broke with Spurs, ITKs and whatever, that he's no longer part of our targets and we don't want him. The amount of Spurs fans that turned around and said, did you not think he might have been here to speak to Arsenal? And I was like, yeah, sure. Because Arsenal are in for a player and have phoned up Tottenham Hotspur and said, yeah, listen, I know that we hate each other. I know this is the biggest game of the season, but we want a player to sign. Can you allocate a box for Arsenal to wine and dine a player? This is where our fan base is now.
Yeah,
I literally think Jimenez was in a box at Tottenham in the North London derby to speak to Arsenal. It was on our, as you do, but like I said, we're here again where we're talking about finances. And this time last year, it was QSI, Middle East money. It was all coming in. Then, funny enough, it all got talked out. It was a load of bullshit. And here we are again. Remember, American investment companies are circling around. They're looking to invest. We're looking. It's gone quiet again. What a surprise. I'm going to leave on that note because I need to go lie down. But I will say, Stel, thanks for having me on. Mari, thanks for having me on. Big up to everyone. We need to catch up, buddy. We ain't caught up for ages. We need to catch up. Listen, I'm making sure I'm on anger management tomorrow because I am going to do my fucking bollocks. I've had enough of this bullshit. This club is going to absolute pieces. And I, for one, like before, will not stand and let it happen. I will do everything with every breath, with every beat of my heart, with every air in my lungs, whilst there's blood coursing through my veins. I will do all it takes to get this bastard out of the football club. So what I will say on that note is to all Spurs fans, never underestimate the predictability of stupidity. And as always, Levy out.
Big up, Brian Daigle. Big up, everyone's trying Tottenham tour. Just a couple of things because I want to bring in Haas.
Yeah.
Firstly, the guy in the chat saying Levy's the best. He's the get me on, get me on. I've just emailed you. Come on. Brian's left. Come on. If he does come on, let's show him some respect. I have said to him, though, you must have your camera on because the last time I let someone I didn't know on without a camera.
I was there. Was it that stream?
Yeah. Anyway, number 2, Adrian. If I raise my voice, it's not because I'm angry or just losing it with you. It's just that when I ask you a question, just hear me out, please. Adrian, because you interrupt as I speak. That's what I was going to say. When I ask you a question, you start answering something completely different. You go off the point, and that's why. So I'm trying to bring it back on track. So you know we're friends anyway. We text pretty much every day. Big up to Strasbourg Steve, who says Coy's Daniel. He's laughing at us. Big up to Giovanni Dos Santos, who says we've got a Tottenham back. He's bantering us. Della Spurs with a massive super chat. Della Spurs, brother, thank you so much. Appreciate the support. He says, you bring in a manager that tells you to put no expectations on him or the players season 1. All of a sudden, you need top 4 or else we have to go to transfer plan B. And now you see you have got this team to even stay in top 6. What the fuck is this club doing?
Stenos, that's exactly what I said. He's a great point, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you, but it's a great point in that.
Speak on it.
No, because Has needs to speak. I need the prettiest guy on YouTube that's so quiet needs to speak. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry.
I'll come back.
You know what I mean?
Spurs.
You need to give it.
No.
Yeah, come back to that point because I want to speak about it as well.
I'll come back to that point and let Alex and Maz speak on it. 2 more super chats. William says, assuming Baldy does the right... Are you talking about me? No, Levy. Assuming Baldy does the right thing for once, what would be your priority plan and a plan if Ange walks or sacked that first included? Right, I'll come back to this one as well, William. And Luke 14 says, just type into your search engines Liverpool owner's photograph with Carling Cup, so many pics. Then do the same for Levy without Carling. Oh, yeah. So the one trophy we have won under Daniel Levy, he wasn't even in the photo with the team. That's been doing the rounds. William and Della Spurs, I'll come to your 2 super chats. I just want Has to speak. Has, you asked me to upload this. After 35 games, Ange Postecoglou has won 60 points. Jurgen Klopp has won 58. Mikel Arteta 50. So what you're saying is Ange has outdone Jurgen and Mikel after 35 games.
I'm not saying that. I'm just showing you what's been put out there.
Welcome, Ramos. I'll bring you in a minute. You're gone.
What are you guys? Welcome, Ramos.
Yeah, I'm just putting out what's out there at the moment, and I'm not trying to say, what we're seeing right now is acceptable because he's done better than the other 2 in his first season or anything else. It's just what we're seeing at the moment is just the wrong kind of records being broken. The most goals being conceded, 4 games lost in a row. The players look clueless. You can just see it on the pitch. At least with the other 2 managers, Arteta, Klopp, you could see there was a plan. There was, a clear idea of what they wanted to do. And then the following season, they implemented it. But with us, we just know that next season, we're going to go into next season and it's just going to be mediocrity again, buying players that, are well below par. We've already planted the seeds with Timo Werner. I'm under no illusions that we'll probably buy him for £15 million because, it's that sum of money that probably sticks out for Daniel Levy. £15 million, I can save myself a bit of money there. We've seen it time and time again. But I just thought it was interesting photo that someone put up. Interesting stat.
Can you bring up?
But it doesn't. What I'm trying to say is it doesn't paint the whole picture. If you know what I mean.
It doesn't.
Can you bring up Leo's comment? Sorry.
It's not 15 mil. This is another thing that gets me the fans right. Werner's on 165k a week. You give him a 4-year contract, that's 34 million. That 15 mil is now 50 million pound contract. I don't want that player in this club, but that's just my personal subjective viewpoint. He's not worth the total outlay. And this is what fans should take into consideration. The total outlay. We signed Werner.
He's not worth 15 million.
Exactly, Dan. Exactly.
I'm glad you brought that up, mate. And I agree with you that it doesn't paint the whole picture because each one of those managers that they're comparing it to, the clubs were at a completely different stage to Tottenham Hotspur. Liverpool won trophies, right? Arsenal still won trophies when these managers came in. So the fact that in their first season they got lower points is inconsequential compared to Tottenham Hotspur, because Tottenham, we're not winning trophies, and the expectations on our managers are completely different because we're so starved of success. I mean, the problem with those types of comparisons and snapshots also is when Jose and Conte came in here, there's always stats being brought up as to how many points they won during their period of time versus other managers, because obviously none of our managers complete a full season, so they're always comparing them mid-season to mid-season, right? And Jose and Conte were always up there on the table, even compared to Klopp and everyone. You know, at some stages they were top. They won more points than those guys did. It's just that they came in at the wrong time, and that could never translate to the table. Right, and obviously there's a lot of outside factors. So I think it's a really good sort of point you raised there, Has.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I just think already we're starting to see things pop up like that stat in order to sort of try and paper over the cracks, to paper over what's going on. Oh, everything's okay because Klopp and Arteta, they had a shit first season, so it's okay what we're going through. It's almost as if, you know, we're trying to sort of paper over everything where, you know, we've had like 23 years of one trophy, and it's just like, we know what's going to happen. We know what's to come after this season.
I still don't understand. I still don't understand how fans can accept this.
Has, you wanted to say something on this, Hasper?
Yeah. Guys, has. Sorry. So a couple of points. Obviously, someone in the chat, or a lot of people in the chat, are making a point that Ange had a better squad than obviously Klopp and Arteta, and I totally agree with that. Especially if you look at our backline, which is leaking almost as many goals as our shit backline last season. Also, I think with Klopp and Pep, because a lot of people compare him to Klopp and Pep. Klopp and Pep came from much bigger leagues, succeeded in much bigger leagues. So you knew, even if you're going to go through this crap with them, eventually they're going to succeed, right? With Ange, this is the highest level he's ever managed at, okay? And to me, he seems out of his depth. I'm sorry. That's how it seems like to me right now. Also, Arteta, who was a novice, you'd argue, right? It was his first year in charge. Even though we all knew he didn't have the players, he adapted to what he had, right? And he got Arsenal out of this crap eventually, right? So
you're not taking into consideration all the managers that failed as well, though. You need to take that into account as well. You can't just say, "Oh, they got good managers." Well, look at all the managers that failed for them as well. Take that into consideration as well.
But no, I'm bringing this up, Ramos, because they're comparing Ange to Pep, Klopp, Arteta, all these first seasons. So I have to go and say, look, it's different circumstances.
What did they do in the first seasons?
Ange's never done nothing.
Adrian, let Ramos speak. Adrian, let Ramos speak. Ramos, speak.
Yeah, no, I was just making the point that Arsenal fired so many managers. Before Liverpool had Klopp, they had about 20 managers. They all sacked. They were not doing well at all. You need to give managers some time. You can't just go on the bandwagon of we need to get out. You need to be patient. We're not patient at all. The fans are so toxic. Like every one or two results go bad, everyone starts losing their shit. And like every time I go to a match, there's no atmosphere. I want to be honest. The fans are toxic as hell. You go to the match. There's no one chanting, no one's shouting. People are coming there with 2-year-old kids.
Ramos,
is a 2-year-old kid going to shout in the scream at the stadium? There's no atmosphere. That stadium is like it's like a morgue. Why is there no drums? There needs to be drums banging, bro.
Ramos, 1 minute. Hold on.
I've had enough.
Hold on. What has that got to do with Levy?
Is Levy a football player? Does he play on the pitch?
No, you're talking about drums and
he gives the money and the manager does the job. We had some stuff. Look at Modric, look at Bale. He had one of the best teams in the world. He doesn't go on the pitch and play football.
Who is the best team in the
world? So Modric didn't win a Ballon d'Or.
Murray, hold on. Sorry.
So can I talk about the study there?
No. Because what I'm hearing is this, right? This is what I'm hearing. Tell me if I'm wrong, Ramos. I love this. We're just debating, right? Tell me if I'm wrong. The atmosphere is the fans. You said the fans are toxic. The atmosphere is not right. Let me tell you something. How long have you supported Spurs for, Ramos?
About 20 years now.
Right. Was it like this 20 years ago?
No.
So what's happened in that time frame?
What's happened is, I don't want to get political, but all I'm going to say is the fans have changed. It was before. It was.
You're right.
Why have they changed?
People we don't want kids, man. We want hooligans. We need to build an atmosphere. Look at Liverpool. They got a nice atmosphere.
Ramos,
Bring that stadium. It's like a moving
Ramos,
bed.
1 minute. Ramos, 1 second. 1
We
second. My
need,
question is this.
we need some proper.
Ramos, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Where are the 5-year-old kids in the stadium?
Ramos, slow down, right? Slow down. You said that the fans have changed, right? Because I said to you, what's happened from 20 years ago to now? And you said to me, the fans have changed.
Yeah.
Who's changed that? Who's changed that culture?
The fans themselves.
No.
No.
Daniel Levy has changed.
So did Daniel Levy change you as a person? What is it?
Bro, are you happy with what you're seeing on the pitch right now? Are you happy with what you're seeing on the pitch right now?
Let me answer this one.
Bro, I'm a fan, but are you happy with what you're seeing on the pitch?
Did change you then?
Brother, are you happy with what you're seeing on the pitch?
This season, no. This season, no. But when we had Conte, Conte is one of the best managers in the world. I was dancing and I was like, yes, we're going to win the league. You guys somehow drove the guy out of the team. He was. Do you remember Conte doing this after the game?
No. Did I sack him? Ramos, who sacked him? Who sacked him?
The fans pushed him to get. He got sacked for
Levy.
Levy fucked him, mate.
Thank you.
Let me
Sorry,
tell
I
you
had to say it.
All right, Ramos. I want you to
Dan say something because Dan wants to say something.
Me and Ramos, we went back and forth, and thank you for coming on. Because he questioned
Ramos.
And I've been watching football ever since I came out of birth. So it's been 45 years of watching football. I will say these two things. First of all, we're human beings. It's natural if you don't see your team win for a while, right? Because it wasn't toxic 20 years ago. Because we're more closer to FA Cup glory of the 90s and trophies than we are now. Because now it's going to be 16 years removed from the Carling Cup. So naturally, any fan base, any sport grows frustrated when you don't win a trophy or have success. They become more frustrated after project after project after project.
Fantastic point. I knew you were going to bring this up. Daniel Levy came in 2000, year 2000, right?
Mate, Ramos, I wasn't finished. Yeah? Ramos, let me say this point.
We've become a top 4 team thanks to.
Right, Ramos, I've muted you because everyone's talking at the same time. Mari, finish. Then I'll go to Ramos. Then after Ramos, I'm going to go back to Dan. That's the pattern we're going to go. Right, Mari, finish your point.
Ramos. All right, so I want you to explain me this. Before I got to the world of counseling, I've worked in banking administration. I worked in that type of world, and so I know how businesses run. I did a study, and you can look it up. Out of the Big Six, right? Because we're considered Big Six, right? We're considered Big Six club. The team that had the most turnovers of scouting directors, scouts, personnel, the team that had the most out of the Big Six was Spurs. Now, you probably wonder, okay, right? Because we're talking about knowing about football. Why is that important? Because when you have so many changes, you don't have a cohesive identity or a cohesive plan, right? Plan for your team or a ethos for your team, or how they play or what type of play they're gonna get. And out of the 6 clubs, right, that did this study, the Big Six, we're the only one that has not won a trophy. Now people say, okay, well, win a trophy, it could be by luck or by chance. Okay, but those other 5 clubs have had numerous opportunities, right? Because you have to put yourself in an opportunity to win a trophy, right? Spurs was dead last out of the Big Six in opportunities to win. And the last opportunity we had in the last 6 years or 7 years, I'm gonna be nice, or 8 years, we've already had 2 chances. The Carabao Cup that we fired Jose a couple of days before, and then the Champions League final. Whereas Arsenal, Chelsea, all those other teams have had more chances to win a cup, but also their clubs have had less turnovers, less firings. And in another show, this show, I mentioned Napoli as an example, right? Because Napoli were having the same problems with that owner until he stopped and had a cohesive message, which lasted for 2 or 3 years, and they got their end goal, winning the Serie A. So I use that as an example. Who's responsible for the culture of the club in regards to success and winning? It starts from the top. It starts with Dan Levy. So that's the reason why I bring in Levy, because in his tenure, he has made so many hirings and firings of scouts. Paul Mitchell, what's the other guy's name? They've had so many firings, and you can look it up. It's not something that it's a secret sauce. You can look it up. And I was astounded that because of the many changes that Tottenham has had in their football structure, is the reason why Tottenham is the least successful out of the big six. And that could go for any business. When you have so much turnover, right? Your business is going to take
Murray, let me get Ramos to reply to that. Ramos.
So firstly, something you pointed out quite nicely is that the culture in the club. Do you know Tottenham, how old Tottenham is? Tottenham is a team for 140 years, and Daniel Levy's been charged for 24 years. So you can't blame the culture on Daniel Levy alone. Before Daniel Levy was in charge, the highest position Tottenham finished 20 years prior to that is Spurs. You can't blame it on Daniel Levy and say Daniel Levy has created this mess, because he has not. He's made some bad decisions, fine, which I'll always point out. But you can't.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
He was talking about the position that they were in.
No. He's not talking about the culture over 140 years, because Ramos, if you look at the culture over 140 years, which I've got here, it's the 24 years under Levy that Mari's talking about. What he's saying is the 24 years under Levy, where we've only won 1 trophy, where every other 24-year period we've won 5 or 4 trophies. What he's saying is in that period, the Levy period, there's been so much chopping and changing of staff involved in football that it has meant there's no continuity, there's no plan, there's no progression. You're now talking about 140 years. Mari's not talking about that. He's about the culture under Levy. So talk about that.
And since Levy's been in charge, we've changed from a top 10 team to a top 4 team. If they're calling us a top 4 team, a top 6 team, that's all thanks to Daniel Levy. For us to consider being a champion, it's Daniel Levy.
We've always been top 6.
No, that's not true. I support Tottenham. I'm not gonna lie to you. We've not been a top 6 team. I've got 45 years old. I always get into argument with someone.
Oh, the average is 6.5. It's not 12.
Before Daniel Levy came, 12th, 10th, 11th, 14th, 10th, 8th, 7th, 15th, 8th, 15th, 10th, 3rd, and that was in 1990. I wasn't even born then.
One minute, Ramos. Are you saying to me now then, just to clarify, because Chelsea are mid-table and so Man United, they're no longer big 6 clubs?
Before everyone, Chelsea was a mid-table team, 100%.
No. That's not what I said to you. I said because now Chelsea, let's use Man United, because now Man United are 8th today, they're not a big 6 club. They're not a top 6 club.
You're not the people
this season. They're not, but Tottenham, United are a massive team. Yeah, Manchester United have won the league.
Ramos, give me a second.
I'm sure this guy's trolling, man.
It's not firing managers that I'm talking about. I'm talking about scouts. I'm talking about the academy. I'm talking about the structure of their club. Chelsea has had consistent. Why everybody talks about Chelsea's academy being so great? Because they don't fire people from their academy. Right? Chelsea's always unearthing talent and they sell them off because they've had they have an ethos, a same ethos. It could be a different manager that comes in for Chelsea. They still have the same model, the same ethos that Roman has built in that culture. So people have to listen. You have to be able to understand, comprehend. Listen.
Let Dan say what he was going to say, though. Dan was going to say something.
I'm going to go to Dan. Ramos, I will say this, though, just to clarify what you said. You are right. You are right that from the 90s, a 10-year period, Daniel Levy's moved us from being mid-table to top 6. That, you're right. But 24 years to move us to a top 6 club, is that success?
Consistently.
But is that success, Dan?
With this one, let's answer the question straight off. From the stadium, the fans have gone toxic, whatever else, it's boring there. Yeah, it's boring there because there's nothing really there to go for. People are starting to lose it with the manager because they're not seeing no adapting from the manager. They're not seeing much hope from him. They're not seeing nothing of what he plans to do when he stands there and admits that he's going to go for quantity, not quality, and that he's never ever going to change anything in the way he plays. Other bit about it, you said your words, Levy can't change culture. Bollocks. Culture's changed up in London, isn't it? Just with a mayor over 8 years that just got voted in. Total different city. So Levy can change it in 24 years at a football club, which he has done. What he's basically done is changed people like me and most of the others on here because he's turned the club into a business. I don't support a fucking business. I support a football club. But we ain't a football club anymore. And just to put another point to you, we ain't top 4. We ain't top 10. Levy's never made us that big. Not as a football club. Now, if you want to go on the business side of it and you want to support a business, that's down to you. But we are a top 10 business. We're a top 6 business. We ain't a top 10 football club. We've won absolutely fuck all, basically, bar one cup in about 16, 17 years. So don't go on at me telling me about we're this top massive club, as all we've got is a good business behind us. If you're happy supporting a business, mate, whatever turns you on at the end of the day. But no, I want a football club. And that's why Levy's changed me and practically everyone on here as a supporter.
Dan,
he has not made us a top 6 club. He's made us a top 6 business.
Dan, can I add on to that about the culture, right? Manchester City, what was their culture like before the takeover and everything else? And look at their culture now. They got relegated. They were down in the lower leagues. They come back up. Look at the culture they have now. They win after win after win after win. The whole mentality shifted. The culture shifted. It just shows that it can be done. And they've done it in a window of 10 years compared to 24 years that we've had. So
it was 8 years before Pep took over at Man City. And they, because they've got an oligarch, it's a different situation they has, that were willing
to is it?
And they're probably going to get done. They'll get done for it anyway.
So, Adrian, they're better owners than us then, with more ambition.
Well, they had owners
Let's
with
put it
money.
straight then, because
Arsenal don't have an oligarch. Leicester City don't have an oligarch. Liverpool don't have an oligarch.
Look,
Liverpool, Arsenal, Leicester don't have oligarchs. Adrian, Leicester City, Liverpool don't have oligarchs.
Villa don't have oligarchs.
Villa don't have oligarchs.
As what were you going to say?
Villa's owners are richer than Spurs owners. Take that as
they don't have oligarchs though. You said oligarchs. Now you're talking about.
I just want to say
rich
culture.
Owners then, okay? Sugar daddy.
We've got rich owners. We've got rich owners.
Culture in big organisations is always set from the top, from the board level, right? And then the managers facilitate that culture. So I'll give you an example outside of in the business world. If you look at what happened to Apple when they got rid of Steve Jobs, right? Then they tanked, and then they begged him to come back. And as soon as Steve Jobs come back, then you had the iPhone and the resurgence of the Apple brand,
iPod,
right? iPod, everything, all everything, that whole era, right? So culture is absolutely set from the top, and the culture lives and dies with this, effectively the CEO. So whenever you have a big corporation with a group of investors, if the company's not performing on the balance sheet and or the culture is bad and they're not innovating or
they're not ambitious.
Yeah, ambitious and leading in terms of market share and all that sort of stuff, then they change the CEO, which then ultimately changes the culture of the company and the direction they're going.
I agree with what everybody else has just said here, because unfortunately, Ramos, good on you coming on. You just proved my point straight away. You're saying that we need to give the manager time. Well, does the board give him time? You see what I'm saying? My stance on the manager was quite clear from the very, very get-go. I said, because my time with Tottenham was done after Mourinho came in, because I said after Martin Jol, Harry Redknapp and Pochettino was my last straw. That was my last straw, and that was it, because he was perfect for Tottenham, and they knew exactly what sort of manager they needed. Mourinho was never right for the club whatsoever, right? And that was it, right? And then when Pochettino came in after the jokes of Conte, Mourinho, and Nuno, I said, I'm going to see what happens with this board next year, year after, right? Are they going to stick with this guy after a bad run of games when the fans turn, right? And the reason why I say that when the fans turn is because they should have a plan with this guy. when they hired the guy in the first place, they should have had this conversation saying, okay, what is the plan? Where are we going to go? Right? What is the finishing goal with this manager? Right? The thing is, though, that's making it even look so bad for the board at the moment. I don't even like the guy. Andrew's got a plan. Andrew's told them his plan from the very, very get-go. He said this season was a build, right? So when we were top 4, when we were top of the table, he didn't care about it. He said, it's a build. I'm still working on my system. This is the same guy I don't even like. I don't know what he's saying already. Yeah, even more to make your even put the like I've hit the nail on the head straight away. Make your point absolute nonsense again, right? He even said the fans can say whatever they want. Yeah, it's for us to prove it. He said it at the beginning of the season when everyone was going mad about us being top of the table.
He said
right?
he said
So,
we'll be judged by how the fans respond.
Exactly. So this is the point. This is the point. It's like I've said all along. I said the time of day is when Ange is judged, when the fans are going mad and saying they want Ange out. And this is where the board needs to show leadership, like Arsenal and Liverpool. And what Liverpool and Arsenal did, you're right about Arsenal and Liverpool sticking with the manager, but the fact is the ownership, and especially with Arsenal, stuck with their man. They said no to the fans when they said Arteta out. Yeah. And they said, no, we are sticking with Arteta. We've got a plan. Yeah. Look at Arsenal right now. And now, do you see Arsenal fans shouting Arteta out right now? No. Because the board shown leadership. I can't say that on the board right now with Tottenham. I still think Ange's going to leave. He's going to walk out this club at the end of the season, next season, when he's fed up. And he's got previous on it. And I don't blame him. Because he's said to the fact, he's told us very clearly, he said he wants to win the league. He don't care about Champions League. He wants to win the league. Yeah. But what is, by the way, Ramos, you back this ownership, yeah? What is the ultimate goal? What is the ultimate goal of Daniel Levy? What is the ultimate goal at the end of the tenure of Postecoglou? What is his ultimate goal? Tell me.
To win the league, obviously. What else? What else?
Well, did he in a statement? Where's the statement telling me he's going to win the
league with Brennan Johnson?
Tell me,
do we have a winning league squad?
Pardon?
Who signed Brennan Johnson?
But who? No, but
do we have a winning league squad though?
No,
who signed the players?
Well, the scouting team apparently, according to one of your guys.
And according to Ange, he said it's on me. I have the final say. That's what Ange said.
That's what he said. No player comes into this club without me wanting them.
No, Alex, 1 minute. Ramos, what are you going to say about that?
About who? Sorry.
About the question you just asked, where you're blaming the scouting team, and I said to you that Ange told us publicly, I, the manager, Ange have the final say.
So that's one player. Ange inherited a squad which was depleted.
No, Ramos, listen to what I just said.
I think we're overachieving. The team is terrible. Take Son out and take Harry Kane from last year. We were the fault for relegation. This team is dog shit. Excuse my language. We are appalling.
Bro, you're not doing that.
You missed the point. If you listen to what he's just said, you would answer his question.
You just blamed the scouting team, and I said to you that Ange came out and publicly said, Ange, I have the final say on transfers. It's my choice. How can you blame the scouts then? When Ange
I said one of your guys said it was the scouts. I didn't say it was the scouts.
Okay.
So are you saying Ange made the transfer? So how was that Levy's fault then?
So all right. Okay. So in that case, if you're not blaming the scouts because that's not your comments, it's somebody else's. Explain to me, Brennan Johnson, this £50 million signing that's bummed out in the last 4 big games.
Explain to you what?
That's on
explain what though?
Well, you're saying we're going to win the league title, and I'm saying what? You think we can win the league title with Brennan Johnson?
I didn't say that at all. I said our team is terrible. That's the opposite of what I said.
And I'm saying to you in response, who signed these players that are terrible? Madison, Johnson.
I don't work in Tottenham. I can't give you the answer.
Levy.
How is it? Levy just he doesn't make the decision. The chairman does. I don't know how you guys think it works out there, but the chairman doesn't say, "Oh, let me go and sign this."
So then it's the manager.
Levy went and signed just.
When you sign a player, you get a list of names.
Sorry, guys, 1 second. Ramos. So then it's the manager. But then the first thing you said when you came on here is stop turning on managers. So who are you blaming?
The fans. 90% of the fault is the fans' fault.
We don't pick the players.
Neither does. Oh my!
You just said the team's crap.
No, one second. Let me just clarify something.
Everyone's pointing at each other.
Right, well, guys, let me just clarify something for Ramos.
Ramos, you're blaming me. That what we're doing
Stop.
shit.
Stop. No, please, Maz. Let me have this out with
It is
Ramos.
a moot point.
Adrian.
No.
I've muted you. Maz, sorry. No. You cannot come on here, say something. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking in general. You can't come on and say something. I call you out on what you say, and then you revert to something different. You said this.
I didn't do that.
No. Let me say what just happened. You said, right, first you blame the fans. And I said, for what? Then you talk about the culture. And then we had this conversation about cultures, how mayors and owners, they change the culture. Then you just said, this team is crap. And I said, well, who signed these crap players? And then you mentioned the scouts. Then you clarified that it's not you that said the scouts. You heard someone else say it. So I'm saying, who is it then? And then someone said Levy. And you said, you can't blame Levy. Right. So if it's not the scouts, it's not Levy, that leaves a manager. But if you're going to blame the manager, you're blaming us fans for turning on the man that signed these players that are crap. Where's the sense in this?
The sense is you shouldn't just turn on someone for the sake. Just because if someone made a wrong signing, you don't sack them. The guy is proven to be a good manager. Beginning in October, was we all not chanting Ange's a great manager? Be honest, come on, don't lie to me. In October, was not saying Ange's a great manager.
Ramos,
do this to me.
One second, Ramos. No, 1 minute. You just said now you can't blame the manager for a wrong signing. You never said that one signing. You said the team is crap.
He inherited the team. The team is a dreadful. Who in this team could get into Arsenal?
He inherited Madison. Madison.
All right, let's go. Madison get into any Premier League team, yeah?
No, it's not what I asked you. Did he inherit Madison?
Sorry, what?
No.
Right. Did he inherit Johnson?
Who? Johnson? No.
Right. Did he inherit Vicario, who's now struggling from defending set pieces?
Vicario is a good goalie, but he's
He's part of the crap team.
He's part of the crap team. He's better than Lloris, though.
Okay.
The question is, did he inherit it?
No.
Did he inherit it? Okay.
No.
Did he inherit Dragusin, who he refuses to play at any occasion ever?
No.
Right. All I'm hearing is no.
Yeah, but you're going for the current this year's standings. Go through the whole list. Why are you going for the whole team? Did he inherit Saar, who doesn't play? Did he inherit Ndobele, who learned that to Galatasaray? Name the whole team. Don't go for the summer signings. I know the summer signings as well. Go for the whole team.
He's not here.
Yo, that's such a biased way. You're talking like an LBC presenter who only presents. Go through the whole list. Go through the whole list, bro.
But you know,
I'm gonna go on Wikipedia.
But you know what? Yeah, can I just say something? Can I just say something quickly? The thing that is, I've been quiet because I'm trying to think on what this guy's saying. He keeps flip-flopping. He keeps going from one topic to the other. The whole point was, Levy has not been ambitious. Levy is the one that signed these players. Levy has been a bad owner.
Well,
and you're the same age as me, bro. Wait, you said you're
not Levy's fault,
bro.
Apparently.
Bro, you said you're born in 1999.
93.
Yeah, 93. So you're older than me.
Ramos,
are you happy with what you're seeing on this pitch?
Right now, no, not really.
Exactly. So whose fault is it?
Whose fault is it? There's a lot of people
it's not
to blame.
The fans. It can't be the fans.
But fans is merely a lot of the problem does lie with the fans. The atmosphere has changed in that stadium. We don't have any diehard fans. The atmosphere is terrible.
I'm a diehard fan, but Levy is not an ambitious owner. So
have you seen him fall asleep in a match before? I have in the Tottenham stadium.
Ramos. I think that's really harsh saying that. Ramos, I think that's really harsh saying that again because, like I said before. This is nothing different to what we've seen under the Mourinho and Conte and Nuno, right? And before you say anything, those first 10 games, you obviously haven't watched Mr. Box Office TV, right? I was on this show, on loads of shows, and I was telling people this was bang average. Yeah?
Thank you.
Right? I said last year, when we got Champions League, when we won 3-0 against Arsenal, I said we were bang average then as well, right? I thought we were lucky then. right? So I'm not having this thing saying, oh well, it's jumping up and down, happy clappy. No, I've not been happy clappy since Mourinho came in, bro. You know what I mean? I was defending Tottenham before then rigorously. Right, so I'm sorry. This waffle you're saying at the moment, I'm sorry. I'm not having to go at you, but you're saying that we're being toxic, which I'm loving it because this is fuel for me, absolute fuel for me because it just hypens me up even more. On
All right, I need to go, guys. But thank you for having me on the show. But can I ask one question still before I go?
Yeah.
So I've got the list in front of me now. Who signed Brian Gill? Was it Ange?
No, what?
Who signed Ben Davidson? Ben Davidson has been like that rotten guy has been there for 20 years.
Guys, let me answer the question.
But you're doing that's what you're done to me. You went for the current signings, but you know what I mean?
No, Ramos. Let me explain to you how this works.
Can I answer the question? Then I come to you.
No. Let me explain. Let me just explain. Right. What happens is right in these organisations, Ramos, is they'll have effectively like a hiring committee. Yeah. Right, and each department will have a P&L that they need to look after, like a balance sheet, right? And a budget, right?
Yeah, I work in finance.
They'll highlight the players they want, right? And then they will contact those players. They'll start negotiating, right? And then they'll take the proposal to their layer of management, right? And then that layer of management will then take that up to the board, right? And then the board will scrutinise it and sign off on the signing. So ultimately, every signing that comes through the club will be scrutinised by the board and signed off. Yeah. So when you're saying, did Ange bring this person in? Did Conte bring this person in? Right. It's by the by. The club, Levy signs every check. Yeah. It's his money. It's Enix's money. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Spot on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Ramos, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for coming on.
One thing
We'd love to have you on again. Just leave your information in the private chat. Adrian, I'm trying to talk to Ramos. Adrian.
Murray speak.
No, I said, Ramos, leave your information. We'd love to have you back on the show. Just kudos to you for coming on. If you want to come back on, we would love to get your information. Just put it on the private chat. Because, like I said, we're not echo chamber, so
I've got Ramos's email. I think, Murray, I tell you what I'm going to do. Ramos, I tell you what we'll do. Because after a game, it's quite fiery, right? What we'll do, I'll email you. We'll set up a proper Levy in, Levy out, or we'll do a Levy debate. I'll get another Levy supporter, and I'll bring another Levy kind of. I've had enough. A Levy out fan. We'll do like a 2-on-2. We'll put together a little show. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, 100%. Man. Thanks for having me, guys. My best mate Tolga, he's Levy in as well. So I always have these debates with him on a daily basis. He's Levy out. Sorry, he's Levy out.
We'll set up a proper show.
Take easy, boys. Yeah.
Respect to you, bro. Respect to you, bro.
Right, guys. I do want Adrian to speak. Adrian, I'm going to bring you. It's got 2 super chats.
I'm gonna go for a smoke, man. That guy stressed me out.
All right, I'm gonna. All right. Let me bring in George. George, thanks for joining us. I just want to do 2 super chats, and then I want Adrian to have his say, and then I want Maz and I think I can't remember there's 2 questions super chats I want to go back to. So very quickly, Jorical, big up to Jorical. He says, I think our backline is the best for years, yet we're conceding on par with Sheffield United and Luton. That's not a player problem. That's been tactically exposed. Big up to the Jorical, who's a massive Spurs fan. Representing
joint third worst at set pieces as well.
Third worst at set pieces as well. Sava. Joint third. Big up to Sava, who says, when can we be honest? The shit I'm hearing from this fan base is embarrassing. What a dreadful team we are. 4 straight defeats, awful tactics, and can't defend. A lot of fans condone this. It's deserved. This is kind of where I started the show. If I'm honest, that's how I started it. But I agree with you. Right, Adrian, how do you say what you were going to say? I know you wanted to speak on something that Ramos.
No, I just wanted to talk about. There's
then I'll go to Maz and
player recruitment. Yeah. You know, I mean, like depending on your perspective, where you want to love, hate Spurs, the manager, the board, Levy, or whatever, people adopt their perspective just on whether like they think, it was a Levy signing or whatever. This is why in the summer it'll become more clearer to us, right? There'll be no argument. Because with Brennan Johnson, I didn't want him. I didn't see much of him. Watched the video of him. I thought, what's about him? All he can do is run. Right, that's all I see when I watch the videos before we actually brought him into the club. Right, didn't see nothing special about him, but apparently Paratici had been looking for him and all that before. Same with Spence. I don't believe Spence was an Ange signing. Whether Ange signed off on Johnson, I don't know. But what we do know, guys, for sure, that in the summer, if they sign Werner, right, on a deal, whether it's a loan or whatever, then Ange has got to have agreed to it, and then that will annoy me, right? Because he's not good enough, in my opinion. He can't finish, right? So when we get these signings in the summer, I'm sure we get 4. Whether we get extras, whether they be freebies and just on wages because players are at the end of their contract, whatever, we may get more, right? If it is a Lloyd Kelly or Tosin, I don't mind Tosin actually personally. He's quick, tall, might help us out at set pieces, 6'5". So I wouldn't mind him personally, right? I know half the fan base, you're talking shit, right? Okay, fair enough, right? So just want to make that point on then before we start blaming Ange for these signings or saying that he's signed them, because obviously they're all club signings at the end of the day because the club signs off on them. We know that, but it has to be in a. If they're not in accord with the manager, then the manager should resign.
Adrian, you forgot what I said earlier. It's completely gone over your head. And this happens with this fan base. Why is it whatever manager, whatever football director, whatever recruitment team, we've always got to spend the budget on 8 or 9 players? That is the problem. Not spending money, not how much we spend, not who's the football director, the manager. The problem is no matter who is employed to do the football work,
well, we haven't got.
They've always got to employ. Let me finish my point. We've always got to sign 8 or 9 players. That is the problem. That must come from above because no matter who's employed, it's the same pattern over 15 years. So you can tell us about Tosin and Werner. It means nothing if we go and sign another 8, 9 players. But we know how it is.
Yeah, but have we always signed 8 or 9 players in every transfer window? How many did we sign in January?
Every time we spend big, yes. Yes.
And what about last summer? How many players did we bring in last summer?
8. 8 last year under Conte.
Name them.
The goalkeeper, Foster. Danjuma on loan. Jed Spence. Perisic on a free. Richarlison, that's 5. There's 3 more. There was Rodon. No. Longley. Clement Longley.
Yeah.
Clement Longley, that's 6. There's 2 more. I haven't got the list in front of me. There's 2 more. We've done this
conversation season before last, then, wouldn't it? Because we didn't start this season with Clement Longley. He's at Villa, isn't he?
No, you said last season.
Yeah, but
I'm telling you, last season under Conte, that's what we did. He was here last year. Well, who was here last season, man?
Can we?
I can't do this.
We sack so many managers that we don't even know which seasons they're in because no one ever finishes the season.
There's 2 more we signed.
If they survive pre-season, it's usually a good thing, isn't
it? There's the other one. Bissouma, that's 7. There's 1 more. We signed 8 players under Conte. 8.
And how many players?
We signed 8.
Right, okay, still then. How many players?
Sorry, Adrian. Kulusevski and Bentancur. That's 9.
Oh, under Paratici, right? How many players then do you think? Because I'm willing to give Ange a second season.
I just answer your question. Now you're changing the subject.
No.
Explain to me why we sign 9 players every year.
What players do you think Ange is signed? What players do you think?
I'm not doing this. No,
let's get into the game. Let's get to the game. The chat wants to talk about the game.
Mari, I'm going to change it now. Sorry, I'm not. Yeah. I'm repeating myself every week, and it just goes over people's heads. Like no one can answer the question. Why must we always sign 8 or 9 players under every manager? I don't get it. I wanted to go back to this super chat, and then I do want George to speak because he hasn't spoken. He's been waiting patiently in the back. Maz, I think you wanted to speak on
Adrian,
this
you're on mute, mate.
Super chat. I've put him on mute. I'll just let him. Maz. So Della Spurs said, you bring in a manager that tells you to put no expectations on him or the players in season 1. All of a sudden, you demand top 4 or else we go to our transfer plan B. And now you see that you've got this team. Now you can see you've even got this team to even stay in top 4. What the F is this club doing? I think basically what you're saying here is that 1 minute we say this and we want that, the next minute we say this and we want something different, right? And to back it up, Maz, look at these comments from Ange. 1 week it's the amount of times I hear managers saying, I would like to play this way, but I don't have the players to play it. I just think, just do it, mate. So this was him saying, it's not about the players. It's about having the balls to do it. Remember what Kudu said?
Win at life. Win at life.
So Ange Postecoglou has gone from saying he's fed up of hearing managers say, oh, they can't play football the right way. Just go ahead and do it. Now he's saying, I've got to change the squad. I have to. I've got to build a squad I think can play our football. Guys.
Yeah, I'll keep it short because you basically stole my thunder, Stel. Right?
Sorry, mate. Go for it.
Ange, whilst he's a great orator and he's very good at answering questions, I do rate him on that front and communicating. He's also said so many things to the media that he's one big walking contradiction almost. And as you rightly pointed out, right, that 1 minute he's saying X and the next minute he's saying Y. And one of the biggest things for me is when we were top, he was saying, "Oh, let the fans dream, let the fans believe," and and he was going up every game, clapping the fans and geeing everyone up, and and I guess you could say that's good because he's harvesting, a good, ambitious atmosphere. But then when things don't go quite right, we then getting conflicting messaging from him, which then confuses fans and annoys fans, and sometimes it's better to say less than more, and I think he's absolutely, and I think he's guilty of that. One thing I'm going to disagree with Alex a little bit. Alex is going to look up now. Look, there he is. There. one thing I'm going to disagree with Alex a little bit, right? Is Alex is bang on when he says Ange has told us what he wants and what he wants to do. But I would argue that Conte and Jose, not so much Jose. I don't recall, to be honest with you, what Jose said because it was quite a few years ago now. But certainly Conte was very explicit in what he wanted and what he expected, and he used to say, "I repeat a lot," because he used to say the same thing over and over again, and a lot of the fan base almost refused to listen to what he was saying because they were just too consumed into the style of football that he was playing. So yeah, I'll end on that.
I agree with you, Maz, though, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you, because I think everybody else needs to speak. I've got my channel, Mr. Box Office TV, like everybody knows. But, it's just like, I do agree with you. Conte did say what he was very specific, what he wanted. Yes, he did. I just think, unfortunately, he just wasn't a character that people thought we liked. I didn't like him because I thought he wasn't the type of character I wanted. I didn't think he fitted the culture of what we wanted, and that's it. But to make you right, you are right, absolutely spot on. He made it clear what he wanted. He wanted to achieve trophies. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to win, and that's it. But everybody else needs to.
Here's the difference between Conte
about the game.
Conte and just one point I'll make quick.
All right,
Conte and Ange. The difference between them two, you can relate them to me and a few of the other Spurs channels out there, I say. Yeah. A lot of people won't like the way I say stuff because I ain't got the best way with words and I'm just blunt and fucking blatant, and a lot of people can't handle it. Someone else can go and basically on a different show say exactly the same thing as me, but put it in such a more political, nice way that the people will just take it in and love it, when actually they're just hearing the same bloody answer.
We still like you, Dan, anyway, so it don't really make a difference anyway. We still like you anyway.
I want to go to
it was
George.
In random.
I just want to read a few more super chats because otherwise I just can't keep on top of them. And then, George, the floor will be yours. There was this one that I said we'd come back to where William said, assuming Baldy Levy does the right thing for once, what would be your priority? And I think he meant in signings. I think we've kind of covered what kind of signs we want. And a plan if Ange walks or is sacked. I don't think there is a plan when we sack managers, William, to be honest with you. Guys, after George speaks, just to let you know, we will talk about the game because we haven't touched that yet. It's always the way because we're losing every week. We're emotional. Stevie C says, Ramos is a disgrace. Don't believe he's a Spurs fan. Jorical, another super chat, he says, We want real progression on the field, but it won't happen no matter who's managing until we progress in the boardroom and in the daily running of our club, which is what a lot of us have covered tonight. Sava says, the last 4 games, we've gone 4-0 down, 3-0 down, 2-0 down, 4-0 down. This is amateur hour. His subs, his tactics, his stubbornness. He has to shut up. So poor. I think a lot of fans now are thinking like that, to be fair. And Kitzler, thank you for the super chat. He says, we know we are shit, but can we give the manager a chance to figure it out? Can we give him a chance to see if he'll improve? I think the problem is, Kits, like we just said, he says one thing, then he says something different. So we're confused because there's contradictions. Clearly, no manager can make us succeed except we're mid-club. And that's what fans like me are trying to fight against, right? From that continuing. But listen, you make solid points. Right. George.
Can we stop having a go at Ramos, though? Sorry, Stelios. Don't have a go at Ramos. He had the bottle to come on, right, and say his piece. You know, and certain people don't do that. So let's have respect. He came on and said his piece. And that's it.
I thought you were talking about Juan de Ramos.
No, Ramos. No, he's having a go at the guy that came on. And let's be honest here. A lot of people, I've been asking for people that I leave you in to have a go, have a debate, and just have this debate, like leave you out, just to have a bottle to do it. So start having a go at Ramos, leave it there, and that's it. So George needs to speak. George needs to speak.
Alex, thank you for picking up on that, man. I thought it was about Juan de Ramos. I've had a few drinks, man, so it's quick.
Good evening, guys. How you all doing? Thank you.
Go on, George. Let's hear it.
A few things basically. Still, your comment on why we're always signing 9 players, 8 players, spending big money. To me, it's painfully obvious. You change managers every time. Every manager is going to come along, have a new philosophy. The board are going to want to look as though they're backing him initially, and then it all peters out. Probably the same thing will happen with Ange. Who knows? I hope he's given more of a chance, to be honest with you. There's a massive issue here which has been created. And the issue is we have a manager now that the board can no longer really go back on, because if they do, then it just shows their ineptitude as to what they're doing in respect of football matters. A lot's been said about investment into the club, and one thing. If we're really realistic here, the issue is that ENIC never bought Tottenham as being a club they wanted to progress in respect of football. If that was the case, they would never have sacked George Graham before the semi-final with Arsenal. They would have never have sacked Mourinho a week before a cup final. Listen, we've all said it before a million times. If people want to believe that sitting in a sci-fi state-of-the-art stadium is what football's about, then fair enough. For me, it isn't. And it's the white elephant in the room all the time in respect of these conversations. And I'll be the first to say that, I fell for it as well. Back in, when it was 2007, when the initial plans came out, I actually went to the stadium to have a look, the old White Hart Lane, to have a look at the plans, because they made a big hoo-ha about it. At the time, Arsenal were building, or had built their stadium and moved into it. And again, I think some of these comparisons with Arsenal and Liverpool are way sort of off of reality as well, because Liverpool and Arsenal have been winning trophies. I don't think the fan base would be toxic now had we been winning trophies like Arsenal and Liverpool had been, even in their, what we would call their barren times. Because Arsenal have been picking up FA Cups. There have been trophies that have been picked up along the way. But what has always been the goal with Tottenham is to get into top 4. We got into top 4 and had the expectation that things were going to change. And at the time when we should have invested in the club, when we had Harry Kane and Sonny at their best, effectively we wasted both of those careers not investing in that first team, because we got painted a picture that we were building a new stadium and how everything was going to be different. So we build our new stadium, and what do? We sack Poch. We sacked Poch to bring in Mourinho. Listen, we can go through again the whole history of it. I think what is dawning on the fan base now, and the reason that we're seeing the toxicity that we're seeing, is not the battle between us as fans knocking heads. It's a symptom of the reality that how badly the stewardship of the football side of this club has become. So we're not talking about building. We can build 1,000,001 state-of-the-art facilities, training facilities. If you don't put the players into that training facility that have the ability to win trophies, we ain't going to win trophies. You know, so Poch's comments about putting the furniture in the stadium, we've heard about, we've said about, we talked about, we've gone through it. We know that what he said was true. Conte's rant last year, whether love him or loathe him, was exactly right. What Conte said was exactly the truth. We've lost the pedigree over the years of being able to really compete at the top levels of football. And what I mean by that is, if I can just draw a comparison, and you may call it unrealistic, but Real Madrid play Manchester City in a Champions League semi-final. To me, Manchester City are the better team. But why does Real Madrid go further? It's because that historically they've got that mentality of knowing that that is their competition. They own that competition. As far as Real Madrid are concerned, they may as well call the Champions League Real Madrid Champions League, because it belongs to them. They own it, and they take it personally if any other team wins that trophy. Unfortunately, you need to build on that pedigree through continued ambition, which ENIC don't have on the football side of things. So where are we? Well, unfortunately, where we are is that, me personally, I don't want to see anything in Europe. I don't want to see Tottenham being in Europe. And I'm sad to say that, because we will never compete for those trophies, whether it be the UEFA Cup, whether it be the Conference League, whether it be Champions League. We will not compete at those levels, because all it's about, it's getting into the Champions League for the money. And it's not for competing in that competition. Now, I would rather me personally, I would rather win an FA Cup, despite the fact that the FA Cup doesn't mean what it meant when I was watching it, when in the 80s and 90s and 70s, the FA Cup actually meant something. Unfortunately, it doesn't anymore. But I'd rather win that or a League Cup than say that we're competing in Europe for a cup that we're never going to achieve winning. Okay,
Mate,
so
I was one of those. Sorry, go on.
No.
Well said, George. Well said, mate.
Yeah, I was one
nail
of those
on the head,
ones.
man.
Take me back 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I didn't give a shit about the FA Cup or the League Cup, and I was happy to get into the Champions League. Now I'm at that point where, do you know what? If we'd have finished 10th but won the League Cup, I'd have been more than happy to give Ange another season. I wouldn't be complaining about it as much. I just want to see Spurs win something now, for God's sake. 100%. I don't even care about the Champions League anymore.
It's a shame, isn't it, Dan? Because like when I was watching Spurs, I don't know if George might know. I don't know if any of you are old enough to realise, but I can remember when Spurs were fined for fielding weakened sides in the league, right? Because we had an FA Cup game coming up, and we'd go on and win that FA Cup in the 80s and all that. And you used to get fined then because you didn't have 25-man squads then. You had like 14-man squads that were playing when it was Liverpool and Leeds, and they were playing like 60 games a season, 42 league games in a season, and the cup games as well, you know, with a 14-man squad, you know, basically, and have to throw reserves in and all that. So, yeah, I'm sad that the FA Cup has lost its luster. I mean, you know, it's a shame. It's a shame.
So, I mean, look, we've got a history now. Whatever you want to say in comparison to other clubs, we're an older club than Liverpool. We're an older club than Arsenal. We have a history, a very rich history that shouldn't be forgotten. Unfortunately, ENIC hasn't invested in that history other than showing, pre-game cup winnings and showing Jimmy Greaves scoring goals. I find it almost insulting that they're showing those things, because it's not something that they're buying into. What do I mean by that? We've spoken about having statue. Just commemorate one of your legends. Commemorate Bill Nick.
They don't care.
Commemorate Walter Tull, because Walter Tull actually stood for something that shows Tottenham Hotspur as being innovators, as being a club that actually dared to do. We've forgotten that. It's just
commemorate
a statement
Peter
now.
McWilliam, commemorate Vic Buckingham, who you guys here have probably not even heard of.
Yeah, I mean, the whole development of the Barcelona, the whole innovation of the Barcelona format playing came through Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. This is saying something. It's a history that we have, and to say that we've gone almost 25 years with winning one cup. I mean, had you said that to me in the 1980s, 1970s, that Tottenham would have been, so barren for so long, I would have said you're crazy. This was just you didn't see things in that way about your football club. We are, unfortunately, as football fans, and this is in general, we are a captive audience. We're not. Stella's mentioned this before. It's not like running any other business. So the comparison is made with other businesses. It's not, because Levy and ENIC know that we are a captive audience. We can't just shift and say we're going to start supporting West Brom, or I'm going to start supporting Enfield Town, because there's a history there. So we are a captive audience, and it's almost impossible for us to shift that. Now, the only way that it can be stopped is the way that it happened when we lost to, I think it was Man United, when all the fans started chanting Levy out. And it was an embarrassment because it was on TV for Levy.
Nuno, isn't it? Under Nuno, you talk about it, I think.
Let's get to the game. Let's get to the starting lineup of the game.
Murray,
I just want to say one thing.
Before you say your thing, Jericho says THFC is suffering from soulless corporatism. Hard to disagree. Right, say your thing, and then we will.
Yeah, I'll be very quick, and then you can go on to the game. Sorry. So I used to do spaces with someone, and he used to work at Spurs. Like a year before that, I can't remember exactly what year it was, but he told me that obviously we had the old White Hart Lane, and that was considered like the old Spurs. And then we built the new stadium. It was considered the new Spurs. Now I can't remember, I'm actually saying, it's like all the heritage from like the old stadium was kind of like shunned aside to build this new Spurs, right? And this new Spurs is obviously this corporate stuff. That obviously we didn't build like a Bill Nick statue. The gates took how long for them to do anything with them? There was a shift in the mentality within like the club itself in terms of like the working staff. He ended up leaving, but to me, it's like, and I go back to this. As soon as we knocked down White Hart Lane, like Tottenham was finished.
It's been finished.
Yeah.
It's difficult.
We're not going to get our club back.
Do I believe that Levy and the board know anything about Spurs tradition and history? See, when fans say statue of Jimmy Greaves, statue of Glenn Hoddle, best player England have ever produced, in my opinion, right? So I get that. And then they're going about others, one to Birkinshaw, one to Nicholson and all that. Okay. Well, you can't have statues everywhere, right? But at least when we eventually get this new Spurs shot,
I think he froze.
If there isn't like recognition of Vic Buckingham and Pete McWilliam, who you probably may not have heard of, right? Then I should be writing to the club, because that will be a disgrace. And even going back to John Cameron in 1901 when we won the FA Cup, when we beat Sheffield United in a replay 3-1 after a 2-2 draw at Palace in front of 100,000 people. I mean, like all the honours should be recognised in a museum anyway. I just don't see this bold ass soulless. I think the soulless.
They want to
Levy's
remove. It's
not.
like they want to
Levy's
remove the
not.
heritage
He's
of that.
not.
I don't
You
want to see
could
rude, but
consider
I gotta
Spurs fan.
leave, and I actually want to talk about, or at least have my say about the game.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I know because I'm reading people in the chat too.
Right, Mari, you can go first. Let me go to the game. Right. So the starting lineup for Spurs was Vicario, Porro, Romero, Van der Ven, Chicken Royale. I think the surprise here for some Spurs fans was that Chicken Royale, after being skinned last game, starts again. So he's up against Salah. Surprise,
Skinned and
surprise, what happened on the day. I mean, we knew what was coming.
Chicken, mate.
Maybe the manager doesn't. Then the midfield was Benton, Bissouma, and Sarr, which was odd because both the number 10s, Madison and Lo Celso, didn't start. So we start with that number 10. And the other number 10 option, which is Kulusevski, wasn't in the number 10. So we went with Kulu on the right, Son down the middle, and Johnson on the left, which is not typically his position. So, Mari, what do you think of the starting lineup? And you can have your say on the game before you leave, brother.
Yeah. It's really two things. The term square peg in a circular hole you try to fit in. That's with Emerson. Like I say, it's not his natural position. So you knew he was going to get cooked by Salah. It could have been even worse. I mean, it was bad. The NBC coverage, I'm assuming Sky also showed where Emerson turns back, sees Salah, not once but twice, and then completely forgets him for the first goal. I mean, Emerson's just horrible. It would have been maybe nice to maybe say, hey, you know what? It's not his natural position. Maybe Dragusin could come in and play whatsoever. Look at the midfield. You automatically assume, all right, there's no creativity. And this is where I'm like, does Ange prepare? Like, does he watch these teams that he is about to play and how they're playing? Because right now, Liverpool is struggling and they could be opened up. So, does meaning, though he benched Madison, which I support the last game, all right, this is a game, all right, to put it back in, or Lo Celso, because Liverpool can be opened up. They can be opened up. But I guess he wanted so much of an engine in Sarr and Bissouma being there. And to be honest, they have been a faulty engine. You know when the engine light comes on because maybe the engine light is about to blow? Like, that's our midfield. Then you have Bentancur. I have to say this, ever since that injury, he is slow. Like, he is slow. He is not. I almost feel bad for him because he is paces behind. And so our midfield, I did not like the starting lineup. I thought he should have put Madison or at least Lo Celso in to get some kind of creativity. We're devoid of creativity, as NBC Sports put it. We were just whipping, I'm talking about the first half, whipping things into the box. Nothing. We only had one shot and was on target. It was just whipping it in. It was nothing. Sonny, have to be honest, man, these games, it's been bad in that first half because people are going to talk about the second half, but Liverpool, I thought, pumped the brakes and kind of said, okay, game over. They made some substitutions, and then that's when we woke up, right? Bissouma was horrible the first half, and then second half, he showed some life the last 20 minutes. It's because Liverpool was checked out, and they allowed Tottenham back into the game. Johnson, wasteful, does not take on a man that is stat. They were saying that he doesn't take on a man. He's useless. You know, so I was checked out. It was 4-0. The last two goals, okay, was nice, but already checked out, already disappointed, and just watched the end of the game because I wanted to have some content to share with you guys. I think Romero's gonna probably want to, maybe want to leave the club because he got into an argument with Emerson, because Emerson was responsible for 2 goals. Vicario had to block him off. So basically, to wrap up my rant monologue of the game, it's a shit show. Once again, 4 consecutive losses, the most in 2 decades. And, you know, we played Burnley, which I'm not 100% confident of us winning that game. I'm being serious. I'm not 100% confident of us winning that game. And so, Ange, you know, the blame goes all around. It goes all around. The players, Ange, and those are my
Let
thoughts.
me, Mari, I want to go step by step through the game. Right, I want to go to Haz because Haz hasn't had a chance to speak in ages.
Yes.
So Haz, I want you to talk about this. Okay, so there was a warning sign early on after 8 minutes where Salah hit the crossbar. Was it a shot? Was it a cross? Don't really know, but he hit the crossbar, and then the big warning sign was 2 minutes later. Ball off the line. Liverpool at the ball to Salah. He goes in on goal, and Romero on the line, crouching down, saves it. You can see Romero there, and the ball coming off of him. Good off the line block. Has, I've got this still here now. This was the block before we blocked the ball. Pape Sarr is on the ball. You can see the ball's at his feet. He's got 2 options really that he can see. One is to play it back to Van der Ven. The other is to play it 8 yards in front of him into the path of Basuma, and you can see the space in front of Basuma. Personally, if we're playing Ange ball and we're attacking, you pass it to Basuma, right? Instead, he fumbles on the ball and he gets dispossessed by the Liverpool player that's 6-7 yards off of him. So Pape Sarr lost possession in a situation where just one pass and there's no problem. Why is this happening, Hass, in your opinion? Why are we losing possession in situations where there's not too much pressure on the ball? And we've seen this happen many times before where we get dispossessed just by not doing a simple pass left or pass right.
I don't know whether it comes down to confidence, you know, and I said it earlier on. I'm not gonna use an excuse to say Sarr's inexperienced. He's young. He's gonna learn this, that, and the other, because I think he's had enough games to prove that he can play in the team. But I think it also comes down to the fact that we used to say bit of pressure on Tottenham and they fold like a deck of cards, you know. And it just seems like they're always playing with a little bit of pressure on them because they know that Liverpool's going to press them. They know like the likes of City's going to press them. Arsenal, not so much in the last game, but usually would press and try and dispossess us. But I'm not sure what he was thinking there. Why he was so sort of, you know, in our midfield, you've got no time to procrastinate, right? You've got to be decisive. You've got to either pass it forward, like you said, and get the attack going, or play it safe and play it back to Van der Ven. I can't explain what he was doing there. It is what it is, you know. It's happened, but it all comes down to that, in my opinion, where a bit of pressure from teams, and they know that we just can't cope with it, and you see it when other teams press us all the way to the back and we lose possession. You know, goes back to the keeper. He's then squeezed. He gets squeezed. Goes back to another defender, and it's just the same story all the time. Ideally speaking, that last 20 minutes is how I'd prefer to play, on the front foot. You know, sort of quick passes. No time to let the opposition try and press you. Just get the ball out of your feet. One touch passing, but yeah, I don't know. I'd put it to the other panelists, you know.
Hans, let me ask you a question. I want to ask Hans another question. Dan, do you need to go, bro?
Yeah, mate, I've got to go. My head's gone. Right, thanks for having us on, Spell. See you later, everyone. And until the next beating, I'll see you again.
See you next Saturday.
If we lose to Burnley, it's going to be kind. Hans, let me ask you a question, right? What you just said. And then we'll open it up to everyone. it doesn't matter what midfield combination we play. These things keep happening, and we can't seem to just keep a decent level of possession until the pressure's completely off. Are these players playing for Ange? What I mean by that is, are they doing what he's saying, or are they doing what he's saying, but either they don't get it, or they're just not good enough, or they're not happy playing it? Because there is conversation at the moment going around that maybe these players are disengaging from what this process or forward tactic to take us to the league title next season is all about. Do you think that's going on, or do you think no, they're playing for him? They're playing for him.
I think that.
Maz, can I Has do it? Let Has do it, and I'll come to you.
Sorry, I don't know. He was asking a question to him. Maz spoke.
Oh,
Sorry,
it was to you, and then I'll go to Maz. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, look, Ange himself said, in not in these words, but he said, I haven't got the players to implement my system, and I need to get the right players in. Right. We'll put up that quote earlier on. So either he's frustrated now, and he's like, I need to get the right players in to get the job done, or it's the players aren't doing what he's telling them to do. Simple as that. But for me, I just feel like these players have all checked out now. Still, you can see it from today. It's like you can tell from the body language, the attitude. There should have been a lot more fight after the first goal went in. We started off not too bad the game before the goal went in. It was almost like okay, we might be giving it a go here, but no, I think these players have checked out, and I think it could also be that Ange is trying to sort of tinker with a team now because he thinks the season's over. Maybe I'm going to play other players in certain positions. We just don't know. But one thing's for sure, they're just not giving 100% these players. And it's filtering through to the other senior players as well. I mean, look at Son today as well. Showed up last 20 minutes. Where was you when we was 4-0 down?
He's our captain.
2-0 down, 3-0 down. Where was you? Like, you're the captain. So everything has to echo from the captain. The captain has to set the tone. Right, lads, pull your sleeves up. We need to get back into this game. Drag everyone, by the scruff of the necks, and let's get them going. None of that today. Nothing. Where was all the other senior players? Romero today, showed a bit of sort of showed a bit of fight and passion maybe with his own teammate in Emerson Royale. But where was that on the pitch? Why didn't he show that passion on the pitch? Instead, at half time, he's walking off and he's having to be separated by Vicario because he's having a go at Emerson Royale. Well, do it in the game. Don't do it at half time. There's just no passion from these players. Like, it's just zero. They've given up, game after game, 4 defeats in a row now. And I just feel like either these players don't want to play under Ange anymore. Some of them don't want to play under them, or they're not doing what they're supposed to do. That goal that we scored, the first goal, wasn't an Ange play, was it? Really? Let's think.
Was that offside? By the way, was that offside?
It wasn't offside, but it was a direct long ball straight out to Richarlison. He controls it, and then I think it was out to Brennan Johnson, and then he squares the ball. It was almost like Route 1 football. It's almost like, well, forget about what he's telling us to do. We'll just go Route 1, bang.
Can
I, Maz? Can I something right then? Guys, feel free, Maz. If these players have checked out or down tools, or they're not playing for the manager, regardless, is that acceptable that you put on his jersey as a professional footballer and you don't give 100% because you're not happy with a tactic? Or Mari, big up, brother, take care. Or you're not happy.
Care, Mari.
With,
Yeah, Mari, big up, man.
With who's in the team, right? Is that acceptable? Because this seems to happen under every manager.
Well, this is what happens when you dispense with, as George put it, pedigree and history and ethos of the club and the culture of the club. And I'm referring to like the winning culture, or winning a cup, or fighting for the badge, or fighting for glory. effectively what's happened is because of the way that the club is being run by Levy and the board. They've created a culture whereby they know that managers effectively don't last at Tottenham, and the big difference between that style of management versus the other styles is that when we've implemented that style of management, I like the Roman Abramovich is, the difference is he demanded the best and cups, and Levy doesn't demand the same, right? He just wants us to compete and get top four, and that's good enough. And you carry on that type of philosophy for long enough, then you foster that culture, as you've said, Stel, within the walls of the club. And you get into this position now where managers barely can last a season before the fans are in uproar and they want the manager out. And what we've seen over, certainly since you saw it right at the end of the Pochettino era, right, where the players almost thought, well, if Poch isn't giving a damn near the end, we're not going to give a damn. And then Jose comes in and he gets a tune out of them, and then they stop performing up until a certain point. And then Nino comes in and everyone downs tools because they don't like his philosophy after like 3 games. Then Conte comes in, everything's great for the first 6 months, and then they're down tools again because of some other thing that happens in the background of the club. And the same thing is happening with Ange. So you dispense your traditions and your history at your peril. I mean, you're almost seeing this happen in society as we speak, with the social, the what's the right word? I think I've had a few drinks now.
Have a few more, mate.
With the politicking that's effectively happening.
You mean PR, PC culture?
The culture wars. That's it. That's happening in society now. You dispense with religion at your peril, because there's a morality there, there's a backbone of society, and you can give equivalence to that with Spurs. We've dispensed with all our pedigree. They've got rid of it. White Hart Lane went down, and Olivia's like, right, this is the new business model, right? And it's a very philosophical, long-winded answer, but it's. I think that's the root cause of our problem.
I think there's a better.
Adrian, 1 second. Adrian, I'll come to you in a second. Adrian, 1 second. I just want to ask the boys from Hasper and TJ. Sorry, guys, I'm struggling. I just want to ask you guys something, right? Because you guys haven't spoken on this subject yet. And then I'll go to Adrian after, and Alex as well. I want to get Alex's opinion. Jorical says this. In the last 20 minutes, he's saying that the players ignored Ange ball and they just played how they saw is the best way, right? Very vintage Spurs attack of prime managers. Do you think the manager said, do you know what? Fuck this. We're doing it our way. And that's why it improved. Is that what we're saying here?
Okay, I've got 2 points. One, I don't believe the managers respect the players respect Ange. I've come to that conclusion over the past 2 games. I don't think they respect him. And I go back to his suddenly he's awake on the touchline now and shouting at them. And to me, if they abandoned his style of play, they don't believe in him anymore. His comments about need to believe in the style and all this crap the last game. I hope says some comments about believing in the style. If they don't believe in the style, it won't work, blah, blah. But he's also on the hand himself, because he came out and said all the signs are his. So we have to believe every player that comes in is his choice. So this idea that, he hasn't got players he has, I don't buy at this point, because he just said everyone's his. So he's bringing players he wants, but the players he wants aren't listening to him. And if we're going by Jory's comment that they abandoned his style to get something out of the game, or whatever you want to call it, and get 2 goals, then they don't respect him. And he's a dead man walking at that point. Because if he lost the dressing room, which a lot of people, the rumours this week that he has, or at least part of the dressing room, then it's only going to go one way. But then at the same time, Ange, I think, is also a puppet, because kind of what I just said earlier about his comments. 1 minute he says, we need time. 1 minute he says we're a title change next season. 1 minute
very contradiction.
He
contradicts himself. So how does the players? Sorry, Has, can I? You've left it where I want to kill it, innit? Yeah. He contradicts himself so much. So how does the players expect to believe what he's saying? And I said on my last show when I was on here, I believe he's lying. One word he comes out with this, and next word that comes out. How can the players believe in this type of manager? So
TJ, let me jump in on this.
He's
TJ,
not
let me
a
jump in
leader.
on this.
He
And I-
doesn't even know what he's doing himself.
Maz, I do want TJ to finish his saying though. So yeah, jump in
Yeah,
on
alright.
it and then
No,
back
no,
to
no,
TJ.
no.
Yeah,
but
no, no.
it's on his point, right? But
Okay,
I think
go
this is
for it.
important. I think it's important, right? I've said this as we've all said many times over 24 years, but I've said this a few times now. The problem, one of the major things that I find intolerable at Spurs is how the hierarchy of the club is always being circumvented and disrespected. So Levy will bring in Paratici, and then he'll undermine Paratici by getting involved in football matters, right?
Yeah.
And I feel this is almost what's happening now with Ange. What we need is the club to set out the vision and say, this is our 5-year project or 3-year project or whatever the time frame is. Our goal is to win the league or the cup or whatever it is, right? Then you need to then say, right, this is the man that's going to get us there. And no matter what happens, whether the players down tools, things, people resign or players come and go, we're going to back this manager, right? And that way,
that's exactly what I've been saying the last bloody how many 6 months.
I agree
That's
with
it,
what you're
June.
saying. There's not been no plan.
Yeah, right. And then at that point, once the players know that even if they're down tools, they're going to be the ones that get ejected and the manager stays, that's when this problem gets resolved.
Because they get an easy ride, Maz. This club has an easy
100%.
ride.
100%. Said it how. Look, you banned it on the nail on it. Like for me, it's a case of we're run really poorly, and we don't have no directions. Even the managers don't even know what they're doing. One day he's saying we're going to go for the title, but you're signing these type of players. In the next 5-6 years, who knows? He might not even be there. The comment said the players have abandoned his style. And I totally agree, because when you're looking, it's been 4 games in a run. If I was on the pitch and Ange was to say, yo, do this, dude, I'm like, shut up, man. We're losing anyway, but look, that's just me as a human. That's just me as a human. Maybe I'm more ruthless than most people. Maybe I come off harsh, but for me, I think the players have lost their heads and they just don't want this whole style. It's just not working. It's just generally not working, because I said this earlier. We're conceding the same goals. We're conceding the same goals. Look, okay, cool. There was one goal that was different, and I thought, yo, that was a sick goal, and that was what's his name? Curtis Jones? No, not it's Curtis Jones.
You mean Harvey Elliott?
Harvey Elliott had a lovely shot, but generally speaking, when we're conceding, it's the same way. It's now getting frustrating watching it.
We didn't concede from a set piece today, TJ.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. I was playing football bingo. Let me be honest with you. I was playing football bingo, and I said to top off the performance. Didn't I say that in the group chat? If we concede a set piece, I got the bingo, because generally speaking, what do you expect? Bro, let me
throw this, man. Let me throw this at you. We've got a 25-man squad, right? This is the way I see it. Especially when there's been a lot of debate on podcasts recently. Oh, we haven't got enough leaders. We ain't got captains. We ain't got this. Is that they're going to change things on field? This is my take, right? In our squad, it's fine when things go well, like in the first 10 games. When you've got more sort of what are classed as passive players, not aggressive players, and it goes well, pretty football, you get the goals, you get the results, everyone's happy, right? How many aggressive players have we got in that 25-man squad? I could name Van der Ven, Romero, Bentancur, Højbjerg ain't good enough, Richarlison. Now I'm struggling. I'm sure you might be able 1 or 2 more out of the 25, right?
Dogie.
Now, the reason Dogie is right. The reason I like aggressive players is because aggressive players are winners. They're the ones that you'd have your player, an opposing player, grabbing hold of the ball for a throw-in, struggling over it, waiting for the linesman or referee to say whose throwing it is, you know? And they're aggressive. Aggressive players are winners. And I don't mind if they get yellow cards, even when Romero's taking criticism for getting his yellow cards and had his suspension and all that, because aggressive players are winners. They don't need motivating. They are fired before they go out on the field. We don't field a team with enough aggressive players in it when things go wrong. So when things go right, Maddison's not an aggressive player, right? I'd say Bentancur is as well, actually. He is, right?
But then, Adrian, you have to look at our captain. Son is not an aggressive player at all.
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. And what you need, when you got champions in a side, champions, and you go for championships, you have winners, and winners are aggressive. And then we had one thing the first band faced a while back was, there's not enough, not enough shithousery in our side. And then when Romero was getting suspensions, Romero's a psychopath. We should fucking sell him. You know what I mean? It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. We haven't got enough aggressive players. When things aren't going well, Basuma I actually thought was okay today. I thought Romero was our best player. I thought Basuma was okay. Look, these sharp turns again, receiving the ball, coming like.
But he lost the ball quite a lot.
Yeah, but he still made himself available. I thought he's shown signs of getting a bit back to what the Basuma was saying before. Yeah. And Ange was screaming at him against Chelsea. And if he thought he was that shit, he wouldn't have played him today, right? So like.
But then you just told us Højbjerg's not good enough, so he's going to play.
No, it's like when things go wrong. Even Skip today, Cumwell did a good job when he come up with, for his cameo role and all that. Like, but Skip's one, he'll get pushed off the ball. Son will get pushed off the ball. Basuma will get pushed off the ball. These players that keep getting pushed off the ball when the going gets tough and can't dig in, and they can't dig us out of hole. And why? They're not aggressive enough. Right?
Yeah, but it comes down to leaders on the pitch as well. Because even when if your leaders are quiet, and I have to speak about this, for me, I'm going to say it how it is. Son is not our captain. We don't have a captain on that pitch.
It doesn't matter though, TJ.
It does, Adrian.
It doesn't matter.
It does. It comes down to you have to have leaders on the pitch. The best teams have leaders on the pitch. I'm sorry. The best teams.
Club. Right? You shouldn't need someone to motivate you to go off and give all the best on that football.
My point is the best teams have leaders on the pitch.
You shouldn't be in our club. You shouldn't be in our club. Simple.
Well, we don't have captains by that definition then, Adrian. That's the thing. No club should have a captain then. If that's the case, Man City should have a captain. United
the modern day captain's role is
have a captain.
It's more a diplomatic role nowadays.
Right, okay, so
I mean, like, what's the captain going to do on a football field?
Scream at them when we're 1-0 down to wake them up.
All you can do as a player is lead by example on your individual performance, right?
And that's exactly what I expect my captain to do, to hold everybody together.
These guys, that role could be handed to anyone then, right? Am I right?
You can give it to anyone.
That role could be handed to Vicario, for all we know. Or it could be handed to Porro. It could be handed to anyone.
Well, Romero should get it, really. But I mean, like,
why should Romero get it?
Because he's been our most consistent performer.
But it's just a diplomatic role. Does it matter,
guys? Can I say?
No, it doesn't. It shouldn't matter. That's what I'm saying.
Adrian,
go on.
I've got no issue criticising Son. Everyone's allowed their opinion. What I'll say is this though: when Harry Kane was the club captain, same shit happened. When Hugo was the captain, same shit happens.
Because they're not.
Is there a bigger issue than just the captain, though?
But
here?
I think there is a bigger issue.
No, the only argument I'll give you, Stel, with when Harry Kane, he held Tottenham on his back. And let's be honest with you, he was the creator of the strike and defender.
Around him, though.
He didn't galvanise the players, but he did lead by example. He didn't win nothing. That's why I called him a loser. He's gone to Bayern Munich, but anyway.
What I'm being told, Adrian, 1 second. What I'm hearing from you guys is that where's our leader to rally the troops? Where's our leader to grab them, say, "Come on, guys"? Yeah. Did Kane do that? Because we still got pumped.
I agree with you. Kane
did Hugo do that? We still got pumped. It's like
no, I don't think Lloris was a good captain either. Still, there were other players there that could have been better.
Don't you think, guys, that part of the due diligence when you bring a player in? This is why we get lumbered with a player like Ndombele, right, is you don't do a background on his his mentality and how well he gets on with other players. Is the player aggressive? Is he a winner and all this, or is he a lazy so and so that'll just take the money and run?
I don't think the problem is the players, though. I think it's the fact that we don't back our managers. I just think it's this whole thing about the players. I'm fed up of hearing this summer. This summer is going to be the summer of the season, the summer of this. Well, Adrian, Mr. Box Office, the main event needs to say something now. I've had enough now. The point I'm making is, I'm fed up of hearing it. The point is, are we going to back our manager when the fans go against this guy? Because I'm already hearing from everyone in this panel right now, the people that were twerking for this manager after the first 10 games, when Mr. Box Office was telling you from June that this was gonna happen, and it's only happened so early that I'm now saying who's talking now? Who's talking now? Yeah, are they gonna stand by our manager? Based on what are we gonna stand by our manager? No. Yeah, and the best thing is about this right now, he'll walk. He'll walk.
No, he won't.
Yeah, he will walk before he gets sacked. That's the thing, because he's not stupid. So you tell me, Adrian, yeah, because you've seen people, you've seen this club since 1960 with our best manager of a decade, yeah, right, who's shown us about loyalty and how we do things, yeah, right. You've seen Keith Birkinshaw as well, yeah, right. So you've seen even Terry Venables, yeah, win trophies. Yeah, and what was the difference between those managers? They stuck with their manager. Yeah, ever since then, we've been sacking managers left, right, and centre. Yeah, and I think that's even more embarrassing. You had Manchester United at that time, who had a bad spell with Alex Ferguson. What did they do? They stuck with their manager. Look what happened. A legend. A legend.
But he was one person.
Yeah, I think they were 13th in the league when they won the FA Cup, which saved his job, actually.
Exactly. So that's the point I'm making.
Well, you have to stick with Ends. There's no choice.
Oh, yeah, but the point I'm making is, Adrian, the point I'm making is, it's the board that needs to show that leadership, bro. That's the point. Maz has just sold up my point straight away. He said exactly what I've been saying since June. Yeah, and the person that's been called scum because I don't believe in Postecoglou, because I need the manager, I need the ownership to believe in it, and that's it. Back to you, Stu. I'm done.
Alex, can I just clarify it? Right, first of all, well, just tell you one thing. When you keep coming on this channel and saying you got called scum, I just want to make sure it wasn't anyone here that called you.
No.
Say like what?
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying anyway.
Yeah, I know. I'm just letting the audience know.
Yeah.
Super chat from V1K United, who says, you need to know your Spurs. You won't do anything. Thank you for the super chat. George, you wanted to say something, my man.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get to see the game today, thank God. But from what I've seen enough of, and what the first thing we're lacking in is confidence as a team. And the momentum, unfortunately, from the early part of the season was lost for various factors, injuries, whether this was going to happen at this stage or not. Anyway, it may well have been the case. But I think for me, the standout thing, and it's not just been this season, it's been three, 4 seasons, to be honest, is a creative midfielder that's able to operate consistently. Without any creativity in that midfield, we can single out players and say this player was awful, that player was awful. And I'm not saying that they haven't been, but there is no creativity in midfield. There is no one who's going to put their foot on that ball and put through a pass through the lines that everybody's going to really worry about once they get the ball. So the opposition sees that player gets the ball, and then they have those second thoughts as to what that player is going to do. That just doesn't exist. Teams, for some reason, believe that they can pick the ball up and just play straight through us. It sometimes looks like a warm butter through a warm knife through butter. It's almost at will sometimes. Without that creative midfielder, and Maddison we've got to start questioning now whether he can be consistent enough to take that role on. And we go back to Harry Kane. We were lacking it back then. In fact, I think we've been lacking it probably since Eriksen was at his pomp. Unless we go out there and we can invest in something similar to what Arsenal did, I hate to say it, and I'm not saying a Declan Rice type player, but a player which you can pick up and you can put into a squad and you know that is a quality player. Back to what you were saying, Stel, and spending that, 100 million on 2 players instead of 8 or 9. The issue is as follows. Will the board have the confidence in this manager to spend that sort of money on 1 or 2 players? Or will they again say that, hang on a minute, is there somebody else who's better? Or, just simply hold back on the reins until maybe somebody better comes along in their eyes. And that to me is the issue, because without that creativity in midfield, we just don't have that that puppet master in there who's going to be able to pull the strings. And until that changes, I can see us having 2 or 3 games maybe, or going on that 10 game run. Then the tactics get figured out by teams, and we end up in the situation that we are now.
George, do you know another concern I've got with regards to transfers? Okay, is that when Arteta was in trouble, he gave Eddie Nketiah, Saka, Smith Rowe, Maitland-Niles a debut. 2 of them turned out to be quite good, right? And they also had a young kid, Martinelli, they signed, and he brought him through. When Jurgen Klopp had challenging moments, he brought through Curtis Jones, Harvey Elliott, and they've done pretty well. And we saw the other night against Chelsea, Poch is in trouble, squad's depleted. What do I do? He starts Gilchrist, a young lad, 19, I think.
Yeah, he marks on
wing back, and he brings on another young player, an Italian kid from the academy that came on. I look at Spurs. You can see we're fucked in the wing back position. You can see we've got a problem with creativity. Not only did he not use the players that he signed, like a Dragusin and whatnot, but what have our young kids got to do to prove that they're better than the shite you're watching? Well, I'm just saying it because, but you know what? The only thing that hasn't completely wound me up with this is that every manager before him seems to do that. The only one that's really tried was Mourinho. He brought in Skip.
Tanganga.
He gave in Tanganga a chance. He gave Troy Parrott a chance in an FA Cup game. And Mourinho was the most hated manager of all in the last 20 years. Why is this happening? Why is this happening?
This is where he's losing me still. This is where he's losing me still.
Actually, let Alex speak.
This is where he's losing me still, because the problem is he kept on saying it's a build. And this is when we were having lots of injuries and he had the youngsters on the bench and he never put them on.
Yeah.
And that's where, and the thing is, though, the thing that annoyed me about it is that we kept on saying they're the class of 92 according to somebody, and you know who I'm talking about. Yeah. So it's like, well, okay, well, you're hyping it up like that. Why are you not giving them a chance? And this is the problem. And then the youth director said, and what I heard behind the scenes, which I think is kind of a good thing a little bit, Andrew, the youth director, is saying that they're not good enough. But why are you hyping up youngsters, and why do you not buy in players? The thing that's really I'm really concerned about at the moment, and I think we've got to sort this out, address this next season, right? The players are not adaptable to different positions, right? Emerson clearly is not adaptable to different positions, right? This is what we see. We've seen with Poch. He could adapt certain players to different positions.
He's not good in his natural position.
Well, yeah, my point is, yeah, I know. But the point I'm making is, there's a lot of players that only can play specific roles. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, I think for me, if Angie's going to work, you're going to have to play. You've got to have players that can adapt to different positions. So you're going to have to play somebody like, for instance, this number 6 role. We're saying we need a Pacific player that is world class doing that position. Yeah. What if that world class player ends up getting injured? What we're going to do? We need somebody to go in there and do work. Try and compete in that position. So you may need to use a defender to do that role, like you see at Man City. You know what I mean? So
John Stones, isn't it?
I think this is the thing. This is where I think.
But Alex, aren't you jumping a bit further down the line? Aren't those the things you do once you've built your good start?
I get where you're saying, but this is where. But the problem is we ain't got the players at the moment, and we don't know if we're going to have those players next season or the season after. So the thing is, though, we're going to have to be creative.
The problem is he's not even using the players.
Because the problem is next year, when we're in Europe, because I think we'll definitely get Europe next season, you might have a lot of injuries like Newcastle. And Newcastle,
we are going to get injuries. The way we play, we are going to get injuries.
So the point is, and look at Manchester United at the moment, they've been decimated. Regardless what you think of the manager, they've been decimated with injuries, haven't they? So he's going to have to adapt to different things and different players and stuff like that. So you're going to have players that are going to be able to adapt to different positions. And the concern for me is at the moment, especially with the youngsters not being given a chance, I don't think he's going to do it. And that's the only concern I've got, because I understand he wants to keep his system. That's fine. He's told us that. That's fine. But it comes to a point where you're sitting there thinking, okay, Ange, you're going to have to work. You're going to have to get some players to actually work in different positions here, because if you can't do that, you're going to have a problem next season. This is the thing.
But Alex, he's not even using his players, though. That's the problem as well. We brought in Dragustin. What does my man have to do to get a game? I'm sorry. Look, I'm not saying he's the savior and he's going to be the right guy for us, but at least use him. At least use the players that you have. And see, this is the problem. And then you say, oh, he has his system and you don't have the players. For me personally, if you don't have the players, and I've said this on many shows, if you don't have the playing cards in front of you, you have to play with what you've got, which means you have to bite your tongue and say, you know what, my system's not going to work. But what he's not willing to change it. And I'm not saying he has to change his whole philosophy. I never said that. And listen, I'm not even a coach, so I don't know too much in it.
TJ,
but
do you know
I'm
what it is?
seeing.
TJ,
go for it.
That's what it is. Has, you're right to carry on, bro. I know it's quite late. I know you.
Yeah, I'm tired, man. I just put it now. Getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning is getting to me. So
no, if you just get some shot, go for it, man. It's just all right.
Yeah, sorry.
I've seen you anyway, because I haven't seen you in ages.
Guys, so this is why I don't come on as often, because I'm so busy every day, man.
Yes, good to see you, though, man. Good to see you.
Has, what's the name of your calf again?
Avery, the Avery calf.
Guys, if you live South London ways, right, Has has got a calf called the Avery calf. The area is called Avery, isn't it?
Yeah, Avery Hill, Eltham.
The food apparently is the bomb. You need to go and check it out. So if you are in that neck of the wood, go check out the Avery. Go check out Has's calf. It's good stuff.
And Spurs Kings TV as well. Spurs Kings TV, because I like those lads, man. I like Cincinnati, even though he plays too much FIFA. I like Marlon, even though he's very underrated. And he might be very quiet, but he's the best looking guy on YouTube, by the way. You know what I mean? And you got to big him up every single time, yeah?
You said that a few times, man. I get a little bit confused.
I've got to make him smile, I've got to make him smile. You know what I mean? He's back Mr. Box Office every single time. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's what I had to say.
Yeah. Also, happy Easter to you as well, so and everyone else celebrating.
Oh, cheers, man.
Thank you. Actually, it's Avery Hill Road, not. It's the Avery Cafe, not Avery Hill Park Caf. That's a different caf, but
different caf.
We're right opposite Tool Station, if you want a reference. So yeah, thanks
opposite
for that.
Where? Which station?
It's just opposite Tool Station,
right
on Avery Hill Road.
There you go.
Yeah. Cool.
Wait, before you go, when you gonna bring it to North London, man?
Bring it to North London.
Yeah,
bro, I'm struggling with just one shop, so let's
TJ, what's that grub, man?
I want that grub.
Hey, Teach TJ to cook and maybe
cardiac breakfast, please.
TJ,
no. It's not that kind of calf. They do proper grub, like really good homemade cakes, homemade.
The Hass was saying go fresh everything, wasn't it?
I was joking. I was joking.
You're not allowed jokes on this channel. We don't do jokes.
Well, you're a joke. Still.
Yeah.
Look at that.
No, but he'd be texting me tomorrow and slagging me off, right?
I'll let you slag yourself off.
Guys, big up, Stel. Thank you very much for having me on the show, Stel.
See you, Has.
Chat. Thanks a lot, everyone. All good night. Take care.
See you later, bro. See you, mate.
TJ, what I was saying, Maz, I wanted to answer what TJ was saying, because you mentioned
I want to say something though quickly, but
I'll come to you, then I'll go to Maz. Oh, by the way, Girish, thank you very much, man. This one here, happy birthday. Thank you, bro. That was yesterday. Appreciate it. So with Ange, he shouldn't change his strategy. I think he should change his tactics. And the difference is this: a strategy is how you believe to win a game. So his strategy is keep possession of the ball so the other team can't score, and keep possession of the ball because that's the only way we can score, right? So his strategy is to play possession-based football. Some people call it a philosophy, but in this example, it is a strategy. But how do you deliver the strategy to now win the game? Just to say, possession-based football, play it out from the back. That means bollocks, right? That's like saying, what's your strategy of having a really successful restaurant? All the food's going to be fresh. Okay, that's your strategy, but how are you then going to use that to get customers through the door and make money, right? So the way we play with inverted fullbacks, and they don't overlap, they invert, always playing out the back constantly. The striker is an out-and-out striker. He doesn't drop and allow the forward attackers to penetrate in front and feed them in the way Liverpool did. So those are tactics. The strategy's right. I get what Ange's doing. I'm totally on board with his strategy. But how he's delivering the strategy to win.
Still, why did he take his inverted fullbacks off against Chelsea? So what was the change there? So he did adapt or try to adapt, unless it was a desperate move. He took the inverted fullbacks off against Chelsea, didn't he? No one remember?
He didn't stop them inverting, though.
Did he just change the personnel?
I mean,
just change the personnel.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's fine. Which people say is no plan B, but he changed.
Listen, I'll be honest with you guys.
I'm not a believer in plan B. I just think that you throw fresh legs on, or somebody gives you different options.
The thing is, this plan A, plan B. I don't even think we've got plan A at the moment.
It's absolute bullshit.
It's not bullshit. I just don't think. For me, I think the best possession-based system of being, you know, Andrew's always saying, go forward, pass forward, right? That's easy to say, but you've got to run. You need players to move off the ball so you can feed it forward sometimes as well. And that doesn't often happen. For me, the best passing forward with that explosive play that Ange wants was Liverpool's. When you had Salah, Mane, and then Firmino. Firmino would drop. Salah and Mane would go in. And Firmino would feed them two. That's why them two got more goals than Firmino, because he ended up
to stop them feeding them winners. You need a good.
No, Adrian. No. One second. And then the white play came from attacking fullbacks. So his wing backs were out and out wing backs. His front three, the so-called striker position actually dropped into the 10, and the left and right forwards. They became the strikers. That's why Mane and Salah scored so many goals. So the way he played was different. And behind him, he didn't have any sensational midfielders, but he had hard-working...
Like a solid base, isn't it?
Win the ball back and get it forward as quickly as possible or wide. He had workaholics. And it worked. And the defence kind of hardly had too much pressure to deal with. But when he did have to defend, he had Van Dijk and Alisson, who were prime. For me, that's the best way I've seen what Ange ball could look like. And we've actually got the players potentially to do this, but lacking in the attack. If Porro and Udogie played as those wide attacking players instead of inverting, and if Son dropped and fed in the two attacking forwards,
Like Johnson and
shit.
Turner or something. Yeah.
But unfortunately, they're both shit. They can't
Or
score
if
goals.
you had a number 6 that broke up play in midfield to stop them feeding their wide players.
But
that would help us well.
Adrian, I don't think that's as much of an issue as what
I do.
No. In our system, it is. But in the way Klopp did, it's not as much of an issue as
No,
long as
he
you've
used
got
to play
workaholic.
like different sort of players, didn't he? Yeah.
So I don't think the tactic. I don't think the strategy's wrong. I think the tactic doesn't work for the players we've got.
A lot of our fans are screaming like, "Oh, we need a Rodri type player. They're rare anyway, right? A number 6 and all that." And I've said
for
it.
the way Angie's playing, yes. For the way Angie's doing it,
right?
yes.
Okay, right. And I've said it, and I've received pelters for it, and I said it before we even got Van der Ven in. I said it won't happen, but I said because he can drop back into the back 3 or back 2 anyway, Romero could do that. He's good on the ball. He can do all of that. He can do all of that.
Yeah, but why take a player that's really good in one position to compensate?
Porro, right? Seriously, as much as Porro is a very good, he's technically so good free kicks, shots on goals. He's so good. He's not an inverted fullback. The time he got caught upfield today and was chasing back when Liverpool got us on the break. Right? His positional play and intelligent awareness is questionable, right? He's a good footballer. He is. I mean, I really laid into him last season because there was quite a few occasions and on the pre-season tour when I slated him online, right? But then I thought, hang about, see a bit more. You're a good player. You're a good footballer. But to me, Porro's a midfielder. He's not. Unless you play 3 at the back and play him as a wing back when he was at Sporting, right? He's a midfielder. He's not an inverted fullback. And to me, when people talk to me about wing back,
Porro's a midfielder.
Yeah, I think.
Do you mean a winger, Adrian?
No. He's not
back.
a winger. He hasn't got the
He's a
style
wing
of
back.
a winger. No, he's not. I think he's more of an.
Porro's not a wing back. Adrian, Porro's not a wing back.
No. He can be a wing back, right? But he's not a winger, in my opinion. It's just my opinion.
Plays a winger.
Right? He's not.
He
links well at times with Kulusevski on the right.
Adrian, we But Adrian, you just said Porro was a wing back at Sporting Lisbon, right?
Yeah.
So why are you now saying he's a midfielder?
Because he can't fucking defend. And the reason I say that is because when people talk about these modern
midfielders have to defend. Midfielders have to defend,
players, right? Like wingback. If being a wingback still means you're absolved of defensive responsibilities. I don't want to be in my team.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
I don't know how we got here.
Opinion,
I want to say something.
No, it's not my opinion. It's not my opinion. You're wrong on this.
No,
how can Trent Alexander? Do you think Trent Alexander's a good defender?
Well, that Liverpool fans have questioned his defensive capabilities as well, haven't they?
That's not why I asked you.
So should he play in midfield?
Do you, Adrian, not the Liverpool fans, do you think Trent is a good defender?
I'd have to look at all of his stats overall, and I haven't. I know he's a good player, but
from what you've seen, do you think he's a good defender?
It should be a yes or no answer.
I tried this earlier, TJ. I don't get an answer.
I would say no. I would say
no. Right.
No.
So therefore, he should be in midfield, but they don't. They play him as an attacking fullback. They let the midfield.
Klopp knows more than I do, right? Fair enough.
so you need to apply the same logic to Porro.
Yeah, but look, I don't see Porro in training, but I just when I question his defensive capabilities.
You're trying to navigate out of this.
No. He got done at Newcastle away last season. He got done at Leicester away last season.
Not a good defender.
He got done when he was in a pre-season tour. Right, he's defending from crosses across to the left-hand side of the pitch over the box. He was getting done in the air. Right, he was getting done because he wasn't even
he's not a good defender. I don't disagree with you on this, but I don't disagree with you about his defending. The point I'm making is you can compensate his defensive deficiencies if you play him as the attacking fullback, like Liverpool did with Trent. Because guess what? Liverpool won everything with Trent not being a good defender because they played him in a way that worked for him. We could do the same with Porro, but what we do with Porro is we turn him into a midfielder, like you suggest. It doesn't work. Yes, George. Yes, George.
Yeah, I just want to say that there's levels, and I think when you mention the three names, be it up front in Mane,
Saliana.
there's levels now. If you want to, I don't really want to compare that with what we've got at Tottenham, and just want to say this before I knock off. I think what we're saying here is that there's two ways of looking at this. You can ask Ange to change his tactical stance, or you can just say Ange isn't the man for us. Because I think what Ange is trying to achieve in this season, and I'd like to think that this is, I can only try and read into what he's doing in what I see, is to highlight what he needs and request what he needs to go on, to move on. Because what he said is quite clear, and effectively what he has said is what Conte said last year. And that is that he doesn't have the players in order to do what he wants to do and play that attacking brand of football. And we can criticize Mourinho and Conte for the way that they were trying to play. The reality was that with the system that they wanted to play, they didn't have the players to play it either. So the board have a big question here. Do they bring a manager on board that they believe in and invest in that manager and have that sort of a starting lineup that we're talking about, the comparisons with Liverpool? Because again, comparing the Tottenham the Tottenham squad to the Liverpool squad, I don't think that you can really do that. I think there's levels, and the Liverpool squad has proved itself over the last 4 or 5 seasons in the trophies that they've managed to win and where they've been competing at. So the board we come back to again, are they ready to back this manager over 2-3 seasons? Because that's what it's going to take. They've made such a mess of sacking managers, bringing new managers in, trying to change philosophies, that we're in a position now that I think that beggars can't be choosers. You're going to struggle, and I want to highlight this, you are going to struggle getting in another manager in the way that we have treated previous managers. So the only way that you're going to get a manager in is if you pay them top money in order to come in. And that's not the reason why a manager should come to a club. Not if that club wants to be successful anyway. So we're going to be in another situation when we sacked Mourinho and we had a short list of whatever it was, and we ended up getting to manager number 9, 10, whatever it was, before we got a manager to actually come into the club. And what do we have at the moment? Slot was one of the managers that turned us down last season. And look at the club that he's going to.
And Potter and Nagelsmann and
Because Liverpool stuck with their manager.
Change his inverted fullbacks and his 2 wide wingers hugging the touchline. Why doesn't he adopt what Klopp did in the past, right? Why don't you have Son on one wing?
He's not Jurgen Klopp.
Hold on. Why doesn't he have Son on one wing and like Kulu or Johnson on the other wing, or Werner, whatever it is?
They invert anyway.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish, right? And then have either Maddison in a withdrawn role, false 9-10, like Bobby Firmino played at Liverpool, who could feed them. Because I just think that would be better. He wouldn't be compromising.
Adrian, did you hear anything I said when I spoke? When I said the strategy is not the problem, it's the tactic, how he deploys the strategy. You're now saying, why doesn't Ange deploy a different tactic? That's exactly what I was saying for 10 minutes. That's exactly what I said. That's on the manager. I'm glad we got there.
Let's not make it a common thing, right?
I think another layer to what George was saying. I think another problem that he's going to have in what he said and what he's going to do, and then what the board are going to do, is he's brought in. How many players has he brought in this season? Is it 6, 7 players this season?
9, wasn't it?
9.
We know who players are in the summer,
right? And he's been consistent in saying that he wants to instill his way of playing and his philosophy on the team. But then, how does that transfer going into next season when you're then turning around to the board and saying, okay, well, this is the players I need, because 5 out of my 9 signings, or even more, let's say 6 or 7 out of my 9 signings actually aren't working for the system that I've got, and I now need to
Yeah, but Max,
get
did he
rid of
sign
those or
them? Did he
dispense
sign
those.
them? Did he sign them?
I think that's fine. I think he said every signing is his, but I think that's
no.
by
The
the
manager's
by.
always going to turn around and say in a press conference. Press conferences are always cryptic.
But
aren't
Adrian,
they?
But
Managers are always cryptic.
if it's coming out of his mouth, you have to
Yeah,
believe
let
it.
me land the
Can I
point,
just
right?
say this? Can I say this before we get?
Let
because
Mads finish, then Alex.
yeah.
You. Mads finish, then Alex.
Yeah.
Go
I'm
on.
still waiting to say something, but
4 minutes.
okay.
Sorry,
So what?
As I'll come to you straight after. Sorry, man.
Okay,
Sorry,
okay.
bro.
Don't worry.
So,
it's fine.
so I mean, whoever brings them in is by the
Head's
by,
fried.
because the problem's still going to be there at the end of the season. The board are going to have this decision as to, are we going to keep faith in Ange and give him the players he wants? And I think they'll have to, because they've got themselves into such a situation that there's no real better alternatives out there.
Yeah.
Then Ange has got to keep the players that he has on side in the event that he doesn't get all of the players that he wants, and go again next season. And I think that's a little bit where Conte failed, right? Because he had a brilliant first 6 months where he qualified for top 4. Then it all just fell to pieces in his second season, because a lot of the players he didn't want there, but he had to make do. And I wonder if that's the same thing that's going to happen with Ange.
I don't know. The way I'm looking at this is that whatever signings that Ange has already
George,
made.
George, sorry to interrupt you. Can I let Alex speak because he wanted to, and then has
speak. Has
you speak. Go on.
Has
Sorry, George.
George
I will come to you after.
No, don't
massive
worry.
risk here speaking about this subject, but anyway. So obviously we had that injury session that TJ mentioned earlier, right? And he said, and a number of others said, why did we not use the youth players? And obviously, I think it was Alex alluded to the fact that Arteta used certain players, and I think Stell said he used certain players. Now, TJ told me, because he goes and does his research about managers, he said Ange was known to use the youth players. So to ask this question, why did he not use the youth players at Spurs when we had all those injuries? And then obviously Alex alludes to the fact we're going to have more games next season. So why are we not going to start betting the youth players?
He always embeds his youth players in. But for some reason at Tottenham, he's not using them. Why is that? That's the question I've had. I've had from the day one until now.
I've always said there should be a protocol at the club. If you want to create a pathway for academy players, I know Still will laugh at me. I'm mentioning the academy now, right?
That's why I didn't want to mention.
Pathway, right? You look at a game, right? You got 11 players on the field. You're allowed 9 substitutes, right? You can use 5, 6 if you've got a concussion substitute. That's 17.
Adrian, you repeat the same thing every show, man.
I know.
Honestly,
I mean,
I can't really
say that. I didn't want to say it. I was really,
yeah.
Really
I don't know if it's something about the topic that's
for the
different
chat, for the chat, not for you, right? Not for you. I
it's the
think
same people in the chat
be a rule at the club, so as other senior players know, in case they think, oh, why is a youngster being on the bench instead of me? I just think you should always have 2 academy players. So they're needed by Wayne Burnett or the other manager of the under-18s. I forget his name at the moment, but always room for 2. Always room for 2. Just to give
I want to move it on because we all we did was talk about this one point in the game after 10 minutes where they nearly scored, right?
It's because we're trying to not get to it. That's why. We're trying our hardest to delay it.
We've arrived, motherfuckers. We've arrived. We were 1-0 down, and it was a cross into the box. So not a set piece, but you could argue it's another ball into the box. Now, before the ball comes in, the player Emerson's supposed to be marking behind him. He's left him free. But you could argue, but hold on a minute. There's also a player in front of him that was worried. So maybe he's caught between 2 players. Which one should I mark? But this is something we've seen often. There's always players that are just not marking anyone. If you look at the beginning of our kind of defensive line, you've got 3 players marking nobody. It starts with Romero, then Sarr, and then I think it's Bentancur. So I kind of feel a bit sorry for Emerson Royale here because he's stuck between which one do I mark. But the ball goes over to the back post. Salah does header it in. But I also want to ask a question about Vicario because you cannot be getting beat near post like that. He was a little bit off balance, but that's because he didn't read maybe the flight of the ball and anticipate what could come back post. So I know it's not a set
Can I
piece,
say something about the Emerson Royale thing before you go on? But
guys, I'm sorry.
while I was watching
out
it
now. So
take care, George.
See you later,
George,
mate.
have a good
Nice to meet you, man.
Great listening to what you had to say.
I'll send you the link each week. If you're free, come on. If not, it's cool.
I'm just going to say something. 2 minutes. It's going to be quick. While Emerson Royale was marking Salah, he looked at him, and then he didn't look again, and he lost him.
Yeah,
and
true.
The replay showed he didn't have no awareness. He wasn't even marking the player in front of him before it went over to him. So then, as soon as it went over, I was like, man, this is Emerson Royale's quality. He's just lackluster. Yeah, you have a look, and then you lose the man. It don't make no sense. But another thing that I want to mention, after the ball went across, look, this is just a theory, and I'm not making no excuses. I think Salah said goalkeeper or some sort of, because he did like hesitate to like jump in front of it. I don't know if any of them ever, but Vicario. I don't think I don't know if anybody else realized it. He did.
I know what that was. I know what that was. I
think
look back at it. He didn't know whether Salah was going to head it back across goal. So I think so. He's kind of like gone that way, and that's his balance is slightly off kilter. And when he went this way, he's now had to readjust. But as he's readjusted, he's leant backwards. So he's lost his balance. So I think because from that position, he's thinking, now you're not going to go near post. You're going to knock it back into the danger zone. But Salah went near post. And that's why I said Vicario failed to read the situation. That's how TJ, that's how I looked at it. If I was coaching
true.
That's how I kind of saw it. But you could be
you
right,
have
bro.
the coaching badge.
Right,
no, you have the coaching badge. I trust you, man.
We all watch football. We all watch football.
I see what I see. I'm a rookie. I said Salah said goalkeeper. Think about it. That's my analysis. You're saying, bro, his body wasn't in the shape. That's the difference. The difference in how we view things.
Joint errors by Emerson Royale.
To me a couple of times.
To be honest, Emerson shouldn't even get in the team anyway. Royal shouldn't be in the team anyway.
Can I ask something to Stel? If we had an extra man there, like say we had 5 at the back, do you think that goal could have been alleviated and not happened?
I think defensively we're not coached.
Do you think it's the
to the level
or something?
For me, this is all tactical. I think out of possession as a defensive unit, I don't think we are coached to the level required.
Do you think
I've said this for a while.
Because that's what it seems like to me when I
the manager and the coaching staff 100% are at fault for this. You can't tell me Van de Ven, Romero, Porro, Vicario. You can't tell me they're crap at defending. I think they're put in constant difficult positions. I think they're constantly in a difficult situation.
I feel sorry for Van de Ven and Vicario every game.
Porro's not a good defender still. Come on.
But Porro wasn't the one defending that situation.
I know, it was Emerson. We know he's crap.
But are we as a defensive unit organised?
No, we look lost.
This shit happened when Udogie was fit. By the way, the
same stuff. Still disjointing Udogie's fit because Emerson is not good enough.
But what's Udogie
cannot defend.
But Emerson's not on the pitch.
So that's always an issue.
I don't think
Adrian, why are you talking about Emerson when Udogie's on the pitch?
No, because I said when Udogie's playing, even if you've got VDV and Romero, our right-sided inverted fullback Porro is not good defensively. He has good games.
But I agree. But I said it happened to Emerson, and then I said because Emerson was playing left back. But even when Udogie played left back, we still had these problems. Like Udogie
hasn't been in good form before he got injured. He hasn't been in good form.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. You're missing the point. The point I'm making is we've got good defenders at the club, right? Okay, questions about Porro, no problem. But we've got good enough defenders. Yet these same things happen with good enough defenders on the pitch. I've watched us this season. I don't think we're coached defensively. I think there's such a high emphasis on possession, pass, forward, move, attack, which is great. But we've negated the defensive side of the game, and I see it.
I totally agree. But then the puzzle is, the enigma is, the fact that we know Romero's very good, we know VDV's very good, we know Udogie's very good, right? But why have we conceded so many fucking goals then?
That's what we're trying to explain.
Because Angie's not coaching them. That's basically what you
No,
said.
no, that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I make is Spurs fans praise all these players, right?
Yeah.
Yet we still concede the goals, right?
I think that's unfair.
Because they're not coached to defend as a unit.
I think that's unfair. I think that's unfair. This is where I think we're being hypocrites now. Because the thing is, though, right?
Well, it's unfair to say the manager isn't coaching defense.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't agree to that. And again, I don't like the manager, so I'm not being
Alex,
biased.
why do you disagree with that?
Because the point is, I think the problem at the moment with Tottenham at the moment is the attacking side, right? If we're more, more
potent.
So we conceded 4 goals today because we can't attack.
And using most of our chances, right? That I think we would be more in better positions.
But Alex, if we know
this is where, and again, I've said this on my channel, Mr. Box Office TV. It's the latest live on my own.
Don't forget,
right? Well, I've been on loads of streams of loads of panelists. So I said set pieces versus goals and assists.
I saw your stream.
Right? If we
Alex.
As goals, no. Let me make my point. Still, make my point.
Okay,
the point I made was
make a response afterwards. Anyway,
let me make my point. Right?
Yeah, make your point. Fair play.
My point is that if we were potent up front, we wouldn't have these problems. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Defense is not great, but the point is that we don't score our chances. We don't use the possession well to make good chances to our strikers to score. Right, and our strikers not good enough to score the goals, right? And that's on Ange because he's brought in people like Werner, Johnson, and these players are going to get him sacked or he's going to walk, right? The defense, yes, it's a problem, but that will be sorted next season. That's for
Alex,
trophies.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question on what you just said, right? Do you agree that Manchester City is one of the best attacking teams in the league?
Yeah.
Okay. So why is it when Pep Guardiola came to Man City, the first thing he did was to spend £250 million on defenders?
Yeah, I agree with you. But the point is, unfortunately...
don't agree. I want to answer the question. Why did he do that then?
Yeah, because he needed to improve the defense. Yes, he did. Yeah. But he was.
But why? Because but why? Because if the best attacking team just scores their chances and finishes,
simple still.
Because defending is bloody important.
It is important, but he needs.
Our manager's neglected that.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is, I think
he signed a £30 million centre back who sits on the bench.
Still, he's okay. Listen, again, he's made it clear. He needs to build a philosophy because Tottenham Hotspur have not had a philosophy for so long now. We chopped and changed managers all this time. And this is the whole point I was told in June. Yeah. We're bringing in Ange to bring a philosophy now, and we're going to continue that philosophy after those 4 years with Ange, right? He's made it quite clear what his target is, right? Now, I'm not having a go at you guys because this is a result of what's happened in the last how many years.
You're saying that if we just attack better and score, it kind of negates the issue with defence.
Yeah, but this is the thing. I think this is the issue at the moment because I think the defence, yes, you need better. You might need to look at that next season. But the thing is, though, I think because we're attacking team, because he's brought in to have an attacking style and everything else. If he rejects that, if he negates that, that's where the owners are thinking, well, you told us you're going to be attacking style, though, right? So
you can attack. You can attack. So you can attack. Yeah, but hold on. You can attack while still doing the basics of defending.
But
you don't do the basics.
Yes, I understand what you're saying still, but the point is,
you're not making sense of it to me.
But I get what you're saying.
The basics of defending.
My point is, right, is that his focus is trying to get an attacking philosophy at the moment, right? Now, for me, at the moment, he's focused on that at the moment to make sure we can get, because at the moment there's players out there that are not expressing themselves, or they're not taking risks, they're not doing it, right? And that's what he's working on at the moment.
But
and
he's going to get rid of all those players, Alex.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, he's working with that at the moment because he needs to fix that philosophy. That's going to take time.
But this is a point I made earlier, though, bro. I said, if you're working to instill that philosophy, but out of those 5-6 attacking players that you brought in, you're literally going to get rid of them all because they can't do it. Then it's going to take another season for it to embed that philosophy.
Yeah, but if he does what Ten Hag's doing at the moment, what's going to happen then? They're going to question about his philosophy then. What is his philosophy then?
Can't you argue they're already doing that anyway, Alex?
So and this is the point that Stel was making. You can have a philosophy and a strategy, but you need to be pragmatic with how you implement that strategy and not compromise. You know, what good is it having an attacking philosophy and instilling that philosophy if you're getting pumped every week?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but he told us this, Maz. This is the thing, Maz. This is the thing, because if you're going to start saying that, okay, well, do what Ten Hag's doing, and then you see what Man United fans are saying about Ten Hag at the moment. They're saying they don't know what the philosophy is. You're not getting eyes at football.
No, but we know what his philosophy is, but it's failing.
Well, that's the point, though. But Maz, this is the point. You either want what Ten Hag's doing at Manchester United, or you want a manager that's sticking with his philosophy, right? And then you grow from there. He said clearly this is going to take time, right?
But then he
and
tells
this
us
is the point. And you can say whatever you want in the chat, bro.
I just want him
I'm
to
going to
poach
repeat myself
these
because I've been
guys.
straight from facts since June. So you can say whatever you want. It's Mr.
Alex,
Box Office
but
time,
Alex,
and that's it.
but
My
Alex,
point
but he also
is,
told us we're gonna be
my
title
point
changes.
is, no, because Pep was having a go at me, and I had to say it back to them. My point is, right, is that if you want this, right, don't have Ange in the first place then. Because he's been quite clear, and then if you want Ten Hag's football, if you want God to be like Ten Hag,
Alex, I get your point. I get your point, right? But the problem is what you're saying. The problem,
are you nuts? Are you just nuts?
Alex, the problem is what you're saying is the problem with what you're saying, Alex, right? Is he's saying that he wants to
Conte was that. He was
well, what do you say? What you saying, Maz?
Did better than Ange. Did better than Ange. Conte got top 4.
I think
Ange will last longer. Ange will last longer.
Oh, good. More years of failure. Great.
What you saying, Maz?
Yeah, right. I think
Mourinho,
one of the
wanker.
problems is what Adrian. Let me speak, dude. Right. One of the problems is what you're saying, Alex, is that he's saying one thing, but what we're seeing in front of our eyes is something completely different. So he's saying that I want to implement this philosophy of attacking football, is attack, yada yada yada, and what we're seeing is not that. We're seeing everything but that. What we're seeing is naive defending, attacking or possession-based football with very little creativity. So all they do is tiki-taka-ing it in front of the box. We're seeing very narrow football rather than expansive football, right down the lines. So that's the problem, right? It's he's saying I want to do this, but he's showing us something completely different.
Yeah, but Maz, we got our Tottenham.
Please send Cooper the link. I'll
I have sent it. Send it to him again. I thought I had sent it to him.
But look, Alex, I'm not disagreeing with you, dude. I think your point is really valid. It's really valid.
It's not having a go at you, Maz. By the way, I'm listen. I don't like. I've said it's not even Angie's fault. I like him. You know why I don't like him? Because the fan base. You know what I mean? I was skeptical in the first place, but he has made it clear. And the thing is, though, the issue is you either want what Ten Hag's doing at Manchester United, and Man United fans that don't want him at the moment, they want him sacked, or he's sticking to his gun. And to be fair, it's only his first season at the moment. Yeah, this is where I say, this is where the board needs to stick with him, even if he gets his players.
Where was this energy for the other managers?
Yeah,
where was this energy for the other managers? This is
we didn't like them. That was why. Still, we didn't like them. They were crap.
I like Conte. I like Jose.
I like Conte, and I wanted Jose to stay.
I do like Jose.
This manager
has
got worse stats, worse results, worse points, worse this, worse that than Jose and Mourinho, but yet trust the process. If we trusted the other manager's process, Mourinho could have maybe won the Carabao Cup, and Conte would have competed because his
hate that.
history says he does. It
You know
drives
what I
me
hate?
nuts.
You know what I hate mostly?
Still,
You know what I hate?
Now, I
I
don't
hate
know.
when people say
TJ
trust the
speaking,
process.
TJ speaking.
Wait,
Right.
you know what I hate? I hate when people say trust the process because we're still playing PlayStation 1 where everybody else is on PlayStation 5. You know, like this trust the process has been playing for years and years and years. I'm done with the process. I want to win. The reason why we employed Ange to come in, and this is my opinion, I don't care about anybody else's, it's mine, to win trophies. The same way we brought in Conte to win trophies, Mourinho to win trophies, Poch to win trophies. These managers all failed. Yes, 110%. But I'm sick and tired of this process because the process is not adding up. We keep going through this process. When are we going to win? When?
The
Next
fans
season,
don't want to
obviously.
win. They just want to be entertained. Can I just say there's 2 super chats I haven't done. So sorry, Jerome. Brother, my apologies. This was a response to
he's
something
asking me a
TJ said
question.
earlier. TJ, you are asking to change the system. However, can we agree that Ange does not have the correct personnel to play this system? It is clear to see Emerson, Bissouma, Johnson, Højbjerg are not fit for this. Johnson was
So we're
signed
saying
by
to
Ange.
change it.
Look, let me be honest with you. I agree with you. He don't have the players. Totally. I'm on your side, brother. But I also agree, if you don't have the
But he signed
cards,
9
you have to play
players.
what you have
TJ,
to.
he signed 9
100%.
players. Ange
100%.
signed 9 players. If we believe it's the
Yeah,
manager
it's
signing
true.
players.
That's a good point. No. You got a point. No. That's fair.
Can I just say
He
something?
signed 9 players, but
Yeah, go
for
on,
me, if
please.
you don't have the cards to play what you're trying to do, you have to adapt.
We got Kuba.
And that's just how I view football. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know ball, but for me, I'm seeing a team that don't know how to play this style, and he's forcing, in my opinion, a style where it's just not working. And I'm not saying I typically want him out right now. However, I'm counting to his words. He said he's going to title contend next year. And that's when, if he doesn't title contend next year.
Yeah, I was going to say, in response to Alex, because he mentioned that how Ange is focusing on the attack, right? Now, Alex also said the attack we have is pretty shit. That's pretty much what he says, right? Johnson's, the Werners, the Richarlisons, we can all agree the attack quality we have is not very good. Right now, we're shipping in like 3 or 4 goals a game. So why is this manager not focusing on, at least, if you're not going to score the right amount of goals each game, why not focus on bloody keeping a clean sheet then? So you're not losing 4-0.
Focus on what you have.
3-0.
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to say.
That's again.
It's like we don't
you
have
might
a
as well just
defensive
have Ten
shape,
Hag then.
Alex.
You might as well do what Ten Hag's doing at the moment at Manchester United. And
He's in a cup final. Ten Hag's in a cup final. He won a cup last year.
In his first
That's
year.
the
He won a
problem.
Carabao Cup last year. He's in the FA Cup this year, Alex.
Yeah, no, but the point
I'll
I'm
take Ten
making
Hag.
is that
He
the
wins
issue,
trophies, I'll take Ten Hag.
and this is what rivals are saying at the moment, right? And this is where I can't have a go at Ange, and that's it. He's sticking to what he feels is what is going forward, and he's explained it to the board, and he said it in the fans forum as well in front of Daniel Levy, right? He's always said he's got a plan, right? So if he's got a plan, the only people who are looking really bad at the moment, yes, I agree with you, Has. I do agree with you, Has. He's not helped himself with players like Johnson and Werner and Richarlison and Kulu. He's not helped
And
himself.
Solomon.
Solomon. He's not helped himself with those players because at the end of the day, those players will end up being him getting sacked because that attack is not good enough. That's where he needs to improve on it because when you look at the attacking side, this is what I've said. I came to the conclusion at the end. Look at the end of my show. I came to the conclusion. Defensively, we will win trophies. Right? Defensive side will win trophies. The attacking side, though. The attacking side, though, right? If he doesn't get that right, he'll end up walking or getting sacked because based on that philosophy is attacking philosophy, and that's it. That's the key thing at the moment, right? Now, I don't know whether you hear what I'm saying, but that's what I'm trying to say.
No. I see what you're saying. I don't want to come across as being like.
No, you're not. You're not.
No.
You're supportive to me. So, but go on, Go on,
I'm saying as in like because you mentioned that the defensive side is sorted. That's
no, it's not. It's not sorted. It's not sorted. I'm just saying that I can see what he's. Listen, like I said, I'm not here being biased here towards Ange. I'm being objective here,
I know.
but I'm just going from what he said. He has been honest with us. He hasn't
Has
got.
he?
He has been quite clear, right?
Has
Yes,
he?
okay. He was saying he said every signing his that's a mistake. Yeah, cool.
No, he said here that he hates managers who say that they can't play the right kind of sexy football. His response is they should just do it. And then now he's saying, I haven't got the players to play the way I want to play football.
Yeah,
It's the biggest
I
flip-flop
get
you've
you.
ever
I
seen
get
in
you,
your
but
life.
I get you. But this is where I think a manager is just under pressure at the moment, and he needs his backing from the board. I'm not talking about
Or maybe he
signings.
said something that he didn't actually mean.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. But I think at the moment, again, this comes back to where the board need to stick with him and say, "We back you, Ange." You know what I mean? So just to give him time, because
Yeah, but
this
then
is going
signing
to be a
Timo
long
Werner
process.
on loan is a clear sign they're not fucking
Yeah. Well,
backing
this is the
him.
point. This is the problem, and this is where I've got to say, and I want Coover to come in because Coover, he's my boy, and that's it. But it's just like for me at the moment, this shows he needs time. I think that's what Maz and me I was trying to say at the moment. I think we're saying
I'm
it in
not
different
disagreeing with
ways.
you.
I think he needs time, and I think even if he gets his signings, Arteta got his signings, and look, he still didn't do well, didn't get top four, but they still stuck with the manager, and that's the point. And
we were told this week that there is one transfer plan if we get Champions League and a completely different plan if we don't get it. If you're backing the manager, you go with the best transfer plan. There's no shifting with the goalpost.
You're right.
So we know they're not going to back. By the way, there's one more super chat. Let me quick do it, and then you guys can finish and Cuban come in because I'm running out of the will to live. Jerome, he says all goals conceded this week have been the same. A wide player will be all goals conceded this week have been exactly the same. A wide player will be completely free because we're defensively not coached properly. Jedinak and Mason need to go. Can I just say, Jerome, I completely agree that there are coaches at this club that are so below the levels needed, it beggars belief. But Ange has approved them. And this is why the manager's getting the heat. So I don't want to blame Ange, by the way.
No.
I hope they back him. I hope they do what Alex says, but I just know it's not going to happen.
You know what? I think I can do a better job, and I'm not a coach. Let me be honest with you.
Hoover.
Big up, TJ. What's Coover going to say?
Happy Sunday, Monday, wherever we are, mate. How you doing? Feel free
Monday
to be
now,
as
isn't
happy
it?
or
Yeah.
as miserable as you want.
Another brilliant Spurs weekend, doesn't it? A lot of you will know I've been going ultra positive this season. The sort of blind faith in the club, no matter what. Go against any form of logic or any evidence of what's happening in front of me. And I'm just going to back the manager and say we're going to go places.
Yay.
I'm no longer like that. For the first time, I'm actually going to say Ange. And it's not because I don't like him. I really do like him. I think we could play a brand of football that would be amazing if he was properly backed. But it's not going to happen. We need to practically buy up prime Barcelona to make that happen. Today, he showed me more than ever that it's just not working. We're neither playing out from the back well. Our attack's awful. We scored 2 goals because Liverpool decided to also go on holiday in the second half. Stop their defending too. I think we're now at this the culmination of 20 odd years of, and it does come down to that bloke at the top. If there is no leadership coming from the very top of the club, why the hell is anything else below going to matter? If the objective is not to win things and it's just to build the profile of this club and get the off-field activities in place to make lots of money, well done, we're there. There's no incentive to go further for the owners. So why does it matter anything we do now? We know we won't get enough budget for managers to do anything. Pick a manager, anyone in the world, is not going to get back to do what he wants at this club. So for me, there's only 2 things left we could do. First, as far as I'm concerned, the obvious one, if we're going to try and be a football club, is we're going to have to start incorporating the youth into the first team, because we are not going to sign the players good enough to get the ready-made deal. We're going to have to develop them and put them in as well. And that's going to require a lot of time. I mean, many years, not next season or the season after. I'm talking 3 to 5 years minimum. Just start this, so we start seeing it happening. Are fans going to have patience for that? No, of course not. Majority are already starved of success. I get all of that, but that's a possible way forward. But then you have to get a manager in who's patient and capable of developing those players, and gets a bit of luck to go with it, because it's no guarantee that all of these youngsters are going to make it. Most don't really, do they? I mean, Stel will know this better than anybody here, I would have thought.
3%.
Yeah. So it's a very low percentage. We're grabbing at straws already. I genuinely think the only other way we're going to get a Spurs team that fans will like watching again is to do an AFC Wimbledon. Just abandon this theme park joke we've got and just start from scratch. Go from a grassroots football way down and with minimal crowds and work our way up again. I genuinely think that now.
Do you know, I'm
I
loving
don't
that.
believe in anything.
We could adopt different tactics like Wimbledon did, actually, or like Watford did back in the day, Coover, which was basically every time we got a free kick, even if it was on a halfway line, instead of this silly 2-yard, 3-yard pass to a player, all our players went up the box. We played percentage football like Watford did and Wimbledon did, and you hoofed the ball into the box. And playing percentages, all right, they'd clear it a lot of the times, but occasionally they'd make a mistake, your player would get in, you'd score a goal. You know, I mean, like, we don't play percentages for scoring goals. We're crap. You know, we're crap.
Adrian, even if we do that, the basics, that's not going to get us winning the league title, is
Not
it?
what Everton did to us at Everton when we played up there. When every free kick they got the
doesn't matter. Is that what we're going to aspire to?
They hoof balls into the box. Yeah?
Adrian,
go on, man.
Based off what Kuva said, right, and I agree with Kuva, right? Are you Levy in or Levy out?
I've always said, I'm on record, I've been at 3 protests, right? I've always said I want owners of this club, without mentioning Levy's name specifically.
Why
right?
not? Why can't you mention his name? He's the owner of the club.
Because to me it's irrelevant. Nothing
What do you mean it's
changes.
irrelevant?
No, nothing changes. You
Well,
think
what do you mean it's irrelevant?
because
though?
I don't
wanna
believe
quantify
the
it.
fan base. Look, if you own a property, the fan base are not going to shift the owner. I'm not a fan of Levy. I hate him for what he tried to do with the Super League, right? I hate him for that. He would have sold out a Heritage for 300 million, right? No jeopardy, no
But you
relegation.
don't hate him, Adrian. You don't hate him. You don't hate Levy.
Right. But
Well,
I don't
I'm
understand.
not a hate
Okay.
person anyway. I'm not a hate person. Look,
You've taken no action.
I
You've
don't
taken, no, hold on a minute. This is what
Okay,
fans
Max,
do.
Max,
This is what every fan does. This, even if it's not hate. Fans
right.
say, "I'm not happy
Let
with the
me be
owners.
clear,
I
right?
don't like the way
Max,
they run the
Max,
club."
let me-
It doesn't
let
have to
me
be
be
the word
clear.
hate.
Let me
Adrian,
be
it doesn't
clear
have to be
on
the word
this,
hate.
right?
It could
I
be.
don't
It could be
sing
many
the
words.
abuse-
Adrian, one
right.
minute, bro.
No.
Please, one
Let me
second, right?
finish. Let me
It could
finish,
be-
right? Let
No,
me
because
finish.
you've said something. No, because you rattled me. I'm rattled. I need to unleash it. I need to
Oh,
do a
go on,
box
unleash.
It's showtime. Back to me, Stelios. Right, back to me. Right. So, I can't handle when fans say I hate or I don't like the way the club's run or I'm not happy with the champ, and they do nothing. They do nada. I can't accept that anymore. I'm at
How many
that point
protests
now
you been to,
where
Stel?
any fan, you don't have to protest.
He's been to
but
shitloads.
call them out.
Right.
I can't handle any fan who talks like that anymore. I have to call them out because it can't happen again. I can't do this again. I can't do this all over again. Last year killed me. This year will kill me, in fact. You can't say that.
How many protests you been to, Stel?
You accept the chairman. You accept this chairman.
How many protests have you been to?
Every one except 3, I think, since they
No, I've been
started.
to 3. I've been to 3. Okay?
Since
I've
Poch
been
was
to
sacked.
3. Right.
What I'm getting to, Adrian.
What is
right,
this? Who's got the bigger dick? Whose dick's
No.
bigger? Mine or yours?
No, it's just like you're trying to stereotype me or, you know,
No, I'm not trying to stereotype you. What I'm trying to say, I'm trying to understand your position. Because
I've always tried to be objective and impartial, and that winds fans up because they want you to come down.
No. You weren't objective. You were not impartial when you said I hate the chairman. That is very direct.
But who's asking you to be impartial? You
I
ain't on the
hate him
TV,
for
you ain't
what
on
he
Sky
wanted to do
Sports. I'm asking
with
you to be
what
impartial.
really did
I
it
want to
was-
know your opinion.
On the Super League. What about what? Go on.
I want to know your opinion on the ownership and what the root cause of
I think the ownership is shit.
Right. Okay. And how are we going to resolve that?
Well, you either get new owners in, which I've always been for, and more than that, or you need somehow that there's a change of heart and there is the money available to invest in the squad, the maximum we can under profit sustainable rules or financial fair play.
But we
Right?
have invested a lot of money. I think we've spent 500-600 million in the last 5 years.
600 million plus since 219.
Right.
Yeah?
So what I'm trying to get at is regardless of what you say about
staff, which all Levy's been at fault for because they employ the people, has been crap. Unless Steve Itchin and those we've had before have wanted to get certain players, and then the board have said, no, we're not spending the money, and then that's a different issue.
Right. So then what? So then what is the resolution?
The penny hasn't
Adrian?
dropped. It hasn't.
Yeah.
Dropped.
What is the resolution, Adrian? What I'm trying to get
I have to
is,
shoot off in it. Thank you for having me, by the way.
Well,
make sure you like and subscribe as well, man.
Right?
See you guys later.
Thanks for being part of the car crash.
Hold on. We're in a good profit sustainable raw financial play position, right? That will not last forever. We have a window of opportunity now, right, to go big in the summer transfer window. Now, I don't know how long if we lose that opportunity, if they bring in new rules, which they're talking about bringing us in line with Europe and all that. I don't know if we'll lose that opportunity. So we need to strike while the iron's hot. Now,
Adrian, when was the last time we went big in the transfer window?
Well, it's probably Lascelles and Dombelli and Richarlison.
Well, they weren't bought at the same time. They were bought after each other.
No, they weren't. But but Richarlison.
So we've never been big in the
rumored
transfer
to be
window,
60 mil. I doubt it was that.
Like, but Adrian, we've never gone big. That's my point. We've never gone big in the transfer window. So you're waiting for something that's never happened.
What do you mean by big? And by big, do you mean like spending
Big.
money?
No, that's what you said.
Yeah,
you
said and then no, hold on. Then we get in a situation where which we get into this sort of like myth situation whereby, if you spend 60, 70 million, 100 million on a player, that player's good and he's going to work out. Well, we spent big on players, not that sort of amount of money, but it hasn't worked out.
It's never worked out.
It's not
right.
It's not.
It's never worked out.
It's not.
Which big money signing of ours has worked
out? The recruitment team. It's not. Look what Brighton have done. Look what other teams have done. Right.
Adrian,
it's not about the amount of money you spend.
Got to answer my question.
Right.
You're the one who said big. So I jumped on the word you said big. Then you said to me, what is big, right? Then you gave examples of Ndombele and Lascelles, right? Then you said none of them have worked out, and that's why I'm saying, why do you think that all of a sudden, going on the things that you've said, that this year is going to be the year that everything's going to fall in place?
I don't know if it will or won't, but I know we have a window.
Right, and okay, then I'll go back to my original question.
Under the rules as they are now, we can spend to get players. No, I'm not saying we will. This is why this summer transfer window.
Adrian,
is big
then I
for
go
us.
back to my original question to you,
Go
right?
on.
What is the root cause of our problem and how we're going to resolve it? Because
the root cause has been in the past poor recruitment, a poor system in process, bad recruitment team in there, or non-existent scouting.
And who's
team,
in charge of
recruitment
that?
Team, right? So it all comes from the top originally, but at the same time,
And who's the top?
At the same time, these people are employed by the club through the board, through Levy, so it goes up to him because he's the one. Listen, if he'd been head of an organisation in the past and he weren't a big stakeholder in anything, he'd have been sacked years ago. He'd have been sacked years ago.
I wish you go on Sean Butler's show and say these things on that channel, because you were very different today on that channel.
Yeah, exactly. Right, this is what I'm getting at.
No, me and Sean have locked horns in private conversations over loads of
talking about today.
But that was over club's finances, right?
He's come
and
on.
what
I'm
we
talking
can
about today
spend.
and what you said on that show.
No, because being
Yes,
objective
today.
and trying to be impartial, right?
Kuva's come on, right, and he's hit the nail on the head, right? And he said that he's tried to be optimistic. He's tried to go with what the club has said, right, and the manager, right, and he's come back to the same conclusion that it's been coming back to for the last 5 years that I've been seeing Kuba come online and all the managers, and I've been coming online and all that sort of stuff. And what I'm trying to ascertain with you, Adrian, is why you're not at that position. Because today I was
Why am I not at
I've
what
got to admit,
position?
well, you know, on Sean Butler's show, you know, you were agreeing with a lot of what that guy was saying, right? And a lot of what that guy was saying
What
was
he was saying
absolute
about
crap.
finances was right.
But we're a football team. Why are we caring about the financial results of Tottenham?
Hold on, just a second, right? There are rules in place. Spurs have abided by them, right? And well, probably because we hadn't had money to spend more than we could spend, right? But what he is. I mean, he's into finances. I'm not going to get ring of him, and I've got a diploma in finances going back in the past, right? But that's ancient, so mine well out of date. Lots of things have changed, but he's right in what he says. No matter what owners you bring into this club,
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
yes,
No,
he
he's
is.
not.
He's
No,
right.
Adrian,
I've been privileged to handle millions of pounds in my business.
I've got a master's degree in international
I can show
securities
you
and
on the wall
investment
here
banking.
my diploma
I've got a master's degree in
right?
international
He is
securities
right.
and investment
He is-
banking.
I don't give a fuck about your master's.
But you give a
degree
fuck
in
that he's got an
football,
education in it.
right? What? But
No,
have
no,
you
no,
got
no,
it in
no.
finance?
You give a fuck that he's got an education in it.
Right?
But you don't give a fuck that I've got one in it.
He's better qualified than any of us, right?
Did you
And
hear
he's
what?
right? on
Based
what
on
he
Don't
said.
start this. Seriously, don't start this.
Why not?
Don't stop what?
Don't start this.
It's good fun. It's good
Don't
fun.
start
bro.
disqualify about other people. I'm fed up with this, man. No, I'm sorry. I'm done.
Who has the biggest dick?
man.
Is that what you should
We're all,
say?
hold on. We're all experts on
Sounds like to me
tactics. We're all
anyway.
experts on coaching. We're all experts on finance.
So you-
we know UEFA law. Don't you know that every YouTuber, we're all experts now? Don't you get it, Alex? We're all experts. That's how it works, right?
I'm just tired. This is what I don't like. What has it got to do with what his qualifications are and what his business is? Yeah, I'm
Because,
sorry.
Alex,
This is what I don't like
you're
about
not
this.
listening.
It don't make him
You're
any
obviously
better than
not
us as a
listening,
Tottenham
right?
fan. I'm sorry, no, that's not right.
You're not
That is
listening.
not right, Adrian.
No.
Sorry.
The point I'm trying to make
No.
is when
Levy wants
fans,
this.
when
Levy wants us
fans
to talk about the
expect us,
finances.
I don't want club
money.
bankrupted,
Because
right?
then he looks great. He looks
I
like
love
he's
my
the
club.
Messiah.
I've watched this
The
club
more
play
fans-
football for
more
over
fans that
60
talk about
years,
money,
right? I'm
So why is he not?
61
Why is he
years
not?
old.
Why is he not being? Why is he not employed
Adrian,
by the club? Ben Adrian, if he's so great. I'm sorry. I don't understand this whole thing. This is the problem. It's like, what has it got to do with his job? What's it got to do with
the algorithm? Good for the algorithm. That is not the issue. The issue is for all fans. Listen, forget the ownership and everything else. The issue is all fans.
But you can't because it's at the core of the problem. This is it.
Hold on.
This is what you want to do. You want to dismiss the problem of the ownership. Forget the owners. Forget Levy. Forget Donna Cullen. Forget Enid. Let's talk about money and finances and imaginary transfers that we're going to make and academy kids that are never going to play for us, like Troy Parrott.
Right? So what Sean's saying to me, he's texting me and I'm arguing back with him and all that, and I said,
But you're saying he's right. You've got no credentials to back up whether he's right or wrong. You don't. You just said that. You can't say he's right when you can't prove it. You're taking what he wants. Just like you don't know if I'm right on tactics. None of you've got a clue if I'm right on tactics. You're just saying, you just assume that because I'm a coach. What if I'm a fucking shit coach? What if I'm fucking awful at it?
Look,
you don't know.
You said that still, not me, yeah?
I'm saying it's true.
Still out.
If you change the ownership and all this shit,
Is he an investment banker? Does he run Goldman Sachs?
If you're willing to listen, he's saying like,
But Adrian, I have a degree.
Say about anyone.
Let's move off who's qualified and who's not. What makes you think that
if we got a new owner in tomorrow and he was worth 100 billion, what difference do you think it'd make to this football club?
We don't know.
What difference?
Yeah, but this is what I can't stand.
And then this is the issue. No, the issue is I want us to be able to spend.
The burden of proof is on you, not on me. I don't have to prove to you what a billionaire would do.
The amount of money we're allowed to spend under the rules. That's
right.
what
So how do Man United do it then?
That's what I want.
Adrian, answer the
my
question.
team to win trophies.
How does Man City do it, and how does Man United do it, and how
Man
does
City
Liverpool
are
do it?
corrupt, right? Man United.
Well, they're
Arsenal-
innocent
how
until
do
they're
Arsenal
proven
do it?
guilty.
How
But
do
I take
Arsenal
your
do
point,
it? Adrian, how do
right?
Arsenal
How
do
do
it?
Arsenal do
How
it
do
then?
Arsenal do it?
Well, they still have to do it within the rules with Kroenke
Right.
and all that lot.
Okay. So let's pretend that all of the clubs do it in the rules until they get proven guilty, right? So why are they doing it better than us then?
I don't know.
Well, listen to us. We're telling you.
Well, we're telling you.
No,
Why.
yeah, but you're asking me to believe you carte blanche as if you're
Well,
like.
so you're going to
no,
believe Sean
people that
Butler
know
then
everything.
instead, who
You
like
believe
he's
Sean
more
Butler?
interested in doing financial
Exactly.
accounts
You believe
every
Sean
year
Butler?
and telling us how
Yes,
Levy
yes, you
is
said.
going to.
I
You
locked
said that
in.
earlier.
If you'd seen the conversations me and Sean had texting each other,
No, I'm talking about the
right?
show today.
I don't
Adrian.
care
I'm talking
about
the
your
show today.
personal conversations. I'm
It's
talking
fine.
about what
Right,
was
fair
on.
enough. Well, then I don't care what you've got to say either. Then.
Well, no,
So then
I'm
why are you
just
on the
telling you,
show?
like,
No, no,
it's like
because
me
that's
telling you
the
about
show.
my
That's
personal
an ignorant
conversations with Snell.
statement
What's
to
that got to
fucking
do with
make,
it?
No, but
right?
Adrian,
Fucking
right? Adrian, you can call me whatever you want. I let you on this show more than any other channel let you on their show. Right?
Well, you don't have to.
I let everyone.
You don't have to.
I let everyone. I choose to. Right? I let everyone have a say. I'm beyond caring what anyone thinks of me. If anyone wants to come on this show, like that guy earlier, Ramos, get me on. You're wrong about Levy. I brought him on. Right? I'll do a show with him as well next week, like I promised him. I let everyone have a say. You cannot, on the one hand, say, I listen to him because he's got credentials, but then you can't prove how quality those credentials are. Then when I reverse it, you dismiss that. To me, it's like you're cherry picking what you want to hear that suits the narrative. Whereas if you're impartial, hear me out. No, let me finish. Let me finish. If you were impartial, as you claim, you wouldn't just take what someone says. You'd listen to it. But that's not what you just said 10 minutes ago.
No, see, you're twisting it.
No,
You do
no,
this
I'm
stuff.
not.
So you
You
twist
said
it.
you said you'd listen to what he says because of his. Adrian,
What I
you said
do
listen to what he
is I
says because of his
listen,
credentials.
and I think, is he making sense? Is it true? I mean, if someone could turn around and say to me there was a max amount of figure that under FSP profit is sustainable rules or FFP financial fair play we could spend on players, and that was it for this year.
Adrian, no, sorry, Adrian, stop this madness. This is utter madness, right? You cannot stay on the one hand, Sean this, finance that, you know about money, FFP rules this, FFP rules that, and you try and defend it. And then when Matt says to you,
no, I'm not defending it. What I'm trying, is it a fact or is it not a fact? I deal in facts.
Adrian,
right?
Adrian,
People know
Adrian,
on podcast,
Adrian,
is it
Adrian,
a fact or is it
Adrian,
not?
Adrian,
If it's not a fact,
Adrian,
fair enough.
Adrian, you cannot say on the one hand, the finances make sense, we've got to work within the rules, and you sell this as like we've got to operate like this. But then as soon as Matt says to you, well, how do other clubs who have to operate the same way, who don't have oligarchs like Arsenal, why is it they seem to pull it off, but we can't? And then when we go in and tell you why, you go on one channel and say one thing, you come in and say something different. It doesn't add up. And this is what I said at the start of the show, right at the beginning of the show. How did I start the show? I'm sick to death of fans who tell us one thing and then they completely pivot to another place and they don't stick to what they've said. And the only fans, the only people that have stuck to what they've said all these years are those fans that have said, Levy out, it's the chairman. They're the only fans.
I'll go a step further and I'll say, what does any of all of this matter? We're talking about finances when when the real issue is what we do with the finances. I don't care how much we get, whether it's 100 million, 500 million.
It's just like,
if we're going to spunk it up the wall on crap players, it doesn't matter.
That's exactly what I said. It's exactly why I got a bit angry. It's just like
this is part of a longer going thing I've seen more recently. The trend about did this manager want this player, and Ange wanted him, Conte wanted him. I don't believe any of this crap. I think managers getting shown you can have this player if you want them, yes or no, because that's like who they've got available.
You're probably
If you actually look at the type of players that are coming in for Ange, like Brennan Johnson, Timo Werner, do they fit that high pressing game that Ange wants? I don't think they do. They're speed merchants that don't really take part in any other part of the game. Then we've brought in a manager that we know is going to play inverted fullbacks. We've got a doggy coming in who's clearly a wing back. Porro's clearly a wing back. What are we getting into try and help them out at all? Absolutely nothing. So they're looking to adapt. Even Vicario, he's come in. We've all agreed he's been doing quite well. But right at the start of the season, he said he's not a sweeper keeper. He's going to have to learn the role. He said it himself. And it's going to take time. So again, we brought a player in. Oh, well, Ange wants him, what people might say. But clearly he doesn't do the sweeper keeper role.
The only reason why they're saying that, Kuva, is because he's working at the moment. That's the thing. That's the thing. If a player's working, yes, he's an Ange player. Yeah, but if it doesn't work, he's not an Ange player.
But the point is, at the end of the day, the transfers, I still believe, are driven entirely by the club. They might coincide with the manager every now and then. They might pick out one player they really want, and perhaps they can get him. But I think most of it, it's the problem we've always had is we do any strategy half-assed. So when we go on our transfer window with big plans for the new manager, cheaper options, more players in at the expense of quality, different style, change your manager style, and again with this new plan, half-assed transfer budget again. Now we've got a bloated squad with players that are round about good enough for somewhere around 7th, 8th place in the table. And where are we likely to finish this season? I don't think we'll hold on to 5th, to be honest. I think we'll drop down 6th, maybe 7th. And that is our place. That's the harsh reality of it. So we can all talk about what the manager's doing wrong and coaching staff's doing wrong. Literally, the building blocks are just not there to do much more than we currently are. So I think in a way, Ange's done all right. We're in a mess. We've got a manager that going to need time to build things, and the building blocks aren't there. And we've stumbled our way through to a season where we may get Europe. That's kind of where we are.
The question is, Kuva, is he going to be given time to do that? And that's the thing. That's the question mark at the moment.
I've actually come to. I was thinking to myself, does it really matter if Ange goes and we get someone else in? But I actually do think it matters that he stays because just for our sake, we need to see this play out.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and
exactly
we need to
what I
see
say.
Because the board have got themselves into such a stalemate in terms of what they can do now that we've got no choice but to see what he can do.
That's the only way it's going to shut up the fans right now, like me at the moment, because I'm saying, well, prove it to me. Show me you've got the nerve to stick with your manager, because then it will stop players that drop not fighting for the manager. Because if players see a manager being backed and sticking with the nerve, it's like Arsenal with Arteta. You saw players that were like dropping, not playing for the manager, dropping the ball with the manager. Yeah, as soon as Arteta gets his new contract, it's like, oh, okay, they're not going to sack the manager then. Oh, I'm in trouble now. And look what happened. Players out the door, and the process was in place. And now look at Arsenal at the moment. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
But Alex, you know what the difference is though, and this is where I'm so wound up. Right, when we had Mourinho who got us to a cup final, okay, rather than saying let's back this guy, it's a proven winner. Okay, he's a dinosaur. Fine. When Conte comes, who is more relevant, who is more current, who performed a minor miracle getting top 4 with Eric Dyer and Chicken Royale and Ben Davies and all the other donkeys at the back and Clement Longap and Skip and Højbjerg in midfield, right? We don't want to back him. A proven serial winner. We don't want to back him as a fan base. But we get this guy who's producing worse stats than them two, and we're saying, but we've got to back him. And I'm like, hold on a minute. You don't want to back the managers that have proven. We didn't even want to back Poch, who asked for a rebuild, who at least had credit in the bank with us and who had won the fan base over. We didn't even want to stand for him. The fans were chanting, get Poch out, get him out. Yet this guy, no. We've got to back him. We've got to stick by him. And yet we're seeing the same problematic transfers.
You don't even need to say Conte, though, do you? I think the biggest one, even bigger than that, was what happened with Mourinho. Look at the crap he got fed to him on the transfer window. I mean, we're talking about serial winners. It doesn't get any more than Mourinho, does it? We gave him what? Yeah, Rodon, exactly. Wow.
Alex, we've got fans right now, and there's quite a few of them who are saying we've got to stick with Ange, and those same fans they want to see us sign Timo Werner because he's only 15 million.
It makes no sense. But the thing is, I think
Alex, exactly. It makes no sense. That's why I'm losing my mind.
I think the thing that summed it up perfectly is the fact that we sat Pochettino, we get Mourinho in. This was Daniel Levy, and then he sacks him. And this is all Daniel Levy, by the way. Then he sacks him after a cup final, and that's when you know that I was lost after Mourinho, and that's it. But I see this is the thing. This is the point I'm making. I think Maz has just hit the nail on the head. Just put my pipe bomb, boom, my ball there, boom, hit the nail on the head there. Right? Is that I need to see this process through the end game. You know what I mean with Postecoglou because he has got a plan. He has got a plan. That's the thing. But I just don't see him going through that plan at the moment because I just think he either will get fed up at the end of the year and go, or he'll get sacked because there's nothing to tell me they're going to stick with him. They're not going to have that nerve to stick with him. I don't think they will because when things will go wrong, I think they're going wrong right now. And even if he gets his players, he still needs to be backed and stuck with, regardless whether he gets his players or not. And I don't think they'll do it. And that's the thing. And today showed me all the flaws that we've got at the moment, right? And it needs time. It needs time, right? But the board refused, even after this game, even when you're seeing what you're seeing from the fan base, to say,
Alex,
we back Ange.
But with Arteta, they signed players like Partey and Saliba and Trossard and
yeah. Well, this is the point. This is the point.
With us, we're getting one or two good ones, then two or three dog shit ones, then the rest are for the future.
Well, that's the point, Stelios. Is if you're going to do that with Ange and it goes wrong, that's not his fault. Then you've got to stick with the manager because it's going to take time.
Alex, but it wasn't really any of the managers' faults before. Right?
It's not any of the managers. My point is because of what's happened before. Ange's going to maybe have a bad season next season. If he has a bad season next season, right, stick with him. That's all I'm saying. Stick with him. And then if you stick with him, then it puts a message out saying, well, this is long-term then. We're going to go through the 4-year process. That's what we're going to do. Yeah?
But by the way, I've got a fun little game for people that can play if they want to have the idea of what it's like being a Spurs fan. I'll call it the Spurs Simulator. What you do is go to the supermarket, you get one can that has no label on it, come back, sit it in your front room, then paint everything you own grey and turn the electricity and heating off, and then just work away at that can until you find out what's in it and decide whether you like it or not. That's pretty much being a Spurs fan, I think.
Yeah. Because I'm just getting fed up people saying to me.
That sounds so mentally disturbing.
Yeah. But I just get fed up with people saying to me, back the process. And I'm like, well, what do you want me to back? Because, at least with Newcastle, they're told every Newcastle fan when the owners came in, well, this is the goal in 5 years' time. Do I know the goal, what I want in 5 years' time with Tottenham? No, I don't. I know with Ange, he's told us he wants to win the league, regardless whether you think he's deluded or not. That's a target.
Mourinho said the first press conference he ever did. He sat in the press conference and everyone was in awe, holding on to every word he said. I like to win. I'm here to win.
Yeah,
I like winning. We knew why he was here.
And he
nearly did it.
Poch in the back.
Exactly. Adrian, what are you going to say?
He stabbed Poch in the back. He said to leave the art and get a better tune in his squad, and then they sacked Poch, who wasn't backed at all, who was one of their best managers we've ever in their history.
Who sacked Poch then, Adrian?
Yeah?
Who sacked Poch?
Levy.
So who's at fault for this?
I don't think Mourinho stabbed Poch in the back, unless they were good friends. Then yeah, but I don't. Is there any evidence to suggest Mourinho and Poch were good friends?
They weren't mates. Trust me, they weren't mates.
What are you going to say, Adrian?
No, he stabbed him in the back so I can get a better tune out of his squad. And then Poch went, and Poch wasn't back for 580 days. And
because they tapped him up. They tapped Jose up, didn't they?
In the distant future.
They did.
I think Jose
I'd have him back.
Let Adrian finish, guys. Let Adrian finish, guys, man.
It was Spurs. You know, you get your managers. There was no way Mourinho was a Spurs manager. He didn't fit the DNA. Nuno didn't know nothing about him. Conte again.
Adrian, I
Don't get me
hate
wrong,
that.
These are
Dude,
world-class managers given an open checkbook at different clubs. They've all been very successful.
What's the
And
Spurs
then
manager?
You tell me, no. The thing that got me, a world-class manager that can't produce an attacking football team, you can fuck off, right? Because you're shit.
What, the world-class
You know what,
manager?
Adrian?
How many Champions
Adrian,
Leagues?
brilliant. No. Adrian,
No.
do you know why what you've said is fantastic? Because when Daniel Levy hears that, he knows I don't have to win anything. As long as we attack, I don't have to invest anything to win silverware because you and the majority of the fans, that's what you want. And as long as I give you that, I'm calm.
Still, we've got a Tottenham back.
No. You want that and trophies.
And that's what he said.
No.
That's exactly what he said.
To you, Adrian. We've got a Tottenham back.
Trophies as well.
I'm not attacking you, by the way, Adrian. That's how the majority. No. You don't demand that, Adrian. You demand attacking football.
Well, of course, I want. Listen.
Exactly.
I don't mind.
That's my point. That's
I'm
what
at Liverpool today.
He wants you to
a
be
bit
like
more
that.
defensively. Hold on, because we're away from home. But I expect as a fucking God-given right, as I'm paying for my season ticket, that when I'm sitting at home, we don't play a fucking low block.
To be entertained.
That is shit. And that's what we did under Mourinho. We did it under Conte, and they were both fucking that. They were shit. They were absolute fucking crap.
Exactly. You want to be entertained. Fuck the trophy. You want to be entertained.
No,
And
hold
what
on. Don't twist it that way, Stel. I didn't say about fuck the trophies. I want trophies.
No, you don't. Mourinho, no, you don't. Because Mourinho got us to a cup final. No, you don't. Adrian, hold on. Adrian, no, 1 minute.
Just to play at home, I expect us to play attractive attacking football and go and try and win trophies. That's what I expect. Don't twist it around that, I only want pretty football, no trophies.
Adrian, you're going on about Mourinho.
I think Adrian's saying he wants trophies as well still. I think he wants trophies as well.
But Daniel Levy knows. Yeah, but Daniel Levy knows if fans, the priority.
Daniel Levy.
Adrian, hold on a minute. I don't want us to get personal. I'm not trying to embarrass you or humiliate you. That's not what I aim to do.
Don't worry about that. You won't do that ever.
All right. Just in case it came across that way, I'm just saying that's not what I was trying to do there. What I'm trying to say to you is most Spurs fans, from what I've understood, watching us, listening to us, observing for so many years, is that if you said to them, what's your priority? Attractive football or trophies? Most fans will say attractive football, and then the trophies after that. Whereas some fans would say, I don't give a shit anymore.
What do you base that on? Most Spurs fans. What do you base that on?
Adrian, just 1 second. 1 second. Right? Because I base it on the fact that Mourinho got us to a cup final to win a trophy and everyone wanted him out.
Yes,
because the football's shit. Because the football's shit. I base it on that.
So you're assuming with most Spurs fans. Because you can't possibly know what most Spurs fans want.
Adrian,
how's that an excuse?
Adrian,
did
you
possibly know that?
Adrian, did you or did you not want Jose here?
You said you didn't like Jose or Conte, Adrian, though.
I didn't want Jose
because the football was shit.
Or Conte. I didn't know nothing about Nuno.
Right. After watching Mourinho as the manager of Spurs, did you want him to continue?
No.
Right. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say here. He got us to a final. He went for the silverware, but you and many more.
He should have been sacked after Zagreb.
Right. Adrian, the point I'm making is, and it's just my opinion now, right? It's just an opinion. No data, no evidence, no facts, right? My opinion is, so let me deliver the opinion. My opinion is, most Spurs fans, if you said to them, you can only pick one, trophies or entertaining football, I believe that most fans would pick.
This is another thing that's wrong, right?
Finish my point, man. Adrian. Right? Most fans would pick entertaining football. If you ask the entertaining football fans, do you want trophies after that? they'd say absolutely. But if you said pick one, what Levy does is he looks at where the consumer, where the customer base is at. And he knows as long as we do something entertaining and we're on the front foot, if I just do that, they will accept falling short. They will accept not winning silverware as long as the football's kind on the eye, and it gives them the hope that we will win silverware.
Right. So now,
and because Adrian, let me finish. I'm almost done. And as long as he does that, he doesn't have to do the things that we want to see now, which is go and spend 100 million on Declan Rice. Stop spending the money on Beliz, Solomon. These maybe one day's good. He has got us exactly where he wants. And when he first came to the club, the statement was, we're here because we see an opportunity from the future popularity of the game to earn money from building an entertainment leisure company. That's exactly what they've done because they've understood the customer at Spurs, which is mainly people like yourself.
Right. Okay, right. Why do you ask a question, right? Whether fans want attractive football or trophies, because it's a divisive question, even in the asking.
We're a divided fan base.
Right, hold on, let me finish. I had the same from Chris Cowling a season ago or whatever. He was saying to me, what do you want, top 4 or trophies? I said, I'm not answering that question because I want both. It's a divisive fucking question. And you ask it because you have your own agenda, the reason behind for asking that fucking question, right? So I said, I want both. I want both. I want it all. I want attractive
football. Have that then, unless Levy changes his mind.
I want it all. But I wouldn't ask a Spurs fan a divisive question whether you want trophies or attractive football.
Why is it divisive?
Of course, it's divisive.
Why is it divisive?
Yes. Well, if you can't figure it out, I'm not going to explain it to you. Okay?
You made the comment.
Make a point.
Hold on. Why is it divisive? You made the comment.
I want to know why it's divisive.
Explain it to us.
Well, because you're asking a fan who probably loves football to decide on whether he wants to watch attractive football at the stadium or win trophies. Well, any true fan would want both, in my opinion.
But Adrian,
fans don't give a shit.
We're not going to agree, are we? So that's fair enough.
Adrian,
doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother me.
You used.
But it does bother you because you called us divisive.
You use the example. You use the example of demanding entertaining football as a reason. One, as to why you go and watch Spurs, right? And two, why you don't want Josie at the club, right? So when we say to you, but what do you want?
You're playing at your home ground, and you can't play attacking football, and you got to play a low block.
So you are using that metric. Then. So you are using that metric. But you are using that metric.
The way it should be played.
Yeah, but you are using that metric then. So
Mourinho
that
beat Burnley
metric,
5-0
we're
at
asking
home.
you, do you want to win a trophy or do you just want good football? Because footballs can be complicated, right? And there's many ways of winning. Then it's a legitimate question to ask. Because if
I don't think it is. I don't think it is, Maz. But okay.
Right. So why is there different managers then?
I don't agree.
Okay. Why isn't everyone like Pep Guardiola?
Isn't it part of the problem that it's boiled down into that binary choice nowadays? I'm with Adrian on this. I'll demand both. Attacking football to win.
Yeah, but that's a legitimate answer.
Yeah, but
that doesn't mean we can't ask the question. It doesn't mean it's divisive.
It is divisive. Because what you're trying to do, and this is the thing, right? As much as I agree with the protest against Levy and all that and try to be impartial and objective, I think the biggest mistake the protesters make is attacking the fucking Spurs fan base. That's the biggest mistake you make. And you can't even see that. In your ignorance, you cannot even fucking see that.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you now? Right? How dare you? Because it's you, your side or that side, whoever they are.
I'm not on any side. I get attacked.
I'm going to school you. No, I'm going to school you now. No.
Stelios, chill.
No, you do not attack the protesters the way you just did. I've silenced you. You're talking to the brick wall. You do not attack the protesters and say the biggest mistake we made when it's fans like you who said to the protesters, we're toxic and we're poison. I hit back at fans for labeling us. I hit back at fans for calling us all sorts of names. So it's okay for that side to call us names, but when we hit back, you want to call it out. Why did you deliberately not call out the fans that didn't protest for the things they said towards the protesters in the same sentence that you just attacked the protesters, Adrian? You cannot tell me that you are partial and balanced. How dare you say that when all you did now was just throw punches at the protesters? What about the Enokin lot who threw punches at us? Why didn't you call them out? Adrian, why didn't you call them out? I want to hear that. Why didn't you call them out?
Hold on. I don't call anyone out. I have my own opinion.
You just called out the protesters.
No, I'm saying.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No, I'm saying.
You just called us out for saying we're out of order to say things to fans.
Right? Then you're making a big fucking mistake.
You're lying. You're a liar. You're a liar. You just lied.
All right, I'm a liar then.
You lied.
Fair enough.
Yes, you
live
did.
with that. Live with that then.
No, you live with it. You're the fraud who lied.
Well, no,
you
we'll live with it and still.
Okay, good.
You know, if you want to live
a life of lies.
I think you don't
live a life of lies.
If you want to mobilise support for any movement, right? There are better ways to go about it. I'm not going to tell you how to go about it.
And if you wanted Levy to not be the chairman, there's better ways than doing nothing.
Right.
You do nothing about
Let's
it.
send them an email. Should we send the club
Guys,
an email?
guys.
Is it right? You know, I mean, at least the Porters Trust try and do something, and that, like everyone else will cuss them off. I'll stand with the protesters outside the ground opposite the shop. I've stood there 3 times with them. Right?
I don't
No,
believe
I
what you're saying.
there because
I
I'm
don't believe what you're saying.
Don't have a go at Adrian, man.
Because I agree with.
What do you mean? Don't have a go at Adrian? He just had a go at the protesters.
Still. I'm just saying.
Listen,
let him finish.
If you want to come at me,
no, you said let's have a go at him. Why didn't you say to him not to have a go at the protesters, Alex?
But still, please don't have a go at Adrian for going on Sean's show. The problem is, right?
No. You just said to me, don't have a go at Adrian.
Yeah. I see your point. But Adrian's got a right to say what he's feeling.
No. To me,
and I've got a right to rebut
it. But still,
you're telling me to calm down.
Just let him finish.
You can't tell me to calm down and not him.
Yeah. But still, you get what I'm saying. Still,
for the algorithm, guys. It's good for the algorithm.
No, you can't say that.
The point is, still, I get where you're coming from. I've got you, mate. But the point is,
I take that personal because I stood there in the rain.
Yeah. I see your point. Still, I get you.
So then don't attack us.
No, I'm not attacking you.
Adrian.
I'm not attacking you.
He called out the protesters, but he doesn't call out the other side.
No.
Yes, you did. You just did that, man. Don't lie.
You're twisting it around again. What I said was...
You said the problem with the protesters, the thing you didn't like that they did, yet you never called out the Enokin lot.
No.
Yes. You don't like the fact that I've ramped it up.
Hold on here. Let's correct what you fucking said, right? I said, if you're going to attack the fan base, how are you supposed to mobilise their support if you fucking attack them? How are you going to mobilise their support?
Because they're attacking us.
What do you do to mobilise their support if you attack
Because they're attacking us, Adrian. What do you do? Sit there and get hit?
No, they don't attack you.
Yes, they do. Adrian.
Yes, they do. What are you talking about?
Where? I haven't seen it. So
Adrian, the amount of views I've had on Twitter for being Levy out is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
No, I haven't had yourself before making silly comments.
I haven't had them attack me.
The fan base doesn't want to support anything. They don't even support your seniors.
John Butler, you'll leave you out and all that shit.
Yeah, but they don't support the seniors. The fan base don't even support the seniors.
Or investors or whatever.
Adrian, you know Brian Daigle, yes?
I know him. Yes, I know him.
Yeah. Do you know the amount of abuse that guy's had online and offline?
Yeah, but forget about that.
What's that got to do with anything?
Let's not make it about individuals. The fan base doesn't even want to support the seniors with the concessions that are being removed.
Asking, in case you think I'm lying, or still thinks I'm lying, if you think
I do think you're lying.
That I've gone up and shook Brian's hand on the protest line outside the Spurs stadium, and he actually messaged me on a phone call, said, "Hey, can you come up to the?"
What's that got to do with what the Enokin lot say?
They attack it like online.
Who are the Enokin lot? Is there a protest group still? Who are the Enokin lot?
They're protesting to keep the chairman. Yeah.
Who are they? Yeah.
Who's the
waving banners? Are they?
Outlaw?
What is are they waving Enokin banners in?
This is the thing. Sean Butler defends Levy, right? So he's a Levy in. Let's say that. Do you agree? So when you ask me who are they, there you are. I've just given you one of them. I've given you one. There you go. I've answered your question.
With Sean, I mean, he's a nice guy. What I get with Sean is
I don't want a character reference on Sean.
Hold on,
You asked who are they, and
Let
if you
me
don't know who they
finish.
are, and I just gave you one. I just gave you one.
When I've debated Sean, he says, "Oh, you're an aviator and all this shit." And I said, "Look, I don't give a fuck who runs the club, as long as we invest in the squad. We can invest as much as we possibly can in the squad under what rules there are in process at any time, right?" And he'll go on and he'll say well, these are the maths, right? So I'll go, okay, I've got qualifications in finance years ago, but they're out of date, right? Now, so I'm thinking, okay, he's not the sort of guy to lie to me. I've met him at the stadium, blah, 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 been on his shows, fucking whatever and all that. But he doesn't come across as a liar to me. So when he's spouting facts, right, I go, okay. Then I go well, why aren't we spending the money? Why aren't we spending the money?
What has that got to do with you saying the protesters' problem is attacking fans? And my response to you is, we're attacking the fans who attack us.
Listen, I've been on a protest. I just don't think it's a positive way to go about things because protesters want to stir up more discontent.
Completely different to what you just said. You've just changed what you said.
No. Still,
yes,
don't
yes,
twist my
yes,
words.
yes.
You're always
I'm not letting this
people's
go.
words, right?
No,
you're not
just changed what you've said. You're not listening to what you're saying, and I'm not going to sit there and take it from you.
Do you think
you literally just changed your story?
I don't know.
You just changed your story.
I don't know what
you just
when you're talking Levy in or Levy out, or protest or not. I don't know, right? Who are these
Adrian?
How many of them are there? Who are these Levy in people?
Adrian,
how many of them are there? Right?
Adrian, stop this. No. I'm not letting this go. In an aggressive, angry way, you said the problem with the Levy protesters is they attack their. And for me, my response is because we get attacked for protesting against the owners, and the only people
by who
the only people
by who
the only people that would want to possibly attack the only people. I'm going to finish my sentence without you interrupting. Right?
Who attacked us still?
The only people that would possibly attack or have a go at the protesters are those that defend the ownership, the opposite side of the argument. So for you to aggressively attack the protesters for attacking fans, it's because we're defending ourselves from attacks on us. We get attacked more than anyone. That's my point. And now you're saying you don't.
Well, who still?
Agent, do you have X?
What do you mean by
yeah,
who?
I do.
What do you mean by who? Would you want us to start reeling off names?
You're not
or
listening.
something?
You're not listening.
Well, no.
I
just think that as a protest movement, if you're going to protest, right, you should go and look, right, at the way the best political parties do it.
Like not a fucking political party, man.
Hold on, listen. Look, don't be ignorant, right? Just fucking listen.
You don't be fucking ignorant.
You might learn something, right?
I hate that. No, you need to learn. We're not politicians. We're football fans.
When you get a slick political machine run,
well, like Rishi Sunak.
You'd go and look. You'd go and look.
You're like Jeremy Corbyn.
Like THFC. Should we send more emails, Adrian?
And you'd learn how.
More emails. Let's just send more emails.
Your political allegiance is. You'd go and learn how they mobilise support.
Let's go and send more emails, or let's avoid the facts that Chelsea and Arsenal and Man United, when they protest, they actually get things done. But the way we want to protest is we want to protest via email.
What are they doing that we aren't?
You just praised Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust. What have they done? Sent an email.
Yeah.
How many emails have they sent? 5,000. Where it's got us? Oh, yeah. We're going to write a letter to Daniel.
How did the protest for the concessions go?
That's fantastic.
How did the protest for the concessions go? Who turned up for that?
You praise them and you attack us.
Talking to squirrels.
No,
I'm talking to someone nice.
Right. Okay. Here we go. You will all know that I'm good friends with people that are both staunch Levy out and also people that are very much the opposite end of the scale. Yeah, and I know for a fact there is tension between the two camps. that they do not agree at the fundamental basics of it. So there is always going to be arguments. It's always likely to erupt into bitter arguments, and that is always there. It's just fact. You can't coincide two fundamentally opposing viewpoints. That there's no middle ground with you wouldn't even necessarily have to say the perceived Levy in is people that are cheering his name and holding up T-shirts and banners with his name on. It's just the people that don't want to be Levy out, and there's an awful lot of those. There's the sort of don't care section of the crowd. The trouble is you will have people that take offence to being told aggressively what they think needs to be done at the club. Levy out does ruffle feathers. It has to, because that's the idea. We're trying to overthrow basically a regime here. You can't do that with like talking nicely. It involves anger. It involves aggression. It involves nastiness. So there's always going to be that coming to the front at some point. So to say it doesn't happen I just don't see that as true. I've experienced it myself. I sort of have to tread on eggshells between people I consider friends on both sides of it. It's just the way it is. This is not a happy club at the moment. There is division in the fan base, without doubt, and we're trying to find more and more ways to divide ourselves. Like even tonight, we come up with the argument of winning football or attractive football, where it ignores the third group, which does exist, but it makes it a confrontation again, doesn't it? One or the other. You can't have both. Why? Why is that choice? Why does that have to be that choice? I don't agree with it. But that's where we are at the moment. We're at each other for just about anything possible, and meanwhile, bloke in his ivory tower getting away with bullshit constantly, and nothing ever changes about it. I'm kind of done with the club, to be honest. I really don't see anything changing. We're locked into this now.
Kuva, can I ask you a question, right? If you've got an owner who has proven that their priority is wealth, generating income, land development, because they've been superb at that. So that would suggest to me that their goal, their objective, what drives them, what makes them achieve certain targets are financial or property related. Because if you look at the success they've achieved in finance and property, if they put those processes of success that they've achieved in that area into trophies, we would have won shitloads of trophies if that same determination, hunger. So if you've got that kind of mentality running the club, and of course, we all want to see sexy football and we want it to win trophies. All of us want. I doubt there's a Spurs fan that doesn't want both. But if you're an ownership who isn't driven by trophies, and you know that your customer, the minimum they want is to be entertained, then all you've got to do as that owner is, as long as I entertain you, I don't have to do more. Why would you do more?
Absolutely. It's the same as somebody's desperately hungry. You give them like a packet of crisps while they're waiting for their food, it shuts them up. That's basically what the fans are getting now. You want more from the club. Doesn't matter. There's a little nibble of something to keep you just a bare minimum. And that bare minimum for a lot of people is just to be entertained. It is without a fact. There is a section of fans that'll be quite content with that. They of course they'll love a trophy if we get one, but it's not important. The important bit is just that the time passes in an enjoyable way. Unfortunately, there's the other side of things where people will put up with any brand of football whatsoever. Could be really boring as hell, but as long as it grinds out results and ends with a trophy, that's okay with them too. I'm not going to criticise either side of that, because I think there's room to do both. And the really tragic thing about what's happening at the moment, we've got owners who could do all of the things they want to do and drive the club forward to success on the pitch. But the trouble is, we do not do that with a pitch. It's like that secondary thing. If Enoch comes out with a plan, they want to build a hotel and it goes over budget, they're still going to build it. If we're a team that wants to go for a league title, can't do it on a 200 million budget, ain't going any higher than that. They won't put in that extra bit like they would if it was a hotel.
Mm.
That's where it comes down to at the moment. That's where it's failing.
When Ange came out this year and said, we're not going to spend mega money on one player, I don't think Tottenham will ever do that. That's for our competitors. That for me was the final tick to say, I don't need to see any more from these owners. I know exactly what we're going to get. They're not prepared to do what the competitors do. The competitors who win trophies.
It's certainly the final nail on a manager that says they want to win the title next season. That's out of the question, isn't it?
Yeah,
I get that.
Right, it's past my bedtime, guys. Thank you very
Right.
much, and I'll see you guys.
There's respect.
Take it easy,
I don't always
Adrian.
agree with you, but respect.
No worries, mate.
I get
I'll
that.
see you tomorrow
but
if
the
we
point is, like,
have any energy.
we get down to the position when we have spent a large amount of money on players and it hasn't worked. So, and like, why is it 100 now when we're in a deflated market, when like about 50, 60 million is probably the norm for a top class player anyway, right? Which we can afford. But, and like, are we nervous about spending these sorts of money now because like we've been burnt, or are we going to do it? I don't know. I can think of players we want that I'd like to see that wouldn't cost that amount of money. I think we could get Edison. I think we could get Gibbs White from Forest, who I'd like either of those two rather than Conor Gallagher and players like that. Strikers, bit of a dearth. I've always been a fan of Vlahovic at Juventus. Might cost 60 mil. You're not talking about 100 mil for him. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a wait and see, isn't it? It's a wait and see. I just want the best for the club and the supporters, and I want to win stuff, and I want to win trophies, you know, and like, I don't care who owns the club as long as they're willing to invest in the team and like invest.
You don't want to win trophies because you didn't want Mourinho. You want to win trophies a certain way.
So that's just dumb, mate. That's dumb. It's a dumb statement.
You're dumb. You're dumb for what you're saying.
Whoa. Let's not go there. Let's not go that way.
But why? You can't. You can't.
Let's not go that way.
I'm happy to wear that one, Stel. I do want to win trophies a certain way.
Yeah, I want to win trophies. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm obviously
everybody.
That's the point I just made, though. Like, you don't. When people say I want to win trophies, no, you don't. You want to win trophies a certain way. Now that I get, but you can't just say I want to win trophies and leave it like that, because there's more to it than that. You want to win trophies, but it's got to be done a particular way.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Do you win trophies playing defensive football?
Yeah. What do you mean? Jose Mourinho won. How many trophies did Inter Milan playing defensive football? He won the treble.
Mourinho's won 27 trophies
in the Premier League. I'm not talking about.
Mourinho won the league with Chelsea 3 times.
Other farmer, yeah, right. And the fans there didn't like the brand of football he played, did they? They still complained.
You just made a comment. Can you win trophies winning defensive football? We prove yes, you can. Then you change it to branding. Like you're flip-flopping from.
Conte did it at Chelsea.
You know
as
what?
well,
What I've seen the last 20 minutes is everything I said at the start of the show. Go back and watch the start of the show and listen back to what I said. I'm spot on with what I said at the start of the show. Spot on.
But Stelios,
this fan base doesn't know what it wants.
But Stelios, I think Adrian's got a point though. He says he wants to win in style though. That's the thing. And then, and let's be honest here, right? Back in the 1960s and 1980s with Bill Nicholson and Keith Birkinshaw, they won in style. They won in style.
And
I'm not. I see where Adrian's coming from. You know what I mean? You know, he wants to win, and I believe he wants to win because he regardless whether we agree or not disagree, this guy loves this club, right? Like Kuva does as well. Because I speak to Kuva on a daily basis, and he wants to see Tottenham win in style. He wants to see Tottenham win in style. Yeah. So, like for me at the moment, I just think we need to just calm down, right? I know what you're coming for, Stelios. So you know my friend. You know you're my friend, Stelios. You know I'm my friend.
Then say I want to win trophies playing stylish football. Say that.
I know it's your show. But this is Alex speaking to you now, not Mr. Bot's office now, yeah? Right? The point is, we got to appreciate, right, Adrian's side of things here, yeah? because I see what he's talking about. Yeah, right, and I see what Kuva's saying as well. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Alex,
because
when did I
I'm
say I
saying
don't appreciate their view on
I
this?
know, I know what you're saying, Stelios, but Stelios, I've got to be fair. I want to be fair to these two guys here, yeah, because regardless whether I agree with Adrian or not, I see
That
his
suggests
point.
that I'm being unfair.
Yeah, no. But still, you're the bigger man. You're the bigger man. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm having a go at you. You know I love you, right? But I'm just saying, right? But I'm saying just I see the points of both Kuva and thing. And that's all
Alex,
I'm saying
there's
at the moment.
very few things where I put my foot down and it doesn't budge.
Yeah, I
and
know.
there's two things
I
that
agree with you
Adrian
still
brought
to
up,
that
right?
point.
And
But
I'm
this
not
is
budging on
where
that.
this is where the argument.
enough,
This is
fair
where
enough.
this is where the argument. This is where I keep on saying to people.
It's not an
Right, and this is
argument.
where
It's
we are
just-
Tottenham TV. This is where we are Tottenham TV can help a little bit here, right? If we're gonna have this debate with Levy out and Levy in, they know what to do. They know what to do.
Can I say
Yeah,
something?
because they're the only ones that can facilitate it. Because at the moment, we are getting nowhere. One person saying it on one channel, one person saying it on another channel, until both sides have this debate like you did with Barnaby and Sonny, right? We're going to have this argument every single year. And that's
Alex,
it. I'm sorry.
Can I say something before I go back to bed? I just want to say this, and I can hear you guys now. There's two things, right? Number one, I understand what Kuva and Adrian have said. I would love to see us play beautiful football and win, but I also want to. I don't really care. I can see paint dry and win. Like I would rather paint dry and still win trophies, because trophies are hard to come by with this club. I've already seen one, and so I don't really care how we do it, but we win trophies at all costs. So I'll tell you two examples, right? Everybody knows I'm a huge Argentina supporter because my dad raised me to love Argentina. And Argentina played some of the most beautiful football, right? Won, and then went through a dry patch from 1990 on to this recent Copa America. We've lost finals after finals after finals. But this Argentina team is not the Argentina team I grew up watching with my dad, that I grew up love playing beautiful football. This Argentina team is very pragmatic, the most pragmatic football of Argentina time, and they focus on defense. And you know what happened? Right? It started with Messi accepting this type of football, and they won the Copa America, and then they won the World Cup. Tears came down my eyes. My dad passed away. I know so many other Argentinians who cried. They didn't care we played beautiful football. It's that we did everything that we did to win the World Cup and Copa America. And we're happy. We're the champions of the world. We're even one of the favorites going into the next World Cup, right? And we're still playing pragmatic. I accepted it, right? Yes, I would prefer to play beautiful football, but I came to a point where we had that drought of not winning, right? Even to the point that Messi retired. Hey, I want to play beautiful football. The second example I'm going to use is Barcelona, right? Because I love Messi, play beautiful football. And I remember that 2010 Walter Samuel Inter Milan team that won the treble. That won the treble because of the pragmatic football that they played. They scored goals, but defense helped them win that treble. And they beat the best team ever, because that Barcelona team won the sextuplets the year before. But Mourinho found the tactics of playing pragmatic football for Inter to win a treble. That team is one. I have to put that team as one of the top 10 teams ever because of the teams that they beat to win that treble. Amazing. So I think as a fan base, right, whoever's the coaches, it is attacking or pragmatic, we should always loved. Like for me, I was enraged when we got rid of Jose Mourinho, especially at the time he was fired. A few days before a cup final. At that time, I wasn't streaming, but I was listening to Alex, and it was this girl in Irish Hotspur, and this girl was a big time Jose. I forget what's her name. She was an Indian girl. I don't Alex remember her because they streamed on Chris Collins' show, and I
Ellie.
always, huh?
I think it was Ellie or something like that.
Yeah, it was Ellie. And I will always be like against her. Like put it in the chats. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we never fully backed Jose. He wanted a defense. That team scored goals. We beat United. I remember that. Humiliated them.
6-1,
Yes.
6-1.
Yeah. That we lost 5-4 to Everton in the FA Cup. So scoring goals wasn't a problem. The problem was the defense. When he wanted Skinner, right? And this was a popular play. I didn't want Gareth Bale back if it meant sacrificing Skinner. I wanted Skinner. Instead, we got Joe Rodon. Can you imagine we had one or two defensive pieces? Because that season, we gave up so many leads. Remember, we were up 3-0 against West Ham. And they drew us 3-3.
3-3, yeah.
3-3. And that team, still to this day, the latest that we've been in first in the Premier League was that Jose team in December. No other Tottenham team in the Premier League era has been that late in first place. No other team except that Jose Mourinho team. So to set the example is, it doesn't matter if it's pragmatic football or attractive football. We should always support our team and back the manager and support and encourage and fight for the board to support our managers.
I just want to say one thing, and then I'm going to go because it's like 3:15. So I'm of the belief that the team should concentrate on winning games first and then deal with the style later. That's just how I've seen football over watching it for 20 years, whatever it is. Because once the team gets gelled and whatever, you can start being a bit more, I don't know the words, laissez-faire, but a bit more experimental with the style because they already know how to grind out games. So even if you take a bit of chances or more risks, by that point, they already know how to win games. So that's just my belief. I think you deal with the winning first and then you deal with the style after. But that's just my take on it. That's just my opinion. I mean, everyone's free to disagree. It's fine.
Yeah, I disagree. Respectfully, though, I disagree.
Yeah. I've got to go. It's really late here. Take care.
Bro.
Has, big up. Make sure you sign to Hesper TV. Daigle, welcome back.
Yeah, well, I was just chilling in bed, just watching on the show, and then obviously all hell broke loose. So I saw what was going on. Obviously, I saw my brother Kuva is on here. Big up, Kuva, bro.
Big up, Brian.
And I just needed to come in here and address a few things in a calm manner because obviously it got very, very heated. So I'm just going to lay it.
It's good for the algorithm.
And big up Mr. Box Office, big up Mari, who's just gone, Adrian, and obviously my long-term brother, who I've known more than everyone on YouTube put together. Me and Steve have known each other, what is it now, 34 years? We go back way. So first of all, when we talk about winning trophies in the style of football, of course, I'd love to be like Kuva and Adrian, play wonderful attacking football and win trophies. But at the moment, we're not getting that. When Arsenal under George Graham were winning 1-0 and singing 1-0 to the Arsenal and winning leagues and FA Cups, not one Arsenal fan was going, do you know what? I'm sick and tired of seeing the Arsenal offside. I'm sick and tired of this boring football. When Jose Mourinho hasn't got things going, or even if Wayne Holland is still here, when Leicester won the league, listen, Leicester played a brand of football and it's the greatest story ever told. But near the end of the season, they couldn't defend, but then they worked out how to defend, and they're like, right, we know how to defend now. That's what we're going to do. I want to win trophies. For me, trophies first, style of football second. If we can get the two together, absolutely fantastic. But if I had to put which one is more important to me first, trophies. Now I need to get to where we were talking about the protests and name calling and everything. And one thing I will say is social media, the wonderful thing that it is, I will say social media has done a lot of wonderful things in my lifetime. It kept me in contact with my beautiful wife and why I'm in Toronto. It's made me meet so many people around the world because of this community, because of YouTube, because of Twitter, because I met, listen, the only person I knew on this stream and in this chat right now before any of this was Stel. I know a majority of the people in chat, whether I talk to them just via a chat, whether it's via WhatsApp, Twitter, whatever, didn't know Kuva from Adam. Adrian didn't know you properly. Certainly didn't know Alex. Everyone here consider a very, very good friend of mine, if not family. But now when it comes to these troll accounts, and obviously it does a lot of bad. Listen, I will tell you right here, right now, and I consider myself pretty high up the food chain in notoriety and Levy out. And obviously what I've put in, flown over from Canada for the NFL protest, started the training ground protest with Ryan Isaacs and Graham. I don't know if Graham's still in the chat. The amount of abuse we took for 3 of us starting off outside that training, 3 of us. But because social media likes to get a voice and because they like to make clone accounts, I don't have a clone account. I tweet under Brian Daigle. I go on YouTube as Brian Daigle. I'm in the comments as Brian Daigle. I will go through. I have had pictures under my family of Auschwitz with people saying, get your family on the trains and turn the ovens on. I have been attacked because of my religion. I have been attacked because of my addiction issues. Everyone knows, recovering alcoholic and cocaine addict. Very open about it. Very open about my mental health issues. Kuva will know firsthand the amount of work we try and do and help people, and the mental health specials I've done when I was part of Tottenham away, when we did the first one and continue to on Tottenham on tour. We put, because a lot of people will watch Levy Out stuff or Levy Out channels, obviously I'm going to defend myself. Do I believe that name calling back and forth is right? Absolutely fucking not. I've said before, and I'll say it again. The way I look at it, people like myself and Stel, if you're looking at Mount Everest, and let's call it Mount Levy, for mine and Stel's flag is nailed at the top of the summit. We ain't coming down. There is absolutely nothing you can do to get me and Stel to come down. But there are people walking up to look at the mountain or even slightly climbing up the mountain. And the only way to get them climbing up that mountain and to be at the summit with us is by decent dialogue from both sides. Not name calling, not racism, not, oh, you call you, oh, big up. See, this guy who has been at every single protest with me and the ones that I haven't been able to, obviously, because of me being here, home, away, Europe, has been saying this for years and years and years. The abuse he's taken. The abuse he has taken. I have taken, Stel has taken, Ryan's taken, so many people taken, but the only way you're going to get people climbing up that mountain is if all this name calling stops on both sides. Because Stel's right, it does come from both sides. I will never call out a person individually. When I go for the fans, I call it as a whole. I won't go, oh, this person that, or this person that. I get it enough. I get it personally, but that's beneath me. You're beneath me. You want to start calling me names? You've lost all sense of the argument. Disagree with me? Fine. Come on and debate with me and Stel? Fine. You've seen Stel? When he's on YouTube, you will find no one better to debate against rationally, whether it be the football tactics, whether it be the way he talks about the ownership, the facts that he'll bring, the knowledge he brings from his coaching. YouTube. Obviously, Twitter is the biggest cesspit ever. It's what it is. It is a... Do you know what? I got Twitter for the very first time so I could follow people like Dwayne The Rock Johnson and famous people and hot women like Lita and Trish Stratus and wrestlers and everything. That's what I had Twitter for. I didn't know how the fuck to use it. But as soon as I got onto YouTube, it became a viable tool for us YouTubers to use to communicate and get our content out there, get awareness of what we're saying and what we're doing. But the way that Twitter is absolutely handled is an absolute cesspit. You have known trolls, and I won't put names here because I won't give them the satisfaction. That will come for Stel. That will come for me. That will come for me, and then have another account, and then another account, and then another account.
There was an account called Stelios Noncios. Stelios is a paedophile. Ban him from working with kids. And then I had people somehow finding my contact details, contacting my customers and telling them I fiddle with kids, all because I was Levy out.
Exactly. I was saying. And I
That's
look at
wrong.
people.
That's wrong.
But Adrian, that's the thing. What you don't see, what you got to remember, Adrian, and Adrian has come and seen me at a protest, so I can vouch he's absolutely speaking gospel on that. But what I will say is, well, if people aren't on X, and if people aren't on it as religiously as me and Stel are, or anyone, forget all this. You don't know what you don't know. If you're not looking at it and you're not seeing it, and you're not on Twitter, you don't see it. But it's amazing how these accounts that will come for me. I had an account come for me today. I opened his account in April 2024, had 6 followers, but all of a sudden knows where to find me. Knows where to find me to rally in the abuse. And I'm like, oh, so you've just joined a month ago, and all of a sudden you know how to find my Twitter handle and come and abuse me, abuse my family, take the piss out of my mental health, take the piss out of my addictions, take the piss out of the health that I'm going through now, because Twitter is a goddamn cesspit. It's on both sides, but do both sides need to? I would love to say, do you know what, tomorrow, wipe the slate clean. Let's just debate the argument, not the person and not the allegiance. But it won't happen. It won't happen. And because we're in the minority, it's like if 5 people were trying to beat me up right now, I'm going to come out swinging and give everything I goddamn got. If I have to use my mouth, if I have to use violence, if I have to use whatever it is, I'm going to do whatever it is to protect myself. And we are at the moment the minority. So you have thousands of people. I had a prick today going, oh, well done, you got 25 people. I have people taking pictures. I had to do this at the protest last season. There was a guy that I used to get there. I think if Graham's doing, I think it was about 10 o'clock on a match day, 10, 11 o'clock, to put all the banners up outside the club shop, which I think there's about 26 banners, which takes a bit of time to get it all up. And then what you would have is a couple of people that would come and take a photo of 3 of us, 4 of us setting it up. And then at 1, 2, 3 o'clock, oh, look, there's 4 of them. And I'll be like, oh, really? Let me just take a picture and retweet it and show you there's not. But what they do is they then take the piss out of how many. But then they forget to say that there's thousands of them. As soon as Levy Al starts getting sung, they'll start chanting it because there's 62,000 people there protecting them. Do they have? I had the balls. So did Stel. Alex came and stood there. Ryan, Gray, I could list names. We stood there and saw people come and love the banners, take a photo. And we're like, stand here and pray. They're like, go on, kid, get him, go for Levy, go. Like, well, why don't you stand here and make all the numbers? Oh, no, they ran away. Whether you want to take the piss that there was 100, 200, 20, 30, 40, that was 20, 30, 40, 100 or 200 that had the balls to stand somewhere where 62,000 people were walking past. I had some prick say to me, against Arsenal, why weren't you lot protesting outside the club shop against Arsenal? We've never protested outside the club shop against Arsenal. You cannot protest on a London derby because all the Chelsea lot that will come down, the West Ham lot. But of course, they need to make it this big thing, and we're weak and we're this. Adrian, it is on both sides. You got people like Brian Maguire, who is still in the chat, who came down for the Brentford one. The guy lives in Glasgow. Didn't even have a ticket for the match. Came all the way down to Glasgow, from Glasgow, protested
Brian,
with us.
There's an 18-year-old kid who goes college in Hertfordshire called William.
Sorry if I've rambled on. Sorry for rambling on.
That's right. He gets to train, right? He gets to train. He comes to the protest. He protests with us. And then when it's game time, kickoff goes, right, I'm going home. I'm like, what, you're not going into the stadium? You don't go to games? You're not going to a local bar? Goes, no, I've got to go home. Go, well, you came here just to protest.
Mate,
goes,
you know Miles with the long hair?
He goes to me, I'm sick to death of going to school and just being bantered, being laughed at. I've had enough. I want it to change.
Still, there's a
He's
guy called
18.
Miles. Do you remember the guy Miles with the
He's
long hair?
18.
There's a guy called Miles who's got long hair.
Miles. Yeah, Miles.
He now lives in Hartlepool. He lives with his mum in Hartlepool. He came down for protests and then drove back after.
Brian, Jonas
Yes,
flies
I was
in
just
from
about to say,
Scandinavia.
I spoke to Stel on one of my Levy out rounds from Tottenham on tour last year. Guy called Jonas, and every time I see him, I make sure if you want to talk about people that will travel, we talked about Hartlepool, the one Stel just said. This guy messaged me, and I messaged Stel straight away when this happened, and he said, "Brian, when's the next protest?" And he said, "I'm going to come," and I was like, "Next home game." He let me know 2 days later. I'll see you there. I've just booked my ticket from Finland. Finland. He came over from Finland 4 times. His family in Bognor Regis. They flew in from Helsinki to London, went to Bognor Regis, came down for the protest, went back. We're talking Hartlepool. We're talking Glasgow with Brian Maguire. We're talking blooming Finland with Jonas. Let's just take away 62,500 whatever seat a stadium. Let's take away. Let's just say 7,000 or 8,000 for away fans and corporate and whatever. That's 55,000 Spurs fans going to that game, and I can tell you that a lot of them want Levy out. And when Levy out is chanted, they'll sing it. But will they go and stand there? No. Will they? They'll be in the pub or the goal line bar giving Levy more money. And some of it I understand because obviously we have a stigma attached to us. And because there's so few, they don't know who's coming along and if you were kids or whatever. And there's fans around the world, and even in the country that physically cannot get to protest.
Brian, what pisses me off is when people say, "Oh, you protesters aren't organised. Oh, you should copy political campaigns. Oh, you did this wrong. You did that wrong." Yet, the Spurs Supporters Trust have been catastrophic when you consider the influence they've got, and then Change for Tottenham, who galvanised the fan base. We're going to get behind them. When it came to the crunch to protest, they cancelled the protest. The only ones who have always turned up with conviction has been the ones that everyone wants to point the finger and attack. And Adrian, maybe overreacted, I apologise. But when you said what you said to me, Adrian, when you said what you said to me, no, I meant what I said. I meant what I said. When you said what you said, I was always going to lose it. And if you said that to me again next week, I'll lose it again. Because, like Brian said, nobody knows what we've been through with these. Nobody will understand what it's been like.
Still, just wanted to add to that as well, because when you said about the protest, what you got to remember as well, and Still will know this from the group that I'm in, there's about 90 of us. 90 of us that are planning things, doing things. Some of them can't, some of them live in Ireland, some of them, they're all scattered all over. But all plans, ideas, everything go through. Now, we have had plans where we've gauged the numbers and put Twitter polls, who's coming, who's doing this, who's doing that, gauged by the chat when we did the training ground, but mainly on match day. We're at that club shop because there's like 200 of us max, maybe 250 for the Manchester United and Brentford one for the final home game of last season. We had so many plans to be banners outside the train station, banners on all 4 corners of the ground, outside the M bar. They're all plans. They've all been made, but you need people to do it. If people are taking the piss for 200 of us being there, if I said, right, we're going to stay here, 25 of you go over there, 25 of you go over there, 25 go over, there's only 25 over here now. Numbers make the biggest difference. I keep saying, if we're saying, let's say 54,000, I'm just going to round it up, 54,000, let's just say there are 54,000 seats that are Spurs seats. Forget corporate, forget Levy and his entourage, forget the away support. I'm talking about supporters. If 10% of them will Levy out, 10%, and said, you know what, I've had enough, I'm going to go stand outside the club shop with them. That's 5,500 people. That's 5,500 people outside that club shop, around the ground, making noise. The attention that gets magnifies. but no one will do it. They'll do it in the ground.
But you had an effect, Brian. You had an effect, and you shit the board up. So the protest was successful with the balloons and all that, because Levy was made to feel very uncomfortable. See the pictures? You must have seen the pictures of him.
Of
He looked
course.
like a shrinking violet. You know.
It was the greatest pictures of my life, mate. Honestly, seen his wife rub his knee. Mate, we will have Phil P, who got the purple and gold balloons. The best thing was there was against Brentford. There was a race going down on the East Stand where a purple balloon, a yellow balloon, and a black balloon with Levy out or Edie out. I can't remember what it said. Was having a race, and we're seeing which one passed the halfway line first. We got there.
Brian, Adrian, this is great, but half an hour ago, Adrian, you weren't saying that. You were saying how the problem with the protesters.
I said, no, I have different ideas about if you're going to mobilise support, then you can learn from different organisations how to mobilise support and increase.
No, you said the fucking problem with the fucking protesters was that you attack fans.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree. I do not agree with attacking a fan base. I don't agree with that at all.
But at the
I'm
same
not a hate
time,
person. Listen, I don't sing. I don't sing the abuse.
Adrian, at the same time. No, you listen to me.
To get an inkling of my nature.
No, because at the same time,
I don't
you
sing
refuse to call out those. You refuse to call out those. Adrian, no, you're waffling again. You're waffling.
I don't do hate. I do not do hate.
You do hate. You do hate.
If you do hate, that's
yes,
fine.
you do.
I don't
yes,
do
you
hate.
Do. Yes, you do, because you hated on the protesters.
No, I don't. And
you hated. You did. You said you fucking protesters. You fucking did this wrong.
Because I don't do this, right? Because I don't do this, because I try to be impartial, objective, and I've been free protesters. Right? What I get is in the chat here, what I get is, and what I get off of Sean Butler, oh, you'll leave you out. And then in the chat here, I get, I'm a Levy apologist. Well, make your fucking mind up. And I don't care what you think.
I never called you Levy apologist. No, but you're talking to me.
Right?
You're talking to me. You're talking to me.
Yeah.
You listen. Adrian, you said the fucking problem with those fucking protesters is the fucking...
I didn't call them fucking protesters.
You did. I heard.
No, Adrian, I said the problem with the protesters is they attack the fan base. I don't think that's a positive way to go about things, right?
Adrian, can I finish my point without you interrupting?
Well, you can.
Just shut up for 1 minute. Well, then, how's about you let me finish what I'm saying, and then if I've twisted it, after I finish, you can tell me what I've twisted, rather than interrupting. Because all I'm going to do now is repeat everything I said from the beginning again, and it's going to wind you up, because I'm going to say it all again, right? You, in an aggressive stance, in an angry way, lost your shit and said whatever specific words, but you said the problem fucking something protesters is that you attack the fans, right? But you did not acknowledge or mention or cover how those other fans who we apparently attack us first. And that's why we hit back. Why don't you talk about them the way you spoke about
I
us?
have no examples of that. I mean, Brian will tell you he's been attacked online. I get that. But I haven't got what other examples of there are there? I mean, like, obviously they must have gone on.
Okay,
but
all right.
I'm
Adrian, I'm going to give an example. I'll show you.
Right.
How do you know that we
can't
attack?
comment on that if I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. How do you know that we attack fans? How?
Well, it's not the attack. It's the way that, like, if you're going to attack, if you don't get a support, and you're going to actually assume or presume that
answer the bloody question. How do you know that we attack fans? Answer the question.
Listen.
You're wriggling. No. Answer the question. You're wriggling.
Listen.
Yes.
If you're going to do that, right, then you're presuming.
The question, Adrian.
Right.
You're wriggling. Answer the
question. Under your take, you're presuming that every fan that's not on the
how
protest,
do you
like
know
me,
that I
you're
attack
presuming
fans?
They're all leaving, and you're also.
How do you know, Adrian?
How do you know? Well, how do you know?
Because you said it. You said that we attack the fans. So I'm saying to you, how do you know that we do that? How?
Adrian, ask you.
Because we always try to divide it between like
protest group
my life.
and,
Answer the
and leave
question,
it
man.
in. Anyone who's not in the
Adrian,
protest group is a leave in.
Adrian,
I
listen
mean,
to me.
like
Adrian,
there's loads of thousands
Adrian.
of fans that are just ambivalent. They might even not know about a
You're
protest.
not answering the
'cause I don't know what
question.
the
You're being a
demographic
politician,
are
mate.
for
You're
first
being a
fans,
politician. Answer the
No,
question.
Stel, I can answer the
Answer
question if you want. I'll give you an answer.
No, Steve. I want Adrian, who made the comment, to answer the question. How do you know that protesters attack fans? How do you know that? What have you seen that's made you say that? What have you heard?
Well, because people here and elsewhere have always criticised everyone else as being a leave-inner, which is like an attack on them in that way, isn't it? It might not be a violent attack or like, but you do it still. Tell me you don't, and I'll call you a liar. Tell me you don't, and I'll call you a liar.
Adrian.
And I've stood for the protest, and I agree with the protest, but I like to take an objective and partial view about things.
You're full of shit, man. You're full of shit.
Okay,
Absolute shit.
Fair enough. If you think I'm
can't-
full of,
you
just
make-
because
you make
I
these
don't agree
ridiculous
with you.
comments.
You see, this is where you're so biased.
No,
This is
no,
why you're
it's
so
not about
biased
agreeing.
in
No,
your
no,
opinion.
no. You're the fraud because you
All right,
made this
fair enough.
comment
Well, I'm
towards
the
me.
fraud. Well, fair
You
enough.
made-
I can live with that
You
still.
made,
I
you
don't
made,
give
it's
a
not
shit.
fair enough. It's not fair enough.
I don't give a
It's
shit.
out of order. No, it's out of
Is it?
order because
But I'll still stand with the protest next time they protest. I'll still be with them.
You come near the protest. Listen to me, Adrian. You made a comment where you said something, and I'm asking you now to back it up. Your response is because I call people Enoch in. Right. If you defend the owner, if you protect the owner, then you are Levy in. You want him to stay. That's not an attack. That's stating a fact. So I ask you one more time. When have protesters attacked fans? Not physically, verbally, or comment-wise. When? Give me one example, Adrian.
Well, I've experienced it online.
Give me the example. Explain. What did you see? What happened?
Called me a Levy apologist when I don't even know what my way of thinking is. And because I take a balanced point of view, they're confused. They don't understand where I'm coming from. Am I being two-faced? Am I being a liar? Am I being this, that, and the other? I get that. If they don't understand, that's their ignorance. I don't give a fuck. Really,
So Adrian. Okay. Adrian. Okay. No. This is a great point. So someone online called you a Levy apologist. Is that correct?
Even this chat tonight, follow this chat tonight.
Adrian, did someone online call you a Levy apologist?
Yes.
How do you know they go to the protests?
I don't know if they go to the protest.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much.
They might not. Well, they might live in Scotland or somewhere else. Fair enough. You failed.
So do you accept now that that comment you made earlier might be incorrect?
No, I don't.
Then back it up.
Well, I just did. And it's just
No,
a
you
basic
didn't, because
example.
you can't prove they go to the
and I've
protest.
had other examples which I can't show you physically.
But Adrian, you can't back it up because you can't prove they go to the protests.
No, because I don't know if they do go to the protest, but they'll say here.
So then, how can you say
Go
the
back,
protest?
go back through these chats, right? Adrian is a Levy apologist. Adrian is this. Adrian is that. Scroll back, right? Now, I don't care. I mean, like, whether it's an attack or not, I'm just giving you an example because you wanted them.
No, but your example, you can't back it up, Adrian. That's my point. That's why I lost it. Because you made a comment.
One thing I will say about this, Adrian,
because it's in here still.
Adrian,
no evidence. You can't back it up.
No, Joe, I'll complete it. Adrian will know this story very, very well. I've obviously been on Adrian's Facebook group for a good little while, but the time that we signed Kulusevski and Bentancur, and Adrian will remember this very, very well, I was on a stream with the Irish Hotspur, Jack Nicky, and Matty Hayes. And Matty Hayes came on, and the news broke that we signed these people, and I was like, "Oh my God, he's done it again! He's got us out of jail at the final hour, just before the major protest was going." Adrian said something to me, and I snapped live on YouTube at Adrian. Didn't know Adrian for Adam, hadn't met him in person. And I went absolutely fucking apoplectic at him. I literally snapped like in one of my Daigle rants where I lost it. But immediately, as Adrian will verify, I messaged him on Facebook and said, "Listen, mate, I was playing out of order. I'm sorry."
I probably was as well, Brian.
Yeah, no, listen. But this is the thing. Like I said, like how this just flared up with the two of you now. I came on and spoke calmly and rationally, or tried don't know if I was rational. I was definitely calm for me. Yeah, Cooper's having a look at me and going, calm, rational, Daigle. But then it's just
Brian, that's because you're not Brian. But this is because you're not subjected to lies that can't be backed up. And when you ask them to back it up, they can't do it. At what point do we call that out?
No. But listen, like you said, a lot of the people. Again, comes with social media, where people. I know people that are very staunch Levy out that don't protest because wherever they are or they don't want to, blah, blah, blah. And they give absolutely... Because this is the thing. Well, what's happened now...
But Brian, sorry, buddy, but...
Go on, no, that's right.
Adrian never said Levy out lot. He said, you protesters.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say, because what the problem is with the cesspit Twitter is if you put the hashtag Levy out, that automatically means you're part of my group that I'm with, that I stand proudly with, because no one else in the world can use those two words and put them together. If you say Levy out, Enoch out, straight away, you're one of the people that protest with Daigle, with Ryan, with...
Exactly.
And these people don't. Like I said, people bitch about us, about the very, very small numbers that do it, but think that everyone that literally puts the hashtag Levy out is part of the group. There are some people that put some Levy out. I am absolutely appalled and sickened by. And if I see it, especially if it's on a thread that I'm on, I won't stand for it, because what I try to stand for and what I'm trying to achieve with everyone else is for the love of my football, our football club. You got to remember, when you were talking before about how did Chelsea protest, well, how did Arsenal protest, how did these... The big difference with those fan bases, Tottenham Hotspur crave success. Arsenal, Manchester United, Manchester City, Chelsea, they demand it. They absolutely demand it. Second is losing to them.
Look, we're all well-intentioned Spurs fans who want the best for the club, right? And that means we want success, we want good football, we want trophies, you know. I have not taken nowhere near the amount of tax you've had, Brian. I've had a share. I've had a share of them, right? I get them because people aren't quite sure.
It's just the inner.
You know what I mean? So like, well, fine. I don't give a fuck, right, about them, right? Because if you've got someone who's got a fixed opinion about something or about you, that it's unlikely they're going to change their opinion. They're either going to hate you, like you, love you, fucking want to shit on you or whatever. So to me, I can't be fussed with it. I'll still express my opinions, and then like I'll leave it to people to decide what their perspective of me is, and if they ever like or dislike me, that's fair enough. I mean, like I don't really care. I don't care.
It's where we're
make yourself feel, mate. One thing, please.
Oh no, I've had my relax. I had to lay down. Earlier. I watched a movie with the missus. I was literally laying down. I thought, you know what? Before I put my little headset on, mate, at the moment I'm hooked on the Lethal Weapon TV show. I'm watching it on loop and loop. I was like, before I go to bed and put that on, let me just listen to what's going on Tottenham away and if they're still live. And I was like, holy moly, I'm not going to be able to turn this off, am I? I was like, oh shit. And I was like, do you know what?
It was excitable, but like, you know, listen, I respect Stell's opinion. Kuva's a voice of reason. You know what I mean? Yourself, you're very politically motivated regarding the club and all that. Like
100%.
And I try to tread a middle path. So like, I try to be objective, impartial, see how things are. Right? You know, it's a bit like coming up to a general election. When you get to election, then you have to vote, right? Then I will vote. I won't sit on the fence. I'll fucking vote, right? So, you know.
What people got to remember as well, and listen, do I agree with everything Stell says and the way he says it sometimes? No, I don't. No, I don't. Does he agree with some of the things I say and the way I say it? No, we don't. But people keep forgetting with this. When it comes to me and Stell have a shared love of Tottenham. In fact, we reconnected because we lost contact. The way we reconnected is because we kept writing Levy out stuff on Football London. But take Tottenham away from this. Take Levy away from this. I've known Stell for 34 years. He was at my bloody bar mitzvah. He was doing the Hava Nagila dance with me at my bar mitzvah. football, when it comes to it, football is not. People will know me. Loyalty is everything to me.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Stell being attacked or whatever, I've known the guy for 34 years. Take football and opinions out of it. This is a guy that I sat next to in double science. This is a guy that on my football, on my yearbook, we graduated, if you want to call it graduated, the season that Naeem scored a goal from the halfway line. Stell was put in my yearbook a matchstick version of Naeem scoring from the halfway line. That's my. So when it comes to Stell, I am damn protective of him as Stell the mate. Forget the football. Forget the football. Stell is someone I've made a lot of family and a lot of very, very close friends here. But when it comes down to people I've known for the longest in my life, Stell is right near the top of the list. And yeah, like I said, we all disagree. People that leave you out will disagree with me. I'll agree with some people that leave you out. I obviously disagree with people that leave you in. Or I don't want to say leave you in. There is no such thing as leave you in. There is leave you out.
I think Stell lives probably a mile and a half away from me, actually. He probably lives about a mile and a half.
And that's it. When it comes to it, football is what unites us. And unfortunately, because of the ownership, whether you like it or not, we're not united. We're in fact, I can't imagine being more fractured. And this summer could even make it even worse, whatever. But people have got to remember, I'm just looking at the names that I can see on the chat right now. Mark Swift, I've known since Tottenham away. Toxic Headshot, one of the nicest guys you could ever meet. I speak to him regularly on Twitter, see his tweets, always supporting all the channels, always there. You've got people like Graham I've seen in here. You've got, I can go through this for ages. You've got Andreas. You've got, there's people from different fan bases as well that come and watch us. It's
you, Brian, as the mothership of the protest. I mean, like this summer will be very revealing and very telling.
Like I said, football unites us. Levy divides us. But when it comes down to this, and I don't know if still you heard me, I was going on. I was blowing smoke up your ass for a bit still.
I was listening. Thank you very much.
Mate, no, you know this still. You know this. It's like, I will not tolerate it. It gets to the point we are at such a crisis every single year with this goddamn football club because of one main point. But it's getting to the point where this is getting ridiculous now. And do you know what? Someone's going to get hurt. Whether it be a protester, whether it be a fighting in the ground.
Oh, that doesn't happen.
Mate, literally, I'll tell you now, Ryan Isaacs was at Chelsea with Ben and Amir. And there was a guy in front that was started shouting, leave you out. Then there was another one that started, leave you in. There's 20 of them all ready to start going mad at each other.
Oh, no.
It is literally ripping this club apart.
You had fans at Fulham holding a banner against the price of the season tickets going up. And fans ripped the banner down. Our own fans ripped it down.
Bro, Stell, ever seen those videos of like in one of those foreign countries where like you see fans or ultras like fighting each other? That's what happens. That's what happens because one fan group or one group or whatever, they say they have this stance and then the other one has the other and they fight about it because it's a mob mentality sort of thing.
Yeah, ripping that banner down was bad though because if still I don't doubt what he's saying is true because like when you take of just one thing, Kane leaves the club. He's on 16 million a year. You could have covered that increase with the money you saved on Kane's wages, and you could have even subsidised prices for kids that are under 18 or 16 or whatever, you know. But this club doesn't do that, you know. It doesn't do family and social conscience, does it? You know.
Guys, I think over the past few years, I've seen more and more a case of people starting off with genuine just disagreements about how the club's going or viewpoints on players or managerial hires, and it doesn't matter what it is. But I see people that I know on opposite sides of an argument that I know you can sit down and have a perfectly good conversation with them about it. What I see at the same time is an awful lot of people, let's just call them keyboard warriors, because most are, those ones that want to inflame those tensions between
they're
people.
cowards, most of them, though.
Yeah, And they look for nothing more than to build up into one really nasty, vicious brawl between people. I see it all the time. And I've had the pleasure of talking so long behind the scenes with the likes of Stell and Brian and even Sean Butler who would you view as perhaps the other side of the argument, if you like. And all of them, I can have a long conversation with things, talk reasonably about it. And I know if you get them on screen on certain channels, you can have a debate. Of course, it will get fiery. Of course, it will. But the real problem is where everybody tends to jump onto one side and then start spouting off, let their tensions rise. And a lot of people are not very good at checking their temper. So it always turns nasty, and I've seen it all the time. And like I said, it doesn't matter whether it's been an argument between individuals on YouTube. It doesn't matter whether it's channel versus channel, or it's the Levy in, Levy out. It's always been the same. That people are unable to control themselves. Social media.
We haven't hurled abuse at each other. We might have been passionate and raised their voices, but we haven't hurled abuse.
Well, no, Adrian, the thing is as well, you look at it and you go back to the Alan Sugar days. The Alan Sugar protest, there was no social media.
No, there wasn't.
But there were thousands on Tottenham High Road, thousands that got together somehow, whether it had been by telephone call with firm leaders or supporters groups or whatever. No social media. They all came together for the love of this football club. And I hear people go, I'm not going to protest because I don't like this person that will be there. Or if Stell's going to be there, I don't want to protest because Stell's going to be there. I'm like, well, if you're dead against something, I'll tell you what, the High Road's a long place. Just don't go stand and talk to Stell. If it's me you don't like, don't come and talk to me. The High Road's a big place. If you want your football, go on, Stell, bro.
So I was going to say, like, Kuba, the problem we've got, and again, fact, we can sit down and have an educated adult debate. We can get the calm, relaxed Levy in and the calm, relaxed Levy out. Have a really wonderful debate and send in super chat. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. The only thing that came close to changing anything at this club was when it got really toxic and really silly online, offline last year, because that's the only time we've seen Levy properly flinch. He flinched for one reason only, because it got fucking horrible. And do you know what? It's the only way it will ever change at this club. It has to get toxic. It's a losing.
Sugar flinched because like Spurs fans like camped outside his house and all that, which wasn't. That wasn't. You know what I mean? That wasn't right. But
it's Che Guevara, isn't it? We can't have revolution. Revolution is about waiting for the apple to fall. You've got to shake the tree. So what basically you're looking for with Levy out is shaking the tree. It can't be done nicely. You're going to have you're going to have to annoy people.
Like no one wants it to be annoying. No one wants it to be horrible. But the reality is, the only time we got this guy almost on the brink was when we freaking lost it. And we didn't even lose it to the level needed. It needed to go another 2 notches up. People said to me, oh my God, I hope you don't flip cars on the high street and blow shit up. And I'm thinking, no, we're not going to do that. But now I'm thinking, do you know what? Maybe that's what we fucking needed to do. Obviously, we're not going to do that. It's not who we are as people. But
you know what it is?
There's no calm debate and an outcome. It's just now we can be friends, but still nothing changes. But we're friends now.
Well, you brought up Sugar's house and people doing that. What I have to say as well, when it will just show a certain section of the Levy out group that I will always say proudly stand by. They are like a family to me and have picked me up when I've been down. There are some naughty people in that group. Naughty, ex-firm, not people you want to meet on your worst nightmare. But you know what? And Adrian, you'll vouch for this as well. One of the things the football hooligans had, there was a set of beliefs. You don't start on families. You don't touch kids. They have a set of ethics. It's football for hooligans. When the big talk was going to go to Levy's house, and there was huge talk to go to him and do what happened with Ed Woodward, not with the fireworks and everything, but to go to his house. It was the ex-firm lot that said, don't you dare go to his house. That's where his family is. the training ground, the stadium, Lily White House, anything Tottenham Hotspur related is fair game. His house, you do not go near. But that because obviously because people think they're thugs and they're lunatics and they're hard. No one thinks that. If it hadn't been for certain people, there would have been absolute carnage outside his house. There would have been protests outside his house. They're all planned to put the banners out around his house, not to cause a massive scene and noise and whatever, but to make sure he knew we were there. Or leave you out, not me, I wouldn't have gone. But there were there were people, and it was the ex-firm and the ex-hardcore who were like, you do not go to his place of family. That is a huge no-no. So people, again, when people hear about people going to his house, again, automatically, it's part of the group I'm with. Because we're the most active and because we stand up, anyone says, let's go to his house, people have put Levy's address up there. People have put Donna Cullen's phone number up there. It's bang out of order. Anywhere on Tottenham Hotspur property, they are fair game. If they're inside the training ground, I'll be out the side. I've done it from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. for the whole month of January. We did it again the last January where we only did it for one day. I've been outside the stadium under more times than you could wish to imagine. All fair game, place of work. Place of family? But anyone that says they're going to do it or post his address automatically is part of the group that is active because that's the way social media
at that time, the club faced bankruptcy and it was like Venables and Sugar asking Venables if he's got any money to invest in the club, blah, 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 and all that. And there's me and Charlie Chan's nightclub chatting to like Neil Ruddock, who had his arm around his shoulder while he's drinking champagne as a footballer. And I'm saying, what's fucking happening, Neil? What's going on? You know?
Hi boys.
Hey, QB.
Hi. I mean, what kind of trouble are you guys troublemakers starting now, you rabble rousers?
Why do you, just because I'm on screen, everyone thinks trouble.
You guys have been going on for a while, but I just came on just because Stagel is on, and I haven't seen you in a long time.
Oh, bless you, darling.
So I've missed you. I know that you've been kind of having it being in and out a little bit. So just
I've got to have brain
well.
MRI scans. I've got to have MRI. I've got to have surgery on my nose. I've slept Wednesday and Thursday. I slept 40 hours out of the 48 combined. I'm exhausted all the time.
Oh man!
I need to have brain MRI scans if they can find it. There's a crap load going on with me. Crap load.
Cubed. Great to have you on. Before you speak, I've just noticed there's 3 super chats I haven't done. I just quickly want to do them, and then the floor is yours. Jerome said at least Ange has publicly said that he needs to change the squad for next season. I'm craving for a trophy too, but we need time to let him achieve his goal. Giving the man 6 months will not help anyone. Sorry for the late reading of a super chat. Edek says, appreciate all you gents. Show me evidence that Levy has backed any manager in 23 years. And then Elias with a couple of super chats. Still thoughts on City winning the title at our ground. I'll be delighted if that happens. And he says, what's the difference between Alex and box office? Elias, I don't know.
Cute. Listen, if you don't know, you're going to have to get to know.
Oh, cute.
It's easy. It's easy. Difference between Alex and box office is Alex is a normal, well-adjusted human being. Box office is the embodiment of all of his frustrations let out in one torrent. That's it.
There you go. What a great answer. Cute.
And Levy hasn't backed managers fully in the last 23 years. No way.
All right.
Not in the way they should have been backed anyway.
All right.
And anyways,
not with the
I
crap signings we had, like
things...
NG and all them, and Kudu, Jensen. You know, you can go on, can't you? You know, there's loads of players that just, little appease the fans signings. We think, we're going to get some great signing, and they were crap.
Go on, QB.
Oh, I was just going to say, I hope things get better for you,
Thanks,
Dig.
darling. Thank you.
But it's nice to hear from you, and I hope things get better. I'm not even angry. Because it's just like this is what happens now. So, but I lost my shit a while ago. So
Well, Cube,
But
strange, isn't it? After the Chelsea game, I was absolutely fuming inside. I try to keep calm and collected at all times. I was fuming, and I was still fuming the next day, and I blasted it out. And I think my catharsis was actually like writing posts, because I like to write posts, either pre-match or post-match posts, and post my feelings and get it out there. Then I'll pump it out and like my group and 2 other Facebook groups I try to help out, and Twitter, and then I'll post it to everyone on WhatsApp and whatever. Like I do lots of other stuff, videos and all that. I mean, if they don't want it, they just tell me they don't want it. I won't send them it, right? You know, videos and shit, just to keep. I try to keep the fan base informed as best I can in my little way of doing things. And today I was just numb. I just like a bit like
well,
Cougar.
I mean, we're.
I was really annoyed at Chelsea, especially after Arsenal. I was really, I was fuming.
Well, it's just unsurprising, right? Like going into it, I just already said that we were going to get battered. So it's just like, it's more like, no, we're out of shit. We're out of shit.
I just want the season over.
But
even top 6 doesn't guarantee us Europa League, because it depends on the outcome of the FA Cup final. So
Adrian, let you finish. Adrian, let you finish. Let her finish.
The only thing, I think the only thing worse about, and I might get some bullets for this, but I don't really care. The only thing worse than, our players and our manager and our club and all of that is our fan base right now, who are stuck in like Stockholm syndrome a little bit right now. And they think that things are like it's like what my photo is right now. It's like the fire is all around and they're like, this is fine. This is totally fine. Or they're one side of it like totally fine, or they're completely like burning everything to the ground. It's just like 2 extremes, I think. But either way, I think that everyone is to blame. I mean, people who are not blaming Levy, I don't understand how you can't blame Levy when we're stuck in Groundhog's Day and it feels like we're dealing with the same thing over and over again. Like, if you look at like Ange and how he sort of like lost his shit in the last game on the sidelines, and he was like yelling at the players, stop fucking passing it backwards. Right. And then in the post-match interview later, where he was just like kind of like ripping into it was so deja vu. Like, it was like he's a completely different manager with different style of play, different from different area, different vibe, different everything is very different from Conte. And yet it was so Conte-esque. It was like exactly the way that Conte was like. When we saw so many times Conte was on the touchline yelling at Eric Dyer, being like, move fucking forward, Dyer, move forward. Like, stop passing it back, Eric. I was like, why are we stuck in Groundhog's Day? Like that, why is this happening? Despite the fact that like these managers are so different apparently, and they have different styles of play and all, different personalities and everything, yet we're here again. So if you're here again, then there's something going on with the club. There's something going on with the players. It's not possible to have something like a completely different manager have the exact same situation and acting the exact same way, like not be something wrong with the culture of the club. It's like it's not possible for that to be the case.
Cube, think about it like this, Cube. Who's been at Real Madrid for a long, long, long time now? What man at the top? Florentino Perez. They've had different managers, different players, style of play, but they keep winning. It's almost like he's an important key in that cause. Y'all are the opposite.
Yeah, no, it's a club culture issue. It's a club culture issue, but everybody is culpable, because it's also not like I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to say that, it's about like sacking the manager every time either, because it has to come from the top, because why is a different manager the same results? But, Ange has to take responsibility for the utter, like, I don't understand. I know that we have some shit players and stuff, but like, what is going on? Like Højbjerg starting the North London Derby, like after not having started any games, really? I don't understand. Then a few days later, you know, it's like Hill comes on as a sub. He's played 0 minutes and he's coming on as sub. Today he brings on Oliver Skip to play left back. Like, I'm like, wait a minute, what is going on? These are so strange decisions. We had 2 weeks to prepare from Newcastle to North London Derby. Or are you making the same mistakes? And then a few days later, made the same mistakes. He dismissed was dismissive about the reasons for those mistakes. And then a few days after that, you know, I'm like, what is going on? We're stuck in Groundhog's Day. It's like, and then obviously our players are shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, you're not blaming the players. Of course I'm blaming the players. Our players are absolute shit. But we actually we have some absolute shit players, you know. I don't care. That's how I know like our fan base has lost it. When they're like bigging up, you know, Timo Werner and, you know, oh my God, Brennan Johnson, you know, he's so amazing, you know, give him time or whatever. And then they're also talking about like, you know, calling, you know, at Richie R9, and then, you know, and then they go and they remember that 1 month purple patch last season, and then everybody was like Emerson Cafu, you know, like they're like Emerson, you're calling him Emerson Cafu, and they're like we owe him an apology, and I was like, we don't fucking owe him an apology. He's having one decent month. It's a purple patch, and sure enough, here we are again. So it's literally Groundhog's Day, and like our fans are to blame for that, because otherwise it wouldn't be Groundhog's Day if our fans actually were like not willing to put up with it, you know. But instead we big up people like Emerson Royale, who apparently made his 100th appearance at the club today. Why is he still here? I have no idea. You know, it's all the same things over and over again. And then our good players, you know, and everybody knows I love Sonny. And he did score today, but he's not turning up. He's been poor. And you know, and Madison's been poor. And we know that these players are good players because they have been good in the past, and somehow they're down tooling. So everybody is culpable. There's nobody that's not culpable.
You know the thing that's really pissing me off with Son right now, and it happened today, and it's forget his form and forget everything. It happened against Nottingham Forest, where he had a debate with Højbjerg who should take a free kick, and somehow Højbjerg decided that he was going to take it. And today, I mean, you probably saw there was an argument between Porro and Madison, who has been absolutely woeful about taking a free kick. Why the hell does Heung-min Son as captain, and as someone who is scoring free kicks regularly for career and taking beautiful free kicks, not saying, do you know what? Why are you two even bitching? This is a free kick in a goal scoring area. Step aside. I'm the captain. I'm taking the free kick. It's happened time and time again where we've had a dead ball situation where it's been exactly where he scored for career. And he's just not going, do you know what? Stand out of the way. I don't know why Madison was taking the free kick. He hasn't been able to take a good free kick all season. Porro.
He has experience taking. Like, he scored from free kicks before.
Exactly, for career.
No. I'm saying Madison has scored free kicks before for Leicester. So I think it's fair to be like
Kubi, you missed the point. He's the captain. He is the captain. When there's arguments and bitching going on, he had an argument with Højbjerg over Nottingham Forest, and somehow he should have said to Højbjerg, yeah, as much as I like you, you're not known for your free kick taking. I am. I'm the captain. Guess what? I'm taking it. And then today there's an argument with Porro and Madison. And if you're telling me right now who do I prefer to take, who do I have more faith in taking a free kick, Porro's Son or Madison, it's Heung-min Son. And Heung-min Son, who's crying out for a bit of form, take a free kick, put it in the back of the net, you get a bit of... I don't understand why he's not taking... And this ain't a dig at him. I just don't understand why he's not
Yeah,
saying,
no, he
guys,
needs to
I'm
step
captain.
up. He needs to take a little more responsibility in that regard. And the thing with it is that he's not selfish enough. So even when it comes to so I said this when he was made captain, which people are like, oh, he's a bad captain. No, he's not. He's not a bad captain for Korea. Okay, but at Korea, he actually doesn't play quite as well as he had in the past for Spurs. And the reason why is because for Korean fans know this, he is too selfless because he knows that he's captain for Korea. So he will pass the ball more because he's trying to he thinks that as captain, culturally, as captain, he has to more elevate others instead of being oh, I should be the one that should do this. So he passes more than he should in Korea, which makes it so that it's not as he doesn't play as well because he's passing it to other guys. And he even admitted that for Korea that he's passing it when he should be taking a shot. So that's literally what happens for Korea. And I knew when he was made captain that was what was going to happen for us too. And even though everybody's like, oh, Cube's a Sun fan, I was like, I didn't want him to be captain, but I actually didn't because I thought that it was going to be a situation like this where he was going to be too selfless and then not really taking shots and passing the ball to other people or having other people be able to have glory or whatever it is. I already said that. But the thing with it is that I also didn't think that there was a better option. At the time, I didn't think that there was a better option for captain either, though. Our entire team.
I actually have to go. I actually have to go, Boz. Just wanted to say quickly before I did, Cube, there's something you said I totally agree with at the moment. Groundhog Day. My overall thought right now is we are getting what we saw with the final days of Conte. I just can't help getting away from that feeling. It's coming apart at the moment. Hope I'm wrong, but it's just that gut feeling. There's something there missing from this team now. I don't think it's going to get fixed in the summer either.
No, it won't.
But it's a mostly different team. That's what's crazy about it. I know I'm blaming our players too, but it's a mostly different team when you think about our starting lineup. When you look at it, it's you got Van de Ven, you got Poro. Before Udogie became injured, he was already bad form, right? These are new players. Vicario, these are all new players. Brennan Johnson, Timo, these are new players. And yet we're still stuck in the same Madison. We're still stuck in the same thing. Oh, bye, Kuva. Sorry.
See you later. No problem.
Big up, Kuva.
Cheers, everyone.
Much love, bro.
Bye.
I'm saying it's something with the culture of the club. But I was gonna say with Sonny, I think he needs to be a little more selfless or selfish. I mean, but our players are completely capitulating. You guys see that thing where they were Romero was Vicario had to drag Romero off of Emerson after the halftime whistle or something. Which, by the way, I don't blame Romero because Emerson is absolute shit. But at the same time, I'm this goes to show you, it's the dressing room. I don't know what that dressing room looks like right now, but it's gotta be toxic to be having this kind of a run, and they can't have any sort of response after having these huge batterings, and they can't respond at all, game after game. That's gotta be a toxic as fuck dressing room right now. And I'm everybody has to be responsible for that, including Sonny as captain. He needs to pull their asses up, but he's not doing it. And then Ange is, Ange says that he's, the dressing room is for your area. I'm not responsible for that. You do you. And I was yeah, but you're the manager. You have to, if the dressing room is toxic and you're not getting the results that you should be getting, then you have to go in and be what's going on here? Why is it? Why are you all capitulating? What's going on? But it's clearly different players, same thing. So it's got to be a cultural club issue.
If I was going to be a little bit defensive in that, when you're playing Newcastle, Arsenal, Chelsea, and the Liverpool, it's a bit of a, not that there are any easy games in the Premier League, but it's a bit
of a hard crust that come into if you're not in any good form whatsoever. But then again, you know, I don't think Ange just lost the dressing room, but he's kept shuffling the pack, and it hasn't changed anything, is it?
No, I'm not saying. Anything. No, I'm not saying that he's lost the dressing room. I'm saying that the dressing room the vibe is clearly really bad. You know, it's obviously it can't not be, right. So he needs, you know, along with our captains, they need to grab the boys, you know, by the nuts if they have to, and pull them up, you know, and change the trajectory. But that's not what's happening. And I don't care how hard the games are. You cannot go this many games, 4 games in a row with a 2-week break between, you know, there was a 2-week break between one of them too. 4 games in a row and be completely battered. It's not even like, oh, you know, we lost, we've narrowly, you know what I mean? Like we put up a really good fight in some of those, but it just went on the wrong side of the results or whatever. No, we got completely outplayed, completely battered, and there's no life in them. They don't look like they're coming back and battling at all. The only time they start to kind of turn up is maybe at the 80th minute of some of these games. But even then, it's just because the other team is tired. Like they're not responding. There's like no response.
Yeah. Good times.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. I couldn't sleep.
Stell doesn't sleep. He'll probably go out and do a marathon run after this, and then do
we need 6 points. We need 6 points from Sheffield United or Burnley, not Man City.
I think. Do you know what? I think we're lucky to get 1 point for the rest of the season.
Yeah, could well be, Brian. Could well be.
I'm not joking.
Wait.
Sheffield United. I will tell you now. Sheffield United.
We have the
Sheffield United will have a party atmosphere. They want to go out with a bang. They'll be playing for a little bit of pride to go out with a bang. They will use their height and power and set pieces and wallop.
Yeah, so we'll beat Man City and lose to Sheffield United and Burnley.
Oh, mate, we best not beat Man City.
And like, don't forget those Strasbourg, Steve. Your team have got to go to Man United. So in theory, 3 points could get Spurs that Europa League place.
We have to beat United.
What result happens, whether you draw, lose, or win, it suits Spurs anyway. Any one of those 3 results suits Spurs, believe it or not. Strange as it may seem. As long as
if this team ends up beating Man City, we just best throw the club in the bin.
Why?
Throw it in the bin. And you know what? It might sound negative from me, but we best lose, and we best get slapped as well. Do you get where I'm coming from? Because like you can't pick and choose who you want to play.
No, of course.
You know, and for me, it's man. This season just needs to end, man. We need to go. We need to go to this next year, man. Next year, I just want to refresh. I want to forget the season even started. To be honest with you.
But here's the thing. Like I get what you're saying.
Every year.
Still, before you go on, I'm starting to crash. I need to get to bed.
All right, anyway.
I'm gonna pass out. Still, love you, brother. Adrian, speak to you later.
Yeah.
Strasbourg, Steve, always a pleasure. Cubed, always a pleasure. TJ, always a pleasure. Everyone in the
Big
chat,
up yourself,
always
man.
a pleasure. Everyone, have a good morning, day, night, whatever it is. I'll be on a midday UK time, 7 a.m. for Andrew Management, where I may or may not be going absolutely Levy nuts right near the end. Maybe, maybe not.
Save it for the transfer window.
I'll tell you now, spoiler alert, it's definitely maybe yes I am. So everyone enjoy your evening. Take care. Still, we'll speak tomorrow, brother, or today for you. Much love to everyone in the chat. And as always, Levy out.
Pick up Brian Day. We'll check him out. Tottenham.
I was just gonna say the last thing is just like the thing about Man City. I agree with TJ in the sense that like if we turn up against Man City and we play really, really well and all this stuff, the question will come up like, why didn't you do that for like 4 games? That's what the question will come up. So it's, obviously none of us, as fans want to, lose the game in the sense that we don't want to see our team lose, but we also don't want to see them win because, and hand them, us have, be handing Arsenal the league. Right. But like the situation is that if we're kind of damned if we do, damned if we don't, right? So like the fact that our club, you know, and our players have put us in this position where we are going to be unhappy regardless of what the result is a really shit position to do to the fans. That we will be really upset if we lose because we're losing, and then really upset if we win because we're handing Arsenal the lead, and we're being reminded, wait a minute, like, how come you didn't turn up for 4 games?
But we
that
should
were
play.
actually
Listen,
really important.
Forget
to
our
us.
rivals, even Arsenal. Spurs should play it, win every game. This is not the way you go. We don't deliberately throw a game.
Man, I disagree with what you're saying, brother.
No, I'm not. Wait, hold on. I'm not saying to throw it. That's not what I'm saying, am I? I'm literally saying
listen,
that.
let me tell you,
I'm not saying
you
to
might not
throw
say
it.
you're not saying to throw it. I'm saying to throw it. Listen, you're directing that question at me. There's no way we should win that game.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry. I'm
that's
sorry.
okay. I get where you're coming from. I
Arsenal,
understand the reasoning, but
Arsenal is our biggest rival, and I'm sorry if we end up beating Man City. It's an absolute joke. It's a joke. When we could have beat Arsenal, it's a joke. I'm sorry. And I would never be able to forgive this club. I promise you, I would never be able to forgive this club. If we end up beating Man City, I might even change my club. You know, that's how bad it is. That's how bad it is.
Well, but that's the thing. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying throw it or win it. I'm not literally calling for either of those things. I'm saying that we're in a situation that our players and manager have put us in such a shit position that we are stuck between a rock and a hard place, that we can't be happy with any result. And that is a really, really awful place to put the fans in. They have no pride. Nobody has any pride in it, like at the club right now. Nobody is playing for the badge, whether it be the players or the manager or Levy, who's like, oh, you know what, boys, Daniel, like, you know, fucking, we got our Tottenham back. Nobody has pride in the badge right now because they put us in this really shit position of a rock and a hard, between a rock and a hard place.
I disagree with you here. I disagree. I'll tell you why. I don't believe the club has put us in a difficult place between a rock and a hard place, whatever you just said, the exact wording. We have accepted this, right? They haven't put us in this. This is the club that we deserve, right? This year, the owners said, you fans are going to pay 6% more in the same year that we had the most toxic season ever and the chairman took a £3 million bonus. In that same period, the owners have said, we want 6% more. On top of that, they told all our elderly fans, there's too many of you. We don't make enough money off you, so we're going to take away your concessions. And on top of that, they told all the disabled fans who sit in the West Stand that they now have to pay 50% so that the person that comes to help them is allowed into the stadium to help them. So they've gone after disabled fans, they've gone after elderly fans, and they've gone after the regular fans. We have got the club we deserve because we had a chance to stand up as a fan base against what they've done with that. And we've said, no, we're doing nothing about it. So we're not in a hard place. This is what we've chosen. This is what we have said to them. Do what you want. We're cool with it.
Well, yeah,
Right,
that's why
so-
I said. That's why I said we're.
Which isn't hard.
The fans are a problem too because the fans we're stuck in. We have Stockholm syndrome. We're we love our jailers. We are imprisoned by our club and we love it. We're like, yes, please imprison us. You know, like
you go harder, daddy.
Would you like Spurs to throw the game rather than Arsenal?
100%, yes. 100% pro the game.
I couldn't do that. We have to win every game. So
you'd rather see.
Adrian, you've lost the plot, buddy.
So you would rather Arsenal win the league?
No, I'm not.
You'd rather Arsenal win the league?
I just asked the question. Like, so just.
Yeah, I'm not, and I'm asking a question back. So you'd rather Arsenal win the league?
I don't want Arsenal to win the league.
I don't think Arsenal going to win the league.
We should try to win every game.
Adrian, let me give you. Let me ask you a question. I know you don't like binary questions, right? Then I'm going to ask you a binary question. Would you rather we lose to Man City or Arsenal win the league? Which one would you prefer? Sorry, we either beat Man City or Arsenal win the league. Which one would you prefer if you had to?
I don't want Arsenal to win the league.
Exactly. So you're choosing.
Which one would you prefer? We beat Man City or Arsenal wins the league? If you had to pick one, which would you pick?
Beat Man City.
What?
Right. So you're happy.
No.
You're happy to see Arsenal win the league.
We should be wanting. Look, it's not. Look, we should want to win every game. We're Spurs. We should.
I agree with Adrian.
If you disagree,
I'm sorry, buddy. I have to disagree with you. You know, I have to disagree.
And should be sacked immediately if we win that game.
So, can I just clarify? And again, you're allowed your opinion, right? I just want to clarify this. You would be okay with Arsenal win the league if we beat Man City.
Hold on, still. Don't point these fucking questions like that at me like that, right? What I've said is I think we should go out to win all our remaining games. Listen,
why can't I ask that question?
No, because it twists it round to me. It's saying like I'm in favour of Arsenal winning the league.
Man City,
I'm not. No. What I'm saying is we should go out to win all our remaining games, no matter what happens. And if that means that beating Man City, Arsenal win the league, yes, we should still beat Man City, right? So that should
So when I say to you, then you're happy to see Arsenal win the league?
No, because then see now you're twisting it around. I wouldn't be happy that Arsenal win the league.
You are.
No.
That's exactly what you're saying, brother.
Wait. Arsenal win their remaining.
No, hold on.
Who says Arsenal win their remaining?
Hold on, Adrian, hold on. I'm going to defend you. Okay, hold on. All right, everybody to your corners. Okay, I'm Vicario right now. Okay, Romero, Emerson, everybody to your corners. Okay.
I'm not Emerson. No. Don't do me like that, Q.
No, but what I'm saying. Okay, so I don't necessarily agree with Adrian's take, but I see what he's saying.
So how can you defend it then?
No. Listen, what I see that he's saying is that you are switching his words. Honestly. Okay, because
I'm not.
He's saying no. You're saying he wants Arsenal to win the league, or he would.
That's exactly what he said. By him saying,
no. He does not. What he's trying to say is he does not want Arsenal to. No, hold on. Listen, it's not that he wants Arsenal to win the league. No, just oh my god, you guys. It's not like it's like the fuck. It must be this must be like the Spurs dressing room must be like this. Like it's not that he wants Arsenal to win the league. It's not that he would love it if Arsenal won the league. It's just that when stuck in a situation where it's lose the game and Arsenal, win the league.
That's where you're wrong. Can I correct you? Because we could have beaten Arsenal.
No. I know that.
TJ, I want to hear this. TJ, let me hear this. Say this again because I'm
not saying I agree with him. I'm just explaining the point. He's saying that if you're saying a scenario is Arsenal win the league by us beating Man City versus we throw a game and we lose against Man City to drive a wedge between, Arsenal winning the league, then he's going to choose the option out of this, shitty scenario. He's going to choose the option where we beat Man City, even if that means Arsenal win the league. That's what he's saying.
So you're happy to see Arsenal win the league?
No, but he's not saying that's not the same thing as saying you want Arsenal to win the league. Those are not the same things.
Well, no. Okay, if I want something, it makes me happy.
No, but that's the thing. No. That doesn't mean that you're happy because it does not mean that he is happy for Arsenal to win the league. It doesn't mean that he wants Arsenal to win the league.
Yes.
It's that there's two pills
exactly
that he has to take. Two options, and they both are shit options, and he'd rather choose one option over the other option.
Okay, Cube.
But they aren't two shit options. There's only one option.
I rephrase it. You're okay with Arsenal winning the league then? Adrian,
to win a meaningless game.
I'm okay with it.
Steve, shut up, right?
Adrian, so you're Adrian.
No, I'm not. No, see again. You see, you like to word things.
Well, how
to
can
suit
you
your
not be
narrative.
okay?
You do
You've
this
got a chance to
all the
stop them.
time, and you do it, and you twist words to suit your narrative.
I've
and your argument.
just.
I get that. I get that. You have
Well, you
your own
don't get it.
agenda.
You
I
don't
get
get
that.
it.
Adrian,
Right?
don't mind Stout. He's just hoping.
No, my argument is simple. We should go out. Listen, we should go out to win every game we possibly can, no matter how it affects our rivals or whatever. I do not want Arsenal to win the league, but I do not believe in if it meant throwing a game against Man City, if it was the last game of our season, because Arsenal didn't win it, that would be wrong. That would be wrong.
This shit. Cube just said. Do you know
Here
what?
we're going to go another twist. Yeah, go on,
guys. I'm ending the stream. I ain't wasting my time. Guys, thanks for watching.
Everybody in the chat saying I'm saying a load of nothing. I'm just clarifying, which even Stell
Nah,
was
man.
like, okay,
I
I get what
disagree,
you're saying
fam.
now.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
clarifying. I'm not saying
can't wait.
anything. I'm not saying
I'm
either
sorry,
way. I'm just literally saying that you're two shit positions, and just people have to choose a shit position.
No, I disagree. I just can't see a Spurs fan saying what I've just heard. It just makes no sense to me.
But losing a meaningless game to City isn't a shit position.
Personally, I would rather us lose against City.
Cube,
Okay.
you just said, right?
But
what Adrian is saying, Cube, you just spoke for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
30 seconds, right? You said that what Adrian is saying is he's not happy to see Arsenal win the league, right? He doesn't want it. So I rephrased it and said, okay, in that case, Adrian, you're okay with them winning the league because you've got a chance to stop them. And the option you'd rather take is no, I'd rather win the game, which means not stopping them. So therefore, I'm okay with them winning the league. And he still says no. Make that make sense.
But that's the thing. Then I tried to.
He did make it make
I tried
sense,
to help
though.
you out, Adrian. I tried to help you out.
How did he make it make sense?
Because he wants Spurs to win every game.
Right. So therefore, he's okay with Arsenal winning the league as part of that process.
But here's the mistake. Here's the mistake. Who is to say Arsenal's to win every game? Who's to say Man City wins every game?
Bro, if we beat Man City, we know Arsenal now have it's in their hands.
100%.
Yes.
Right. So
yes. But what happens when things go in Arsenal hands?
Hey, Steve, I'll rephrase it again. You would. So you're okay for it to be in Arsenal's hands, then, Adrian. You're okay for them to be in control of their destiny and not us.
This is where our club is going wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This is insane what I'm hearing.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I just can't, I've lost for words, man. I've lost for words.
I would rather us lose the game. Okay, I'll put that out right there. But it is one of those scenarios that our shit club has put us in where we are not going to be actually
they've got to go to Man
happy.
United, Arsenal, anyway, haven't they? They got to go to Man U.
I can't wait for Thursday, man.
You know what's funny here, right? If you ask this question, if this was reversed, and if you ask this question to an Arsenal Chelsea fan, they're not even thinking, yeah, fucking lose the game.
100%. Thank you.
You don't fucking want them winning. Arsenal fans, the same season we got to the Champions League final, Arsenal got to the Europa League. Go on AFTV and listen to what they all said.
Do you remember when Man United won the league and Spurs had to go up there and Man United beat Spurs to stop Arsenal from winning the league?
You're not going to talk over me. I've cut your mic. Every time you do, I'm just going to mute you. Right?
Oh God.
No, he does it. He does it all the time. I can't be bothered. The season we got to Champions League final and Arsenal got to the Europa League final. Go on AFTV. Go on every Arsenal platform. They were shitting it that Spurs win the Champions League. And they asked them the question, if you could lose the Europa Cup final, but that meant Spurs don't win the Champions League final, would you take it? Every Arsenal fan said, fucking yeah. Don't win the Europa. It stops them. But it comes to us, I just want to win every game. And I don't get it.
When we've been struggling for the last 5 games. So what does that one game count to? It don't matter. You know, that one game doesn't count to nothing. It counts for you're acting like it's. I think I'm too tired, man. I can't lie to you. That just drained me.
Okay, do you know how I know I'm right? I'll tell you how I know I'm right.
We might need them points for Europe.
If we beat Man City,
Who the fuck cares about Europe? I'm just going to say that right now. Who the fuck cares about Europe? You know why? This is not. Now here, hold on, Adrian. If we get Europe with this squad, even if we try to, even if we kind of reinforce or whatever you want to say that, reinforce during the summer, let's be honest, okay? Under this owner, we are not going to have this amazing window. Even if it got a little bit better and we made some good signings or whatever. If we have Europe next season, which it sounds like we are going to regardless, we are going to be utterly shit. We're going to be utterly shit in Europe. We're going to have these games to play and we're going to get knocked out of cups and we're going to get injuries, because how are you going to say that we can play that many games next season and Van de Ven is not going to pull his hamstring when he is running back trying to save our asses?
Well,
okay?
we don't
and
know
if he's
what's gonna
injured
happen in
or
the
we
future.
have our defenders injured, our entire season is fucked. Just like
what
how
we-
capitulated
what we do
with-
know-
versus Chelsea.
What
So,
we do know
I
is
don't
that
even
if we
fucking
get
care
European
about
football,
Europe.
it
I'm
does
so
mean
sick.
we
I'm
have a
so
better
sick
chance
of our
of
fan base
attracting a
wanting
better
Europe right now.
player. C-Cube. What? Yeah, we might do crap if we're in Europa League next year, right? We may. Or we might get 4 signings in the summer. We might transform us. We might do well on all fronts.
Oh my God, this is Groundhog's Day. You guys,
you
this is
know,
Groundhog's Day.
Same thing. But
no, I want us.
being in
I want us
Europe
to go on a
does
cup run.
mean-
You think we're gonna win? You think we're gonna win Europa, or
No.
do you think that we can actually maybe go on a cup
I
run?
don't think we're going to win anything the way we're playing at the
Well,
moment.
you know what? We're probably
but-
not going to win anything, but I'd rather us at least try and actually go on a cup run, or
Yeah,
at least
true,
have
true,
our players
but-
fit and
but
see what a
equally-
season of more fitness looks like with some players in than us trying to go to Europe just for the sake of being in Europe for no reason, for literally no reason.
Cube. That's not the sole reason. If you're in Europe, if you're in the Champions League, you can, if you spend the money, attract the best players. if you're in
my
Europa
God.
League, you might
Oh
not
my
necessarily
God.
attract
Is
the
Levy
best
spending
players.
that money? Is
When have
Levy
we ever
spending the
done
money?
that?
But hold on, I'm not saying we would.
You're in a dream world scenario, man. I'm sorry. When has it ever happened?
Players that want to come to you.
He wants
because
us to
you've
beat
got
Man City.
European
I'm done.
football.
I'm done.
Now, not all these players in Europe can play for all the best teams that are in the Champions League. There are others there that want European football. There's plenty out there. I know players I've looked at that are not going to be in Europe.
Could they all play in Europe when we were in Champions League before? Never bought them. Like, we've seen it before. It's not like this is the first time we've ever been there.
But
We
I
had
wanna be
Champions
very
League.
clear.
We had Kane, Son. We had Conte, Jose. We never bought those players.
Yeah,
Now
hold on.
magically we're in Europa with Ange Postecoglou and we're buying all these great players. Come on, what are we doing?
Wait, but look at this. Look at just recent years, okay? So under Conte, when we got Champions League, who did we sign that following summer when we got Champions League? We signed Richie. We saw these are who wanted to play in Champions League. We signed Basuma. Like, these are the players we signed. Now this season, we didn't have Champions League football. And this past summer, who did we sign? Van de Ven, Vicario.
Would you guys say our best
Poro.
transfer? Would you guys say our
These
best
are
transfer
the
was
players we signed. Who's actually playing better for us right now?
Damn, I'm sick and tired of you. Holy shit.
Fuck off, Dietrich.
Tell him, Cube.
I was literally just arguing with you only a few hours ago. Go away.
No, I'm just saying. Imagine our best transfer in the probably under Enoch was Romero. Would you guys say? And we bought him when we were in Conference League. Imagine one of the best defenders we ever bought.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point. Look at the signings that have been good for us. We bought them when we didn't have Champions League, and the signings that we bought when we had Champions League football, they haven't worked out for us.
Hold on, but being in a European competition like the Europa League, even if it's only the Europa League, can entice players to come to your club.
No, Adrian, it's wages.
So it doesn't then. Okay, so European football doesn't entice players to come to football clubs.
No,
Fair
not
enough.
at all.
When has it ever done it, Adrian? Show some
This is
examples.
right.
When has it ever done it for us? When?
Right? Sorry?
When has it ever done it for us? We've had Europe for so many years. When have we bought the
Europe
big
doesn't
players
matter.
because of Europe? We
I don't
haven't.
remember every transfer we've gone through, over the past years. Whether we've
I
had
can name you the
European
best
football or
transfers
not,
we
I can't
ever
remember.
made. Europe was not in the cards.
Like, how much
Adrian
Europe
can't
did we
give
have when we got Madison? How much
examples.
did we have when we got Van de Ven? How much Europe did we have when we went 500 days? We were in Champions League without signing a player. Like,
True.
let's just be honest.
Imagine we brought what's his name, Gareth Bale. We were in the Champions League. We brought back Gareth Bale. Europe
That's the
doesn't
thing.
matter,
We're run
honestly.
poor. We're run poor. It comes down to being run poor.
Yeah, yeah,
And-
true.
and-
But being in
There's
Europe,
no-
if we'd
but-
gone out, whether we did or we didn't buy players, and I can't remember every season, right? But when we were in Europe, but being if we did or we didn't, it still gives you the option. The option there is attracting players because you're new.
Still gives us the option of signing Burners and signing them type of players. And for me, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
Guys, we're talking about transfers when we've got a manager who said, when Ten Hag
No
said,
marquee.
I can't play the football I want to play because I haven't got the players to play it. And Postecoglou responded by saying, the amount of times I hear managers saying, I would like to play this way, but I don't have the players. I just think, just do it, mate. And now the same manager is saying, I've got to change this squad. I've got to build a squad I think that can play our football.
Groundhog's Day. I told you.
But let's have a discussion about the players we're going to bring in.
But wasn't it Ange that said we don't need no marquee signings as well? It makes no sense.
Yeah.
He's contradicting himself.
And we're going to win the league next year. We're going to
No,
Exactly.
TJ, he says he doesn't want
Then
a
you have to
marquee
decide
signing.
what a marquee signing is out
No,
there.
he didn't want a marquee signing, but then size Madison in the summer. Make it make sense. You could have bought like a cheap cam, but you said no, I want Madison or no one. And he's a marquee
By the way,
signing.
can I be honest with you guys? I would sell Madison this summer. I'd sell
I
him.
told you. No. Wait. I need my apology because I said Madison is a flop and everyone said I'm a fucking.
Okay, I apologize.
What are you
negative.
talking about? This
I
season,
said
you
he's
said
a flop.
earlier in the season, you were like, Madison's such a great player.
No, he was a great player.
But
He
no,
was a great
listen,
player,
no
but after
wonder.
10 games, he's a flop.
No wonder. Look how long we were chasing him for. It took us 4 years. 4 years to sign Madison. I remember when we were going in for
He was
Dele
on
Ali and we were linked to Madison.
He was on Norwich.
We were chasing this guy for so long.
No, we
Other than
ruin players. You guys
we-
don't
10
understand.
times
We
better.
ruin players at this
We
club.
know
Look
midfield
at
is
Dragusin.
crap,
Look at
don't we?
Dragusin.
You know,
He
right?
was good at Gen
So,
1. He's sitting on the
Eriksen-
bench. He's riding the bench.
Ericsson was 10 times better. Ericsson was 10 times
We
better.
know our midfield and
Eric-
front.
Lo Celso, imagine Lo
That's what we're
Celso's
going to do
more
in the summer
consistent.
transfer window.
Lo
If we don't,
Celso's more consistent than
we don't
Madison.
improve
Imagine.
things in a window, then I think you will get the fan base will turn on Ange.
But I would say
I'm willing to give him next season because I think you need 2 seasons. I just think fan
don't
bases
need 2
in most
seasons,
clubs are
though.
bipolar. It's every win or loss. It's like this drama.
Adrian,
When you win a
Adrian,
game, it's all euphoria, and when you lose a game, it's all like
Adrian, how can we give a man a second year?
Same every year. at
Talking about
Spurs, every year it's the
Madison,
same.
and he
Exactly the
has
same.
Premier League
because we
pedigree.
have to, Dietrich. What is
But
the
he-
option? What is the
he
option?
had- he
We
had
sack
Premier
him,
League-
get another manager in, give him time, get his players in. What's the
Adrian,
option? He's been given a Dietrich. He's been given a 4-year contract. Conte only had 2. Don't know what Mourinho had. I can't remember. Someone
But
can't
I
remember.
never give
The
those contracts.
option is when you have a proven manager,
You
of
give him a
proven
5-year
quality,
contract.
you back them.
Exactly.
I
we
don't
didn't.
think the board this
But now
time.
we're
man,
saying this
seriously,
way.
I don't think
Back him.
leaving the board
Just for the sake of
they have to back this manager after the last
Adrian,
3 fiascos.
Adrian,
After
can I
the
ask a
last
question?
3 fiascos, they have to back this manager. They have to.
Adrian,
they
can I ask
don't.
you a question?
No, they
Stop.
don't.
Can I ask you a question?
We are saying sorry, Dietrich, we are saying we must back this manager because we haven't backed the others. That is illogical because what if this guy's not good enough when the others were and we didn't back them? So you can't just
And
back
Adrian-
a guy because we've never done it before.
Well,
You've got to
okay,
back the
okay,
right
right,
guy.
okay.
You've
Beginning
got
of
to
the
back the
season,
right guy.
so our best player
Can I
Harry
ask you a
Kane,
question?
right? And
Still.
what
Can I
were
ask you a
most of the
question?
Spurs fan base predicting our finish would be at the end of this season? We've sold Kane,
Fact,
right?
He wouldn't have
We've
wanted
got
to
a
leave.
manager,
Adrian.
and we don't know.
Fine.
I didn't know nothing about Postecoglou. Know nothing about him, right?
Adrian,
to give
if
him
we
a chance.
back, if we
You have
backed
to. You have to
Conte,
back him when they come
if
in.
we backed Conte, Kane wouldn't have wanted to leave.
So yeah, but I'm talking about Postecoglou. So like he's been brought
he's
in.
the
I didn't know
reason-
him, right?
Let's be honest with you. We should have backed Pochettino. We might have still kept him.
Okay,
With
can I ask you a
Postecoglou,
question?
we're supposed to
That's-
for Arnie Slot, Nagelsmann, Tuchel.
No, Adrian, can I ask
managers.
you a question?
We end up
Can I
with
ask you a question?
Postecoglou, like way down the list of managers.
Adrian,
right?
can I ask you a question? If we got Ryan Mason, let's say we got Ryan Mason, would you give him 2 years?
What, Mason?
Yeah, Mason,
No.
would you give him? So why should I give this guy he has no pedigree in the top 15 leagues, but Mason, you don't want to give him time.
Well, because he's been successful where he's gone, so why wouldn't he be
And,
successful?
has he been
Why wouldn't he be
successful?
successful? in the Premier League?
Wait. Has he been successful?
He's won
in the
trophies
top-
everywhere he's been. And his
Did he
experience.
manage- did
And the
he-
point is
Conte,
his experience.
Jose
With 58 years
Mourinho.
of age, he's not a mug. Well, okay, then the alternative is we throw him under the bus, Dietrich, like all the other managers.
I
And
never-
6 months' time, we sack the next manager. And 6 months after that,
Why do we have to sack the next managers?
months
Just
after
hire
that,
a quality manager
Exactly.
instead of this guy.
But you were happy. But you were happy to throw the other managers under a bus, Adrian.
Yeah, that was prior to that, and I voiced it. So like, there's no lying there. I said I didn't want Mourinho and I didn't want Conte. I knew
anyways,
how, no,
bye.
I knew
Thanks
how it would
for
end
having me on.
badly.
Bye, guys.
I knew it would end
Bye.
badly. I
Thanks
knew
for
the
coming on.
football would be fucking shit, which it was. They won a few games okay, and we
The
got top
football's
four okay.
fucking wonderful
But I'm
right
coming
now,
out the
isn't
stadium with fellow fans that say,
great.
"Oh, we got away with one today. Yeah, but the game was shit. The football was shit, but we won a game. Well, fine. This is why I want attractive football that gets us trophies as well.
Adrian, are you
But
enjoying
now
the
we're-
football
being
now?
greedy. Maybe I'm being greedy or naive, even. You know?
No, but you're being illogical because are you enjoying the football now? Are you enjoying this?
Yeah, it's better than under
No, it's
Conte
not.
and
Enjoying this
Mourinho.
What?
Yes,
No.
definitely better. Definitely.
Not a chance.
I see more exciting games, right? End-to-end games.
Losing 4-0,
on the front foot.
4-2.
We've conceded 13 goals in
Yeah.
4 games. We're getting
I've
bitch
seen
slapped by
exciting
everyone.
games that we've even
Got
lost. We
up
lost at
to
home to
Fulham,
Villa and
up by
West Ham.
Wolves,
We were the
up
best
by
team.
Brighton.
We beat Man United and Liverpool at home. We thrashed Newcastle at home, right? We've had better games. Now, name me 5 good games
Conte
under
beat Aston
Mourinho
Villa.
or Conte.
Conte beat Newcastle. And what?
Hmm?
Mourinho went to Old Trafford and won 6-1. And what?
And if we back the managers, we might still have them.
But Conte's first
I don't
season
get
at
this
Spurs
So
was the
this
most
is just like
entertaining
players. It's
football.
subjective. It's fair enough. If you like them managers, fine. I didn't. I thought they were crap.
No,
but
I'm
like-
not talking about managers.
And
I'm
I,
talking
and I
about
mean
the
it. And I
football
mean it
being
when I say crap. They were crap.
played.
And you're
So-
talking
so when-
world-class managers that can't build an attacking football team. Give over. Just give over with that, because that is
What do you
bollocks.
mean? They wasn't
They
that.
did.
We're talking like
What
just
are we
a great
talking?
record elsewhere.
What's
in
Angefield?
different leagues
What's
with different
Angefield?
teams,
Adrian,
right?
Adrian,
But your so-called
Adrian.
world-class fucking managers,
Just-
and you can't produce an attacking.
So-called. Are we really saying
Don't give me
Jose
that
Mourinho's not world-class manager
Don't give me
now?
that clock.
That's what we're saying. So-called.
I would
Okay,
take
nonsense.
Mourinho and
These managers won
Newcastle
everywhere they've played. They've won
No
everywhere they played, and they come to Spurs, and Levy didn't back them, and they didn't win nothing here. So for me, we're a joke until Levy fixes up, until the owner fixes
You're
up.
talking about a club with a great history like Tottenham Hotspur.
We could
known
have a great
for Spurs
history.
way of football, who are pioneers of total
What
football.
history?
That play attacking football.
What history,
who are renowned
Adrian?
for playing attacking
When
football.
were we
and
renowned
you
for-
get a manager like Mourinho or
Adrian?
Conte come and play counter-attacking football at home. At home, that's a fucking disgrace. An
We're not
absolute
playing attacking
disgrace.
football now. What are you talking about? The football is horrible. It's awful this year.
difference
If you
is-
say it's good, it's
difference
only because
is-
you want to think it will be.
No.
There's
Difference
no
is-
argument that it's good.
Hold on.
It's
You say we're
horseshit.
gonna play
It's
attacking
awful.
football now,
It's
you're-
awful.
the
It's not
difference
just subjective.
is we
It's
try.
objectively
And
awful.
tries to play attacking football. That is the difference.
Oh, he tries. Let's give him a participation medal. Is this kids' football? He tries? Do we give him an orange slice at the end of the game?
Beat Liverpool. It wasn't attacking football and beat Newcastle. Yeah, I mean, you guys, fucking hell. You know, you need to educate yourselves, guys. Seriously.
Adrian, you said we've got a history of playing attacking football. When? When was that?
All through the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s,
50s?
and 90s.
Bro,
Yeah.
he's 74 years on.
But that is our philosophy. That is our culture. That is the culture of the club.
That
And
is
you
not a
want to change it
culture.
and bring two fucking negative, egocentric managers into this club who don't give, who think they're bigger than my football club, who I've watched playing for over 60 fucking years. To watch that shit under that pair of cunts, I tell you.
Adrian,
they were fucking useless, absolutely fucking useless. And Mourinho should have been sacked after the Zagreb result. Not about moaning about getting to the League Cup final. He shouldn't have even survived to that. The guy's a total prick at Spurs. Absolute prick.
You are literally talking about times when none of these people here, including me, were born.
I
right?
was not
we weren't
even
even born. And you're talking about the days when man's had afro and wore flares and thought that was good.
Better football under
You're talking about when TV was black and white.
Well,
you're
you would have
talking
seen
about
it under Redknapp, Joe and Poch, and we should play better football, right?
Adrian, you're stuck in the past, man. That's what it is.
Maybe I am an anachronism. Maybe I am, right? But
yes,
you know, I know what I want. I know
you want us to be something we're not anymore. We're not that.
I just think, listen, I'll tell you what I think. I think the fans are so desperate that they'll take anything that will put a trophy in the cabinet. Anything.
Of course. The fans are so desperate, they'll call any football attacking. They'll call any football good, because this football's horrible.
In your
They're
opinion.
so desperate, though.
No,
not in my opinion. Not in my opinion. In anyone's opinion.
No,
it's not subjective.
You can't speak for everyone.
The standard should be trophies. Yes, I'm speaking for everyone right now.
Adrian,
you're not speaking for me.
Adrian, I think you're the only one that I know that says the football's entertaining. Nobody in the whole world's gonna say, no, right now we're playing attacking football. Nobody.
Adrian,
they're playing more defensive football than anything else. Think about it.
Possession base, which is not attacking.
1 minute. I just want to ask Adrian a question. Adrian, what do you think of We Are Tottenham TV as a channel? What do you think of Ben and Sim as a channel? When they talk about Tottenham, what do you think?
I don't agree with a lot of them. Say they try and do these old 5 takes and shit like that. I don't agree with some of the comments on players. When they're giving out like player ratings and all that. Well, that's subjective with me. They seem very neutral. Balance.
In general, let me ask you a question. Sorry, I should have asked a bit more.
No, I think they're just a neutral group, basically.
Do you think they're positive? Okay, let me ask you this: do you think they're positive about Tottenham? Do you think they tend to be more positive than negative?
No, I think they're just neutral. I think they're neutral. I don't find them negative.
Okay, so neutral is it fair to say they're balanced? They're balanced fans. Then is that fair? They're neutral. Are they balanced if you're neutral?
Yeah, they don't come across as hard hitting. I don't see them that way.
Right. So if you're neutral, do you say that means you're balanced? Is that fair?
Yeah, they are. They might waver a little bit either side the middle line, but yeah. Then I'd say they're pretty neutral.
All right, pretty neutral, balanced. Right. Today, sorry, the day after the Chelsea game, they said we've been playing shit for the last 4 or 5 months. They both said it, say we haven't been good and the performances are worrying. So when balanced neutral fans are saying that, how could you tell me we're playing attacking football?
Look, I haven't been watching their videos recently, so I mean maybe they've
why didn't you say that?
Pissed off as every Spurs fan is recently having 4 losses which we haven't done since about 2004 when I think we lost 6 on the spin. So
even last word on Spurs.
For the last 4 or 5 months, we've been shit. They said
even last word on Spurs are saying the same thing.
No, well, that's not true, is it? Because we won 4-0 away to Villa. I mean, so that's
one
in
game.
general. Adrian, in general, overall.
Oh, right. So now you're covering it with in general, right? Okay, all right.
Well, 5 months is like it's not one game, is it?
No, it's not.
You picked the one game we played good in. You ignored the other 5 games. The other 5 months.
There's always an exception to the rule.
The last 5 months.
So it's about winning
during that period.
No. Okay. Every channel, last one the Spurs, even Chris.
I admit we haven't been. Look, I know we haven't been good, right? But I don't think. See, this is the thing.
That's what Scott just said to you.
Perspective is. when we've lost 4
Because
games,
you're
the last 5 months have been shit. We haven't been great, but we have won games during that period, right?
Oh, you just said we're playing good football.
Villa, right?
We
We won home games, didn't we?
TJ, am I dreaming? Am I dreaming, or are you being serious, Adrian?
Right, let's get the fixtures up then, yeah? Let's go back and look in the last 5 months, how many games we won, how many we lost.
It's not about how many goals.
No, hold on.
No, you hold on. We're not talking about results. We're talking about performance. Is it attractive? That's what we're talking about. You like
because you just said you want to win.
Wait. Brand of football.
Because now when it comes to games, when it comes to games, now you care about the result, but trophies you care more about winning attacking football than winning trophies. So which one is it, Adrian? Which one do you care more? I care about winning.
This is the other.
No, you shouldn't care. No.
No. I'm not having. Listen, I ain't having this fucking divisive question shit. What do you care about this or that? Because that is absolutely bollocks, and all it does is switch your narrative for asking the question, which is divisive anyway. So fuck with the question.
No, you're divisive.
Well, fair enough. Well, I'm divisive. Well, don't listen to me then. Cut me off.
I'm not. I'm telling you. I'm trying to. I don't care.
I think you've missed the standard. The standard should be winning trophies. And we haven't done it in a long while.
It doesn't matter how we play, it should be winning trophies, and we're not doing that.
For fuck's sake.
It shouldn't be if we're playing attacking football, if we're playing defensive football, if we're playing possession-based football, if we're playing park the bus football. It should be winning trophies, which we haven't done in a long while.
I don't know how many trophies, and I hope you have seen us win a few. Maybe you haven't. If that case,
I've seen one.
Right. Okay. Right.
I've seen. Can I be honest with you? I've seen.
Hold on.
I've seen 2.
Right. Okay.
Audi Cup.
Right. Oh yeah, and the League Cup in 2008.
That's my trophy, isn't it?
Fair enough. Right. I can say, in all honesty, I've seen Spurs win 14 of their 17 trophies. Right. Experienced it. Right. Experienced it. I don't recall us winning any one of the trophies playing like low block negative football.
AVB was playing low block.
Always attacking football. In the 80s, with all ideas in Villa. In the 60s, with the double side. In the 70s, with Chivers, Gilzine, Peters.
Adrian, I agree with you.
Trophy, right? Playing boring defensive football. You win trophies.
Adrian, I agree with you. Certain managers can be boring, but you can't dismiss Mourinho. You can't dismiss Conte because they've won. They've won and they keep winning. So when they come to Tottenham,
millions of them, right? But that is my opinion, my subjective opinion. Now, if you disagree, that's subjective. I respect your opinion as well. I ain't going to come at you or nothing like that. I respect your opinion, but it's my opinion. I thought they were shit, right? And I'm being blatant and blunt and saying they were shit.
No, understand your opinion, but
if you like those managers, that's fine. I haven't got a problem with that. I ain't got a problem with you or Stel or Steve.
Adrian, can I ask you a question then, right? So can I ask you a question then? So when Conte came in when we were 12 and Harry Kane didn't want to be at the club and he managed to get Harry Kane back on board and we went from 12th, we finished 4th in the Champions League and we beat Arsenal 3-0 at home to get there. Were you happy with what you're watching, or were you sitting there going, "This is shit"?
I was delighted with the 3-0 win.
Fucking shit.
Listen. I was delighted with the win. I knew how it was going to end. I know. I said,
that's not what I asked you. I never asked you how it's going to end. I asked you the question.
No.
During that period, were you happy?
I wasn't happy with the majority of Conte football. He got results. I mean, even when we won away at Norwich 5-0, what it was like. Listen.
Stop reflecting. When Conte came in and he took us from 12th to 4th, that 6-month period, were you happy?
He did well.
That's not what I asked you.
Listen,
I'll ask you again. Were you happy?
I was not happy with the football overall, and I expressed my opinion.
I will ask you for the final time.
I just told you I wasn't happy.
So you in the stands like that?
I wasn't happy.
Unhappy.
I don't believe it.
I go to every game, watching most of those games. We had some good wins. Hold on, name. Okay, then. If he was that good and it's so stand out in your memory,
I'm asking whether how good he was.
No.
Whether you were happy or not.
Name 6 great games we won under Conte. Name 6
last game with Norwich.
Because you haven't answered the question. Whenever I ask you a question,
I told you.
you've got to wriggle out of it in your head. You can't.
No, well, look, I didn't like Conte, didn't like the football, didn't like anything about the man. I didn't want him as manager before he come in. I expressed my opinion. This is going to end badly, like Mourinho.
Why did you renew your season ticket?
This is going to end badly.
Why did you renew your season ticket?
Sorry?
So why did you renew your season ticket when we got
Because I love my club. And I'm a mug for it. I'm a mug for it. And that's why I'm part of the problem probably with some of the first band fans. I am part of the problem because I'll always buy my season ticket. But I buy my season ticket in the hope that, you know, we will have success. Something will happen. So maybe I'm delusional as well. You know what I mean? But you do that because you go into each new season with hope, right? Otherwise, there's no point in supporting. There's no point in supporting a football club. Why do fans support Port Vale, Lincoln City, or whatever? Why? You know, there's hope. They love the game from the start off.
But you said but how could you support your club if you're not happy with the manager?
What's that got to do with the manager? It's like the board. I don't like Levy and the board, what they've done, what they've not done with this club over the years.
But I don't support the regime.
I support the team, not the fucking board. I support the team because it's in my blood. I've watched the double.
So then support the manager of the team.
That is I didn't support Ramos. I didn't support the prick with the fucking YouTube. The
Ramos won us a trophy, Adrian.
Christian Gross. I didn't want Terry Neal, ex-Arsenal manager player, to take over when they had a chance of a blast.
Ramos won us a trophy. When Ramos beat Chelsea in the cup final, you didn't celebrate and enjoy that moment.
Adrian.
I enjoyed the moment, but he wasn't my cup of tea.
Adrian.
Neither was matey from Chelsea either.
Did you enjoy winning all those cup games? Did you enjoy winning all those cup games to get to the final?
Yeah, I did, but I didn't rate him as a manager.
I'm asking you to rate it because you're saying like the football shit. You don't like him. You don't want him here, but yet you're okay with it when they're winning and getting us to the glory.
No, he won us a trophy. Fine, right? George Graham won us a trophy. Did I want George Graham as a manager? No, I fucking didn't.
Adrian, wait. Stop.
Because what you're doing here is right. No. Because this is the bullshit I hear from Spurs fans, right?
Right, go on, carry on.
Entertaining, sexy football, but then if it's not entertaining, but it wins trophies, you're still on board. So it is about trophies.
You just don't want to admit it.
Still. If I have to keep
it should be about trophies. That's the thing. The only thing should be about trophies.
Look, like Bill Nicholson turned around and said,
about trophies, but they're in denial. It is about trophies.
And Lance Flower said,
on one hand, I'm being
the
told,
game is about glory, right?
That's what it's about. I don't want shitty, boring managers, but when the boring manager actually does well, they're happy to go and attend and cheer it on.
I welcome the trophy,
Adrian.
even though the manager was not my choice.
Adrian, can I just destroy your argument? No, you said.
So there's a difference between that. All right, George Graham won a trophy.
Adrian,
right?
Can I name you?
Fine, he won a trophy. It's on our history, right? Great. Did I want George Graham? No, I didn't. Did I want him after he won the trophy? No, I didn't. Why not? He was Arsenal.
Did you enjoy the journey with him to win that trophy?
Did I enjoy the journey? I can't remember thinking that much about it as it happens.
Did you enjoy winning the knockout stages?
I must have enjoyed it at the time. I must have enjoyed the journey.
Exactly. Why did you enjoy it? Because we won a trophy.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making. You can accept shit football as long as you get silverware, which means it is about silverware. So when Spurs fans talked about, it's got to be entertaining, bollocks. Because if we play shit football and win a trophy, you're on board.
Just remember Alan Nielsen scoring the winner after we had a player sent off against Leicester. Just remember.
And this is a fact. This is a fact that I'm going to say. Football. Oh yeah, go for it. Go for it. Can I just make this one point before you go?
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Football should only be about winning trophies. That's what you define success. If you're not successful, you won't have trophies. And look at Tottenham.
Yeah.
But go for it, bro. Go for it.
Yeah, Adrian, you just said name me 5 games where Conte played well. I'm just gonna name you and just listen. Last game of the season, we won 5-0 against Norwich.
Yeah, remember.
Beat Arsenal 3-0. Beat Aston Villa 4-0. Beat Newcastle 5-1. Beat Everton 5-0. Beat Leeds United 4-0. Beat City 2-0. I can continue if you want.
Go on then.
Drew 2-2 against Liverpool. Beat Crystal Palace 3-0. Do you know how many games we got clean sheets and we destroyed teams under Conte?
Yeah, we finished 4th.
Yeah. But you just said name me 5 games where Conte played well. I'm
Right,
just
well,
naming. I named
when I
you more
stand
than 5.
corrected, you've named them, right?
Yeah. So under Conte, we did play entertaining football. We did.
No, counter
I
attack.
just named you 5-0, 4-0, 4-1, 5-1.
Adrian, what
No
you don't
goals,
like,
counter attack.
Adrian, what you don't like, Adrian, no, what it is what you don't like was the second season after he wasn't backed. That's what you don't like.
That's
If he
his
was
first
backed
season.
in that summer, this conversation doesn't exist. It's not Conte that fans hated. It's the inability to accept that the board didn't back him to do what he came in to do. The same happened to Jose, and at the end of Poch, the same happened. And with this guy, if he's not backed in the summer, you lot better stand by Ange, because if you don't, I'm fucking coming for everyone. I'm telling you this time. Gloves are off. I mean it. I don't give because
I'm giving them all. Listen,
because-
you might say you give them at Christmas. I'll give them all next year. I want them to have 2 transfer windows. The summer transfer window, as I said, is going to be very revealing in more
Adrian,
ways than
if we
one.
don't sign quality players, he'll be gone by Christmas, because these players are going to check out within the first month. I'm telling you now.
You know.
We've been here before. If we don't sign quality players, he's done, because he's struggling big time right now. If he doesn't get quality, he's finished. He's done. Just like Conte, Jose, Poch, AVB, Redknapp, Martin Joel.
I think he's got. I don't think the board would sack him by Christmas. I think they would keep him to the end of the season.
Swear to God, they're gonna sack him by
And I
Christmas.
don't go.
If they
with
think
the
top four
narrative,
isn't going to
I don't-
happen, he's gone.
Right.
He's
And I
gone.
don't- Right.
He's
Okay. Another
finished.
podcast I've been on. I don't go with a narrative that like, oh, okay, if we start again, we need a new manager. They want a different style. They want different types of players to play a different system. I don't go with that, because with the squad we've got already, when you see signs of it, we can easily convert to a back 4 or a back 5 with what we've got now.
But he said
So
he's
that's
never
not
gonna
an
do
issue
that.
by the time we get more players in the summer. So if he does fall on his sword or die on the hill, he said in his press conference, and we get round to the end of next season, right? I don't think we'll be in such a desperate state that like we've still got to get rid of players. I've got a list of 15 we should get rid of here, right? But I mean, like, they're mainly loanies and stuff like that. So I don't think I think we'll be in a better shape anyway. We'll definitely be in a better
We'll
shape
never.
because if
Adrian,
we aren't and we
Do you
can't
know
be
what?
positive,
Let me tell you a story, right?
then we are
Let me
screwed.
tell you a
Then we
story,
are
right?
screwed.
Let me tell you a story, right? And this is why Spurs fans are just the most ridiculous people in football right now. I was working at Harrods one summer, and
you were working
Euros.
Harrods.
It was part when university finished. I worked at Harrods. And I went back to uni. It's like a summer
They
job.
accepted your bold ass over there. That's insane.
Okay,
And you
thanks
have
for
no
thanks for adding to the conversation. Amazing. Your intellect is beyond my intelligence. Right, I went to Harrods, and at the time the Euros had begun. It was Euro 2004. Now, we went to Brighton that weekend because I was at uni there, and I went back to get some stuff. And a couple of Harrods boys come with me, and the first game was Greece versus Portugal. Against all the odds, in Portugal, Greece won 2-1. I went nuts, right? Because I never see Greece do anything good. Like, they're just shit at football.
It was
we
brilliant.
went nuts.
Brilliant.
They had Figo, they had Ronaldo, they had Rui Costa. They had some ballers, right? We beat them 2-1 with players I've never even heard of.
Yeah.
Now,
German manager. I forget his name.
Right, playing defensive low block, shitty football, dead food football, right? They won 2-1. Mate, I fucking loved it. Anyway, in the end, I flew to Portugal because we got to the quarters. I thought, oh my God, I need to go experience this. Let me tell you something. Greece won 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, boring, dead. I have never experienced anything like when they lifted that Euro. It was the shittest, crappiest, deadest football. The fans went ballistic in the terraces. Everywhere we went, all the opposition fans couldn't believe. You Greek fans, what's wrong with you? It's like, we're shit. We're in the mud. And yet we're here. Why would we not party?
It's like,
And then I watched the scenes in Athens. I watched the scenes in the Greek islands when they won it. I watched the scenes across the Australian Greek fans, the English Greek fans, the American, the Canadian. It was insane. Adrian, when fans say to me, it must be entertaining football to win trophies, they haven't tasted it. That's what it is. We haven't tasted a league title at Spurs to know. If you told Spurs fans you're going to play shit football for a year, but at the end of it, you'll beat Arsenal, you'll beat United, you'll beat City, you'll beat Chelsea, and you'll win the Premier League, you'd bite someone's hand off for that. And it's because they haven't experienced it to say otherwise. I've experienced it.
Well, right? Greece did fantastic.
They were awful to watch, though, man.
I know. Everyone supported them because they were the underdog all through the competition.
But the football was
only
shit.
making results and all that.
But the football was shit, is my point.
You see, that is different. It's not like you're talking about a competition which takes like 7 games to win the final or whatever it is, right?
Adrian,
7 games.
I'm talking about the performances.
You're not talking about,
Adrian,
38 league program, the Premier League, right?
Bro,
and you're not talking
they were
about
shit in the qualifiers to watch.
I
They were
wanted
shit
Greece to win that. My mate Nick the Bubble, good mate of mine, right? I mean, like, I wanted to win it for him.
Adrian, you missed the point. No, you're doing it again. You've missed the point.
Okay.
The football was shit. It was horrific. It was pragmatic, low block, defend till you die, get one set piece, header, done.
Can I give you another?
That's the exact football you're against. But that one, an unbelievable prize for a country that will never, ever, ever win it again.
Steve, remember,
and our fans don't want that. They don't want that. How can you
It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Can I remind you guys?
TJ, I've never partied like that in my life. I've raved, I've partied, I've been at beef, I've done Vegas, I've partied in my life. Nothing compares to that. Nothing.
Can I give you another one?
Scenes like that. I've said it before. If Spurs were to win a major trophy, like not the FA Cup, like European title, Premier League, I'm telling you, those scenes will be better than what I saw with the Greek fans. And the reason being, because so much is going to come out with that, man. We're going to unleash.
100%.
Yeah. So how can you not
do
take
like
shit?
Bayern Munich, PSG, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Juventus, Man City win cups by playing low block football?
Yes, they do. Bayern does.
Wait, Adrian, did Man City play well in the final when they beat Inter Milan last season?
No,
Arguably, Inter Milan actually put in a better performance on the
played
balance of
defensive
play.
football when he won the European Cup with was it Milan?
Leicester City won the Premier League with an average 35% possession per game, playing low block counter attack. And you know what? I would fucking take that because I know what it felt as a Spurs fan who's in the race with them, and we fucking didn't win it, and we watched them party.
Even
when we were
Chelsea's
singing to them, Leicester City, we're coming for you. We're pow in my face again. You would have taken that Leicester season all day long, and they would not.
I remember that like yesterday. I remember when what's his name? Eden Hazard scored that goal when we needed to beat Chelsea. That we had to draw. In fact, all we had to do is draw. And last like maybe 80 something minutes, he scored that goal. That killed me.
I just think Spurs fans are so obsessed with entertaining football that they've taken their eye off the prize, man. We've taken our eye off the prize. We just want flamboyant, free-flowing tiki-taka. It's like,
can I give you another example? Even Morocco in the World Cup, they played the worst football and they still found a way to win games after games after games against the big teams.
Would you rather? Well, okay. Then if we were managerless now, we're looking at a manager. Would you rather take a manager that plays low football or attacking football?
Low block.
If they're gonna win, so if.
But you don't get an option, you see. I'll throw you a question like Stel would throw.
No. Ask me the question. I'll give you a straight answer. Ask me the question. Go on.
I said, if you were managerless now, would you rather have a low block manager or an attack-minded manager?
I'd rather have an attack manager.
Yeah, so would I.
Yeah, but now ask me, would you take a low block winner or an attacking loser?
See, you ask one of those questions again. You always do that to suit your narrative, you see.
No, No,
Yeah,
because
but
I
he
answered your
does it,
question. No, because I answered your question like that. I didn't hesitate.
I'm
But
more of a
what
defensive
you're
football
asking me
person.
is, would I rather watch shit
We're
football or
getting
good
involved
football?
with sophistry now. You know what sophistry is? It's a clever but wrong argument, right? That's what sophistry is. Now we're getting
But you're
involved.
bullshitting me because you're asking me, do I want entertaining football or shit football? I'll always take entertaining football. But if you ask me, would you rather winning football or losing football? I don't care what it looks like. I want winning football. That's the point I'm making. Listen. Nobody wins trophies.
Maybe people
play
that
shit.
go,
No, hear this out. Nobody, no, hear me out. Nobody plays shit football and wins anything, right? There has to be an element of quality in there, and I'll prove it to you. Mourinho won La Liga against one of the best Barca teams ever with Real Madrid, and he stank it out. But you know what? He broke the record for the most goals scored in the season because when it mattered, he got the attack on point. So
Even
that
Conte
wasn't
did
shit
that with
football. It was
Inter.
intelligent football.
Look at
They
Conte
scored
at
more goals
Inter.
than anyone.
Conte at Inter. One of the most attacking but
See,
defensive
I
football,
don't
and they will
look,
score the most goals.
I don't disrespect any Spurs fan. I know they're all well intentioned at heart, whatever views and opinions they have on anything to do with the club, right? And it's not a question of whether their perspective is swayed, whether they actually stream games or they live in a foreign country, and because of that they can't get to games and all that. Maybe it's my perspective is swayed by the fact that like I go as a season to get older, I sit at the ground and watch games. So maybe my expectations are a bit more
Well,
about
that's
when
why.
we play because like to me, I look at it this way, right? My season ticket's like £1,300 a year, right? Now,
I
if
spend
it's
more money than
if
you
it's £72
watching
a
Spurs.
game, right?
Just saying.
Then which it works out roughly at
I
about
spend
it,
more money
right?
than you watching
If I'm going to see a show down at West End, I can read the review on the show, right? I know it's a good show because it's been running a long while. Loads of people are going to see
Oh
it.
my
When I go to a football match, you don't know what you're going to get. You never know what you're going to get when you go to watch a football match.
I know what we're going to get. We're going to get spanked.
I want to win.
We're going to get
And
touched.
I also expect to be at home, especially at home. Now, if we were playing more defensively today, like the team set up today was basically a bit more defensive orientated because we were away at Liverpool, and fair enough, a bit more solidity in midfield. Didn't help us much, though, did it? But I mean, like I could see where Ange was going with his setup for the team, right? I could understand it. But not at home, guys. Christ's sake, we're at home.
Adrian, this is
we're at
not.
home.
Name it. Could you please go on?
You've got to go for it when you're at home. Jesus
Adrian, could you
Christ.
go on the
We went
I
for it
wouldn't
against
buy a
Arsenal.
season ticket,
We went
right?
for it. We went for it against Arsenal. We were 3-0 down in 30 minutes at home.
Yeah.
Great
We
squad.
did the same
Love
thing
it.
against
Yeah,
Chelsea.
I'm not arguing against that. I mean, we were crap, right?
But we're always crap. That's the problem at home. So going forward means nothing. If you don't have
We
a
lost to
plan,
West Ham
you
at
don't
home
have a plan.
2-1. We lost to
West
Aston
Ham,
Villa at home
Villa, we
2-1.
lost those
We lost to
games.
Wolves at home
But
2-1.
Adrian,
We played really well
lost
against
to
West Ham
Arsenal
and Villa and lost.
3-2.
We beat Liverpool, Man United, and Newcastle. You know,
Just about.
You're ignoring the losses.
4-1.
You're ignoring
You
the
know?
losses.
And then when we win, fans go, "Oh, the only reason we won is because the other team was shit, not because we were good." You know, it gets me. You know, I just
What
think,
team
like,
did we
think
beat
about
that
it.
was good, Adrian?
Sorry,
What team did we beat under Ange that was good?
Liverpool, they
I
always
thought Man
cheated.
United could have scored 2 goals before we scored against them.
Man United are
And
not
Man
a good
United,
team.
Man United
Liverpool were good.
Man United are not a good
No, Adrian, who did we beat that is good?
This year, no one. Liverpool, we
I would
cheated.
only say to help Adrian,
I would say
Liverpool,
Man
but
United,
that was just lucky.
Newcastle.
Let's be honest with you.
And then because they might be below us in the league now, suddenly now, they ain't good.
Newcastle's not
They were
good.
big names when they came to us
This year,
early
they're
in the
not good.
season. We didn't know what
No
sort of
offense.
team we were
Adrian,
gonna be in.
sorry, he hasn't answered the question. Adrian, who have we beaten this year that is good?
Liverpool, Man United.
We cheated
We
against
drew
Liverpool.
away at Man City.
Okay, one second. So Newcastle, they had
Liverpool, Man United.
I'll give you Newcastle. That's one. Liverpool, we know that was all VAR, whatever. So let's write that one off. But I'll give you Newcastle. Who
They're not
else?
good then, no.
No, but that's VAR. So
Adrian,
it doesn't
we
count.
VAR
you
won
make
that game.
excuses for it. This is it.
Oh, so when VAR cost us against Arsenal, you want to make excuses
What
for that?
about VARs against us then?
So when we lose,
No,
when we
but
lose,
this
you
is-
want to use VAR as an excuse. But when we win, that's the excuse on the other set. You see the imbalance.
1001 excuses, isn't it?
So Newcastle. Who else did we beat that's good? It's just Newcastle and
Villa
Villa away.
away. Villa
Two
away
games.
4-0.
So 2 games. That's it.
Villa away
games out of
4-0. We
32.
beat Newcastle home. We beat Liverpool at home. We beat Man United at home.
Liverpool doesn't count.
Man United aren't good. They're awful.
Well, you know,
They've lost to Burnley. They've lost to Sheffield United.
When we beat a named team or a big name team, we expect to be doing well early in the season. Suddenly, it's because they were poor.
Every
We
fan.
weren't.
No. We've just done that exercise with you. We've just done that exercise. Everyone knows Man United are shit this year, right? I've given you Newcastle. I've given you Liverpool, even though I disagree, but I'll give it to you. 2 teams are good that we've beaten this year.
And Villa 3.
That's it.
Villa
3 teams. That's it.
Yeah, our record against.
So we haven't done this amazing thing against good teams. Huh?
Yeah, but we have competed. We have competed against teams up.
Oh, now it's competing. So from winning, let's downgrade it to competing.
No.
Once I prove you wrong on that, you're going to say we narrowly lost. We narrowly lost.
Good, right? And all I'm just saying is we've competed well in a lot of games. We have competed well. We've had comebacks in second half, more second half comebacks. Probably
you've gone from winning to competing.
Well, was you at the Arsenal away game? You was at the Arsenal away game, weren't you?
Adrian, you've gone from winning to competing. You just changed the conversation.
We have actually. I predicted at the beginning of this season. People said, "Where do you think we'll finish?" And I went 5th. After 10 games, I flip flopped. I went 3rd. This is exciting. All right, I got a bit delusional and carried away. 5th looks like where we'll finish. You know,
can I ask you a question then? If we don't finish 5th, then what?
Well, then I don't think we'll get in Europe because if Man United.
No. What do you think of Ange and the football and the exciting attacking play? Then what would you think of that?
What for a manager who's never managed in the Premier League to come in to lose Harry Kane, one of the best strikers in the world, and finish 5th? I think he was.
Arteta's never managed the Premier League, won the FA Cup in his first season.
Hold on, but
Arteta's never managed the Premier League, won the FA Cup in his first season.
He's been in there a lot longer.
FA Cup in his first season. Arteta's never managed the Premier League in his first season.
Where did he finish in his first season? Where did he finish?
How many trophies has Ange won in his first season?
Hold on.
How many trophies has Ange won in the first season?
See, you've lost your argument. That's why you're trying to chop.
You've lost your argument because Arteta won a trophy and Ange hasn't. You like losing. I get it. I like trophies. You like losing. I like trophies.
And then I think he finished 5th. And then
but the problem is, isn't it? You're missing the whole point.
I like winning trophies. I like winning trophies. You like coming
and to do that, they spent like 400 odd mil, and that's before they bought Declan Rice.
Arteta spent no money in his first season. The first 6 months. He spent nothing.
He's won an FA Cup in his first season. All the teams around us have all won. Look, even Chelsea, without spending nothing. We've struggled. The whole goal is trophies. I'm sorry, the goal should be trophies. The reason why we employed Ange is to win trophies. And if you lower the bar,
I agree partly with you because you only have to win 6 games to win a domestic trophy. 6
you
games.
Still have to win those
without
games.
replays now, right?
But you got to win those games,
right?
And you won those games.
38 games to win the league, right? And Arteta finished 8th. I think it was 8th. The fans were screaming for his blood to get him out and all that, right?
But
Took
you
Man
won the
City.
FA Cup.
Well, it was 8 years before they got Pep in, right? Before they started on this fantastic trophy winning bent run because of all the bent money and the broken.
First season, he won a trophy.
Right? Same thing, right? Klopp goes into Liverpool. First 2 seasons, he loses 2 finals. He loses 2 finals before he actually gets to.
But what you're missing in the last 15 years, hold on, let me tell you this. In the last 15 years, Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, Liverpool,
Spurs,
Leicester, you got
Spurs in 5th. Right?
You got Chelsea. All of these clubs have won trophies. We haven't. We have not won no trophies.
True.
Every single team around us have won trophies.
Right.
So the argument just goes in the bag. Put it like that.
Because fans like you have turned against the Conte,
a world-class
turned
striker
against the Mourinho's, and you turned against the Rodgers. This is why. And now that Ange's here doing shit, you want to back him. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Like,
fair enough.
You say it's true that we were nothing, but you're the fans that turned on Poch. You're the fans that turned on Conte. You're the fans that turned on.
I didn't turn on Poch.
You're the fans that turned on Jose. You're the fans that turned on Conte. But this guy that comes in who's doing worse, back him. There's no sense to what you lot say. None. It's illogical.
Poch
It's
should
what
have been
Scott
back. He wasn't.
TJ,
It's what Scott said.
TJ, you know who else is going to
Why
choke
do I
this
back
week?
him?
West Ham.
Why do I back him still? The
West
reason
Ham
I
as
back
well.
him is because
West Ham,
even
there you
though I
go.
didn't know nothing about him, the reason I
Yeah.
back him is because we've been
Is
three
that-
managers on a fucking turn. That's why I back him, and
But
we
you're
can't
the
keep
one.
doing it. So if
You're
we
the
bin
one that
another
wanted-
one, then what? Then what?
You get a proven manager.
Well,
That's what
well,
you do.
Conte and
And
Marino
you back
proven
him.
managers.
Yeah, and you
Yeah,
back
but you
them.
turned
Yeah,
against
and you
them.
back him. And you back them.
No,
We should back these managers.
I
They're
knew it was gonna be
proven.
bad for both of them.
All
I
right,
didn't
cool.
know
Hold
who
on. Let
they
me tell you this,
were.
innit? The
You
scenario
wrote
is.
them off before they had a
Murph,
chance.
I mean,
You
like,
wrote
you
them
know.
off before they had a chance.
I
I
would
mean,
give
This guy, you
Conte
don't want to write
5 year
him off
contract.
because he
I
gives
would
you a
give
little bit
Conte
of
5
football once in a blue moon. It's insane. We've
I
been
would
shit
give
for
Conte.
5 games in a row. Absolutely shit. And you don't want to back this guy. But when Conte was here, who got us fourth, fucking shit, get him out. Hate him. This fan base is
Yes,
nuts.
just harmless potato. City did win a league title under Mancini and Pellegrini. Yes,
I hope to God that Mourinho comes to Newcastle this summer. I hope he gives up. I hope our board gives him everything he wants, and I hope to see.
well, there's
Adrian
rumour he's
Jackson
coming back to the
when that
Premier
happens.
League. God forbid the team
And
he
if
gets.
and listen, and if Newcastle wins a trophy, that's another team on the list.
Yeah.
And TJ,
listen,
does it look
I
more
think
You want to
likely
sack
that we
Eddie
get a
Howe?
trophy or not?
You want to sack Eddie
More
Howe? I
likely
think he's
than
doing a good job there. I think he's doing a good job.
No, he's
I
not doing a good
agree,
job.
but at the same time,
Eddie Howe shat all
unless
over
when-
Ange at St James's Park without half his team fucking available.
Yeah. But for
I'm
me,
sitting in the
I
stands
value
listening to fans saying,
Adrian,
we've got
how
Tottenham
can
back, we've got 2-0 down, they won't
Adrian,
say nothing.
how
I'm
can I
looking at
bag someone?
He might end up at West Ham though. That'd be his death.
Imagine, Adrian, imagine Gary O'Neill did the double on us. Gary O'Neill did the double
He's
against
doing a decent job at Wolves, isn't he?
But he's
Has
so
he
he's
got
a
better
better
players
man.
than Ange? Has he got a better squad than Ange? Twice he shut on Ange. Has he got better squads? Oh.
Even Silva at Fulham beat us twice, League Cup and League. How can I back this guy?
So
It's
you'd sack
impossible.
games tomorrow then, Dietrich, yeah?
I never wanted him in the first place. I
Okay,
wanted
fine.
Conte
No,
and
that's
Mourinho
fine.
to be.
It's your opinion.
I wanted
What about
those.
you guys? Would you sack games
even-
tomorrow, or do you want to stick with
Even
him?
Poch, I didn't like him, but I said give him time.
Do
Give
you
him
want
the
to sack
money.
him,
back
TJ? Still, do you want to sack him?
If he signs Werner, they're gonna say
Think
yes.
about it now. No, I wouldn't. I'm keeping him.
I'll tell you straight. Listen, I'll tell you straight. I'm already. Let me be honest with you. I've already made my mind up about this manager because he sold me a few dreams, and I've realised that we're not going to get to our goals. He said we're going to title contend. I've said this last show. We're going to title contend next year. If we don't title contend, I'm done with him.
People don't take his words out of context. He said, "I want to be challenging for the title." Didn't say we're going to win it. He said he wants to challenge for it.
I never said. I
No,
didn't say we're going to win it.
We are
Christian
over
words,
20
I'm not like
points
that,
behind
right?
Arsenal, and we're going to challenge them. And the season's
Exactly.
not over yet.
No,
We
exactly.
end up being
Um,
25 points behind Arsenal, and we're going to. How are we going to close a 25-point gap? Please tell me.
Well,
How?
unless we get in about 4 signings that transform us in the summer, there's no chance of that.
4
Adrian,
signings.
I don't
But
see
you
that
just said
being
it's not gonna
likely
happen.
under
Once we play
Levy.
twice a week.
Sorry?
4 signings isn't going to do anything when we go back to playing twice a week.
Well, I reckon we need 8, but you know, I'm
players.
realistic on the fact that the business we do and the fact that we got to get rid of 15 players, or I could name in my notebook here, that we need to get rid of. But
I thought we
can
got
name-
rid of. Didn't we get rid of 8 or 9 in the summer?
Well, hang on, just a second, right? This is. Let me.
He just said we're
Right,
not gonna get a
okay.
marquee signing
Right.
this year.
On my list, you've got Skip 1, Lo Celso 2, Roden 3, Reguilon 4, Gill 5, and Ndombele 6, get nothing for him, Spence 7, Emerson 8, Parrott 9, Højbjerg 10, Tanganga 11, Richarlison 12, Werner 13, Sessegnon 14, and Davies 15.
Well, Werner's automatically gone because his contract expires. He goes back to Leipzig.
I hope so. I fucking hope so, because he's shit. He couldn't hit a cow's ass with a banjo, could he? Right? So I mean, like, so that's 15 players. can we expect to get rid of all of them in the summer? Well, some of the loanies maybe. I mean, Road and Leeds will like him. Reguilon will probably go to Brentford. Spence is wanted by Genoa.
So Adrian,
and Gang's wanted by Millwall.
Adrian, can I just get it right? For us to compete for the title, not win it, but compete, we've got to get rid of 15 players and bring in at least 4.
No, to compete for the title, we'd have to bring in 8, but we're not going to do it in summer.
But Ange told us we can. This is what I mean, man. This is
No, he said I want to be
the guy you want us to back.
I don't know what Johan Langer, right? With Scott Munn and Ange and the head coach,
Adrian.
But the guy you want us to back. Yeah, but Adrian, the man you want us to back has said he's going to compete for the title, which means, according to you, we've got to get rid of 15 players and sign 8. That is 23 transfers we have to make.
Yeah.
What fucking planet are you not on?
I think we'll get rid of 5 or 6 in the summer, and I think we'll get 4 in. And
so we're not competing. So we're not competing for the title next year, then.
So
challenge for it. Well, I don't know what signings we're going to bring in. Not with the squad we got at the moment.
If we make 4 signings, Adrian, and get rid of 5, do you think with that we can compete for the title?
Impossible.
If we get a top class striker in that can hold that forward space and hold up play, which will take pressure off the back forward, stop us conceding.
What happens if he gets injured? Then what do we do?
Well, then we're fucking screwed, aren't we? Then we got Richardson.
Let's say we sign 4 players, we sell 5.
We need an
There's going to be
aggressive,
injuries to key players, right?
The box midfielder 2. We need a left back, a
Adrian,
right
can you answer the
back,
question and
and a
stop
left
reading
back
out what
centre.
you want to read out, right? My question is this, right? If we sign 4 players, get rid of 5, go to 2 games a week, and there will be injuries, it happens, are we going to compete for the league?
It could happen.
Do you think we will?
Not at present, because I don't know what the summer transfer window is going to bring. So I'd have to say no at this present time. Although I like the look of young Lucas Bergvall. I really do like the look of him. So, and I don't know if Ange will give the likes of Mikey Moore, Jamie Donnelly game time or not. Right? They should get bench time at least, but that's another subject. I mean,
do you think Mikey Moore and Donnelly make us compete with Arsenal?
On their own,
with the
no.
football that you're seeing right now?
No, on their own, no. No, we need to inject. Look, when when you bring a youngster into a squad, right? You bring one player in, you give him 20 minutes in the second half or
Another youngsters once again, please.
We'll see. Look, a lot. We'll see what's in Ange's thinking. I mean, I always judge
Adrian, how much is your
managers
season
by
ticket?
the squad he picked and the
Adrian.
9 players on the bench. So when we have the pre-season tour, right, and we play these games, we'll see who he gives game time to. That isn't like
no, because pre-season this year, because pre-season under Ange this year was completely different to what we ended up watching.
Sorry,
it's true.
I'm talking about the end of this season, the pre-season coming is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I'm saying to you, Ange's pre-season at the start of this year, what we saw in pre-season was completely different to what I've seen this year with team selection.
Yeah, because if I recall, Lo Celso was fit when we was playing Barcelona and bits and pieces like that. And looked very good. I'm talking about the upcoming pre-season after we finish this season. That will be telling. It will be telling on what youngsters go on the pre-season tour. I want the games early. I don't want the shambles of last year that we do all this pre-season and we come back to do training at Hotspur Way and it's 2 weeks before the fucking season starts, which was an absolute... You need at least a month on the training field. Plus, Friday the 15th of June, the Euros start as well. So Højbjerg are gone. I don't think we'll lose too many players to that. Højbjerg, maybe Kulusevski, I don't know
this
how many.
Is the same shit I hear every year about pre-season transfers. This date, that date, and come the start of the season, we start off normally quite okay. Even under Nuno, do you remember Nuno, manager of the month, 3 clean sheets, top of the table, and then do you know what? Then reality kicks in, the shit hits the fan, and the same will happen this year because we are not backing this guy. If we don't get Champions League, you know he's not getting back. They ain't got the money.
Well,
they don't want to spend the money. And they're going to demand that for the budget, we sign 8 or 9 players instead of 2 or 3 top players. That's what's going to happen.
We'll get money in for player sales. How much is, I mean, like Gil, Lasoso, Højbjerg, Tanganga, even him, like Spence, Roden, Reguilon. You'll get money for those. You might get about 50 odd mil for those to add to the transfer kitty or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll go spend it on fucking Brennan Johnson.
Probably. Has he got a brother? Yeah, so we don't know what the transfer. We're in unknown territory. It's going to be a very, for me.
No, we're not. It's the same every year. We know exactly what's going to happen.
We have a pattern. We're going to sign 2 good players.
I just think that this year, like, you can clip it, leave it.
Adrian,
they've got to back. Look, if they don't back him, right? I mean, he did say we got our Tottenham back, didn't he? I mean, if he doesn't back Ange, right?
Adrian.
Back him, like,
fans said that
I'll be on the protest march. Don't worry. Even though half the fan base think I'm leaving and the others think I'm leaving out, right?
Fans said,
I'll be standing with Brian. Don't worry.
Fans said, yeah, and then you'll shit on us. Fans said,
oh, it's fucking.
Hey, did he shut on me tonight?
How would I shit on you?
The way you did earlier on tonight, you know what I'm talking about. Well, no, you should, mate. I'm not forgetting that. I don't forget anything.
Don't. I don't want you to. If it's that, if it scarred you, you remember me. Yeah?
No, it hasn't scarred me. It disrespected me. There's a difference.
No,
you're disrespectful. I'll call it out for what it is. You're disrespectful.
No, definitely not.
True. Yes, you were. No, you're bang out of order. I should have gone much harder on
you. I was being truthful.
Yes, you were. You called the fucking process. I'm not going to go back into it with you.
No. What I said was, how do you expect, to mobilise support in the words if you're going to attack all the fan base?
AJ, you know why? Because the truth hurts. And some people don't mind telling the truth.
Yeah.
You attack the protesters because you're too scared to attack the other side.
Look, I'm one of the protesters still. I'm one of them.
Not
all right, all right, then I'm not. You know better than I do. Then you know me, but
I
better
do.
than I.
Protesters don't attack. Protesters don't go after other protesters.
I said it's not a wise way. I don't. Like I said, I don't sing that Sol Campbell song. I don't stand up and when fans say stand up, say Arsenal, Chelsea, or West Ham. I don't do hate. I don't do it. Now
you do hate. You hate on us. No, you do hate. You do. You hate on us.
No. That's your words. That's your narrative.
No, your words. You said the fucking protest. You hated.
No.
Yes.
No, I never mentioned hating the protest.
Yes, you
Go
did.
back, replay this. I'll have £1,000 with you. I'll have £1,000 with you.
You
soon backpedaled there, didn't you? See, you soon backpedaled there. I don't use hate.
I'll take your bet. Easy money. I'll take your bet.
He went to me, oh, you hate Daniel Levy and all that. He's going to me, you hate Levy, you're Levy.
Adrian, if you want to be a clown, be a clown. I'll take your bet. Let's go. What's the bet? I don't know what the bet is. I'll take it because I know you're wrong.
I didn't say
you attacked the protesters. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No. Hold on. What I said was
with the protesters is, and you got angry, and you said,
and I said the protest movement. Said, how do you expect to mobilise support if you attack the fan base? Go back and replay this.
And you said it in an angry, aggressive way, right?
Yeah, I was angry at the time. Yeah, because people. Yeah. I've got people in here saying like I'm a Levy apologist, and then got people saying
I never said that to you.
I never said that to you. I don't care what people think of me still. I don't give a shit.
You do. Honest. If you didn't care, then you wouldn't lash out. You do care.
No, I lash out.
And you care that I punch back at you for a comment you made where you
lied. To educate people in the chat.
You're a liar. You are a liar.
Where I'm coming from.
No, Adrian, you're a liar. Lied.
Right.
You said something.
If I'm a liar, I'm a liar. Well, okay, I'm a liar then, yeah? If it makes you feel happy, I'm a liar, right?
It doesn't make you feel happy.
All right, live with that. Live with your narrow-minded, right?
You live with your lies, right? Your treacherous lies, your deceitful behaviour.
You always twist words to suit your narrative.
You lied. I caught you out. I put you in your place, and you don't like it. You're trying to swivel out of it. And I gave you the chance to back it up. And I said to you, name me a protester, the Levy Out protesters who attacked other fans. And you couldn't give me an example. And then you said someone on Twitter. And I said, prove to me that person on Twitter is a protester. And you said, I can't. So you lied.
No, I didn't lie. I could
Adrian,
name one.
I've just
Adrian,
told you
I
why.
could name one.
Prove it.
I have
Prove
the
it.
clip.
If you're saying like Levy inners that
Name the
attack
protester.
protesters,
Name
I
the
don't know
protester.
any.
Name the
But I
protester who
said
attacked
to
you.
I know that Brian has been attacked by loads of people. So I assume they are Levy inners, the ones that have
Stop
attacked
talking
Brian.
about Brian Daigle. I'm talking about you. Name me the protester. Name me the protester that attacked other fans. Name me that protester. You can't. And that's where you lied. And rather than saying,
hold on. No,
maybe
no,
I'm wrong, I lied.
haven't
You
lied.
can't do it. And you keep arguing.
I haven't lied. I haven't lied because you yourself and others that we've all been on the same side on a protest movement, but we take a different stance on it, have turned around and done a critique on what you consider Levy inners, who I don't know, when you've said, oh, you're part of the problem. You're part of the problem because you're Levy in. Then that is an attack, or is it not? Is it not? Now tell me, or you're lying.
Name
now
me
tell
a
me,
protester.
or you're lying.
Name me a protester that has attacked another fan. Name him or her. Name them. Who?
There's been severe critiques of fans by I even know it because I've stood on a protest line 3 times.
Name me the protester.
3 times.
Name them.
Why was I there? Why was I
Name
there
them.
still? What am I, a fucking agent
Name
provocateur or something? Why was on the protest
do it,
line?
you see.
with
You
Brian?
can't do it.
Well, why
And
was
because
I
you
on the
can't do it,
protest line?
You can't do it. You're a liar.
No,
Name the
I'm not a
protester.
liar because
Yes, you
you've
are.
done it.
And name the
You've done
protester.
it.
Name so
You've
me.
done it.
So you're
No,
okay, Adrian. Okay,
listen,
so your
I'm
answer.
not against. Look, I'm with you on the protest. I'm with you with most of.
Stop swiveling.
Most of the
pivoting.
narrative against
Stop
Levy.
trying to get
I'm
out
with
of
you
it.
with all that. I'm with you with all that.
Stop trying to
But
navigate a
what I'm
route
not
out of
with
what
is-
you created. When I said to you name the protester, you still haven't named them. So I'm going to give you one last chance. This is the last time I'll ever ask you.
You are a
Me.
protester because
No.
you've done
Adrian, stop.
critiques
Hold
on
on.
saying
Hold on. Right. So you're saying I'm the protester that attacked another fan. Who did I attack and what did I say?
No, you've done
Adrian, be
critiques.
careful. Be
Been a
careful.
general-
No, be
gen-
careful.
Adrian.
critique.
No.
Bro,
Answer the
lightly,
question.
man.
Don't fucking
No,
swivel.
I don't think it's the way
Answer
to
the question
go.
because I'm going to get
Don't
angry.
think- No, I
and I'll
might
just
be
kick you out of
wrong.
the studio.
I might be wrong in my
Answer
opinion.
the question.
I don't think it's the way to go.
Answer the question. You've now said I'm the protester that's attacked another fan. You've now pointed the
Adrian,
finger
be
at me.
careful.
So I'm asking you. No. He just needs
Be
to be
careful.
honest.
No,
Adrian.
And
Adrian, stop telling him what to say, man.
I've been
I'm
accused of
losing.
being part of the problem
You just
because
no.
I renewed my
Stop.
season ticket.
Stop.
So I've been accused by.
Right, I've muted you because this isn't going to work. You've now pointed the finger at me. Adrian, you're muted. No one can hear you. They can only hear me. You've mentioned I'm the protester that's attacked another fan. You've now said it's you, Stelios. Okay? So I'm saying to you this. Who have I attacked and what did I say? Just answer that question or I'll mute you again. Who did I attack and what did I say?
You have generalized in the past about fans being part of the problem because they aren't part of the protest movement. I, and even I, right, have been accused of being part of the problem because I renewed my season ticket for next season, right? Which, okay, fair enough. I agree. I'm part of the problem in that respect. I agree. But I love my club. I want to watch my team play and I don't want to lose my season ticket for as long as I can afford to purchase one, right? So I am part of the problem, right? But so have I also been accused. So
Adrian, sorry. So if you have just admitted that you are part of the problem, then me saying that you are the problem, which you've agreed to, how is that an attack if we agree?
Because you haven't just referred to me, you've generalized in the past, like a lot of people are that are Leviators, and I'm not against them. I've been on the protest lines with them, right? That like they're saying that, right, okay, they've attacked fans, and said you're part of the problem, blah, 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 and all that because of this, that, and the other. You buy stuff at the club shop. Hold on. You buy stuff at the club shop, you buy a pint.
No. Adrian, wait. Adrian. Who have I attacked when I've said that? Who? Who did I say that to?
Well, you've generalized. I've said that. I can't name a individual out of all the Spurs.
I know you can't. Adrian, I know you can't because I know who I directed it to. I directed it to I directed it to the fans who attacked the protesters. The people that said that mob, they're toxic. No, hear me out. Hear me out. No. I'll let you. Hold on.
Who are the fans that have attacked the protesters?
Hold on. I'm going to tell you.
Go on.
The Cheese Room podcast. They're one group. That's one example where they've attacked the protesters. They've called us out. They've said all sorts. And my response to them was...
Fair enough. Okay.
My response to them, it's not okay. Let me answer. And I said to them, don't call me toxic. Don't talk me, I'm poison. Because everyone's moaning about this club. Everyone's moaning. And I'm trying to do something about it. And you're calling me toxic. You're the problem then. I punch back at people that threw a punch at me. So tell me who I've attacked. It's self-defense, man.
Well, yeah. All right, you've self-defense against the Cheese Room, so I doubt probably not the. Well, like, you know, fair enough. If you defend yourself, no, I've done it here. I'm doing it here. I don't hate those. I won't hate after this podcast. I won't hate.
You do have an issue with it because you said that the protest. No, Adrian, you do.
My issue is
Adrian. No. Listen to me.
You don't listen.
No, I do listen, but you are not taking on board what's just been said. You have accused me personally. You said it, Stelios, you, of attacking other fans, and you said what I've said, and I've just explained to you. I'm punching back at those fans that attacked me. So tell me who I'm attacking then. You can't.
Well, if you're punching back at fans, you are attacking them, even if it's in self-defense, but you're attacking them.
Nope.
And you've got a problem with that. And you've got a problem with that. Adrian, have you got a problem with that?
What do you mean? Problem with
what? Have you got a problem with me punching back at someone that punches at me?
No, not at all.
So then why did you say the fucking problem with you protesters?
Why?
Exactly.
I said the problem is because I don't know the circumstances.
Adrian,
no. I don't know the circumstances.
It is.
But
you just said you don't have a problem with it. Your opening comment was you fucking protesters.
Okay. I like to think and be impartial. I'm not an extremist or radical that people would like me to be. Maybe I should be an extreme Leviata or a radical Leviata like you or like.
I'm not a radical Leviata. I'm not a radical Leviata.
And I've always tried to
be. No, you made a comment. You shouldn't have made it.
Like I said, come a general election, then I vote and I pop my cross. I park my flag.
No, you're a liar. You're a liar. Boys, I'm wrapping up the stream. Thank you for everyone for watching the show because you're a liar. I'm not dealing with because you can't put up a solid argument. And why should I entertain you on my platform where you are pointing the finger at me now and you can't put up a solid argument? And when I defend my position and I explain to you what you said, you still try to defend it. I don't need that. Your argument is dead. Guys, I'm wrapping up. Everyone, thank you for watching.
You muted me, yeah?
No. I'm not a coward. It's because you're talking over me, and it's my platform. You can fuck off. Thanks for watching the show. Appreciate it. There's a lot of super chats I want to say thank you to. CMO Sports, Faz, Giovanni, Strasbourg Steve, Della Sports, William, Luca 14, Jory, Sava, Stevie C, Jory again, Sava Blind. There's a lot of super chats tonight. Kitzler, Jory, the number 2, V1K. Jerome, Edex, Elias, Adrian, Jerome, and Adrian. Steve, TJ, I don't know why you're still here with me, man, but respect.
Man, I'm working overnight at Walmart, bro. I'm bored.
I'm going to have a cup of tea or something. Guys, thanks for watching tonight. Big up to you all, and we're out of here.
See you later.
The first game we